Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Dean and Dennis walking down the street. Dean and Dennis, who they bound to me. Oh look, it's Dean and Scott. They both look so smart. Hey Scott, how are you? Dean and Scott down the beach as well. Dean and Scott having fun as well. It's not just Dean and Dennis, it's also Dina and Scott. Dean and Dennis walking down the street, didn't think they'd see Dina. Dina's got big boobies. Scott's pulling his weight as well. Dina's got some big boobies. Scott's got a sock in his, well, we are all men. We all love tits and claws. Oh boy.
Is Kimmy? You know something, Kimmy? I think you're right, because Kimmy says I have early onset dementia. I maybe do, because I'm starting to redo my what do you call it? My shows, and I said, I have that diction. I have those words. Why can't I remember these damn words? I probably do. You guys is probably seeing my decline here, my early decline.
No, never.
Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. Here's the rant. There's the rant for the girl. Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. All right? How you like that? How you like that for dementia, you little fuck? Go fuck yourself. I'm sorry, Dylan. I got you struck, but fuck it.
I don't even know what's going on.
Alexa? Where's the birthday girl? That's right, Kimmy. Go fuck yourself. Early dementia.
I don't even know what's going on, but I'll catch up, I'm sure.
She's in there.
Do you know her?
No.
Oh, she's trolling.
Early onset of dementia. And I don't think she was kidding either.
Oh, if you're not kidding, fuck off, Kimmy. This, not the other side.
Right.
Derek says, me dog, Scooby, is barking again. Rot.
Right. I like that. That is good.
Oh, good boy, Scoob. Oh, Derek. I needed that. Thank you, Derek.
Right, Paris? Where are you, Paris?
Oh, fuck. Oh,
look at the kitty. Look at the kitty. Oh, God.
What the fuck is that?
Look at the kitty. Oh, my God. Forget about the bad guy. I don't care about our grade. Look at the kitties.
Oh.
My partners are saying, oh, my God, this is our future. Oh, God. Oh, well. Anyways.
Right, fuck. Right, stop. I've got to stop it. Sexy. Everything about you so sexy. Oh, yeah. Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribed.
Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? What a great show by Dina this morning. Shout out to Dina and Resisted the Silence. Excellent show this morning. Hello, Robin. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well if you're here. Sherry Berry. Hi, everyone. Miss you guys. Be back once this trial is over. No worries. Crystal, morning to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Laurie Reed. Hello, Laurie. How are you, my darling? Dana in the house. How you doing, Dana? That was a good stream. Great stream by Dina, my friend. You should be happy with that one. It was a great stream. Sherry, hello to you and Jonathan. Hope you're well, my darling. Hope Jonathan's okay. I've not seen him in ages. Not seen him in ages. But yeah, Robin is in the house. Hello, my darling. How are you? Oh, who's here? Look who's here. Hippie Chick's here. And look who else is here. Potty Mouth is here. Hippie Chick, Potty Mouth. Vixie, hello, Vixie. How are you doing, my darling? Not seen you for ages. Finally got a live. There you go. Not seen you for ages. Long time no see. Hey, 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 hey. Fritzy. Trixie Fritzy. Is that Trixie Fixie? Fitzy? I don't know. I have to think of that one. How are you? Hope you're well, my darling. Nice to see you. I don't feel like I see you as often now, but it's always lovely to see you. You know how Delon, you know you should have put Mexie's name there after sexy. Fritzy, sexy, Mexie, Dixie, Daxie. Nobody puts it between. Sending prayers. I've been here in the corner, Heather. Hey, Gigi, my darling. How are you? Nice to see you, my darling. We named the dog Fritzy. There you go. I was going to say Fritzy, Dixie, Prixie, Whiskey, Wixie. Fritzy, Walkies, Fritzy, Walkies, Fritzy. Treats. Oh, no worries, Erin Hack. We shall see you later, my darling. We shall see you later on. Please bring back the bus safely. Erin Hattree drives the bus. Yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hattree drives the bus all day long. Nobody puts Hippie in the corner. My dog keeps popping his head up. He's like, Walkies. I love it. Treats. Hey, sit. Fritzy, sit. Good boy. Fritzy's a good boy. Good boy, Fritzy. We love you, Fritzy. I love you. I love you. Some treats. And then we go for some Wookiees. Fritzy. Vixie, yeah, been a rough few weeks. Splitsville with the hubby. I'm sorry to hear that, my darling. I am genuinely sorry to hear about you and your husband splitting up. What's been happening in our country? Yeah, it's not great, is it? But thoughts of prayers to you, my darling. Hope you've pulled through okay, my darling. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that. Just from the stairs. Happy tits for Tuesday. There you go. You're making what's the name of your dog, Hippie Chick? Woof, 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 woof. Woof, woof. What's the name of the dog? I'll make everybody go for walkies now. Walkies. Dana, there you go. Dana. How are you, my friend? My roommate years ago named her our cat Fitzy after Fitzy for Fitzgerald. Jax. Treats. Jax. Treats. Jax. Sit. Jax, sit. Good boy, Jack's a good boy. You're a good boy, Jax. Treats. Get some treats, Jax. Oh, you're all going to hate me. I'm just going to make everyone fucking take the dogs off for walkies. The dogs are going to love me. Dogs are going to love me so. Ho, ho. Right, here we go. Day 4 of this bad boy. Oh. We'll just got to go through the emotional tsunami. It'll be alright. How's you been anyway? I've been well. I know it sucks, I know, but things happen for a reason. Hopefully get over it, and hopefully your life comes back on track. Yeah. Thoughts with you, my darling. He's looking at me trying to figure out what's going on. Jax, Jack, do you want some treats? Jax, treats, treats, or walkies? Treats or walkies? Jax. Can't wait to send that to my husband. His friend calls him Fritzy. I'm going to tell him you were talking. Can you imagine? Good job, I got prep. I know. You have to teach me. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's really easy. It's customized, and you just go down and you just save it. Yeah, but it's all good though. It's all good. Don't worry about it. It's all good. But it's super easy. I can show you that. No problem. You'd be like, oh, is that how easy it is? I'd be like, yeah, Dana, is that easy? Don't worry, Sherry. Don't worry. Hey, calm me tits. Calm me tits, Sherry. Good day, mate. Good day, Sherry. Good day, Sheila. How are we? I thought the case had been handed to the jury. I must have mixed it up with another case. No, it's fine, my darling. Don't you worry at all. I figured it out and we were fine. So don't you worry, my darling. Hope you're well. Now, sit down, put your thongs off, and, put your feet up, my darling. Put your feet up in the air there. Take your thongs off, put your feet up in the air, all right? There you go, my darling. Was our share cat? You still about cat? If you were in resisting silence just now, Dina kept saying about fanny pack. So in the UK, fanny means vagina, your pussy. So when she keeps saying, "Oh, I got my fanny out," I'm like, "What? You got your vagina out? What the fuck?" So it's your vagina. So those in the UK know. If you know, you know. So every time they say fanny pack, it's like, yeah, I got my vagina pack. Hey. And also the troll came in with the roast beef. She's like, what? Why does Dana? What does Dana want with roast beef? I want to say Dina. The troll means what kind of like curtains, flaps does Dana like for his roast beef? But she didn't get it, which is fine. Shade cat, I don't have a clue what you're on about, potty mouth. Morning to you, Corn Pope. Hello, my darling. Here she is, beautiful unicorn. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. How are the kids settling in to school? Are they doing okay? How is homeschooling going, my darling? Is it going okay? Hope it's going well. Good morning to you, Disney Queen. How are we? We're nearly 15. I still love that video of my nieces as well. They were great. What great! I hope they like the t-shirts as well that I got them. But yeah, they're very very special girls you got there, Carol. Lovely, lovely. They grow up to be great women. I can just tell. No, that's fine, Vixie. Get some food. How's your finger today? Been fingering a bit. People say I've been fingering. My finger's a bit fingering. It's fine. Do you know what? It's fine. I still need to soak it for a couple more days, I think. But it's fine. It's fine, thank you. Jessica, I've been soaking it, been fingering it for a couple of days now. In and out. So in like what that salt and stuff. So it's getting there. Hello, Lil G. Lil G, oh Lil G, Lil G, 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 Lil G, Lil G, Lil G. Morning, Katie Santos. Thank you for the kind words last night. I love the fact that you like this. P. I loved it. Shereen, oh yeah, lack of sleep. How do you do with that thongs on earlier? I had my thongs on earlier. There you go. Take them off, my darling, and put them in the air. There you go. Unicorn, hi, you my darling. Hope you're well. No worries at all, little G. Good morning, Laurie. How are you, my darling? Dana loves it. I thought it was booty. So you call it booty, but fanny for us is pussy, like vagina. So that's why we say bum. So for you, fanny is your bum, I think, isn't it? So for us, bum bags, because it's the same thing, but it's our bum. So we say bum bags. If you say a gay fanny pack out, they'll be like, what? In the UK, you get slapped. The what? You told me to get my fanny out? You dirty motherfucker. You get slapped. Well, unless you're up for it, and then happy days. You know what I mean? But still, unicorn. What? That's what it means. Laugh my got my vagina pack on. You got it out more like it. You got it out. You're wearing a vagina pack. I'm sorry, Vicky. Yeah, I talk a shit ton, but if you ever need, there you go, Heather. Nice of you. There you go. She's been homeschooling, isn't she? There's a lot of homeschoolers here, so there you go. Hills, hello, my darling. Hope you're well. You're so sweet. The girls adore you, and they don't even watch. They can't watch the show. I mean, Carol, they just can't watch the show. Do you know what I mean? It's impossible for them to watch the show. Jeepers. Can you imagine if they watch this show? We'd corrupt them, Carol. Katie Santos. All good, thanks to my eldest has a big meeting coming up. Things may finally be getting done. Or hopefully, fingers crossed for you, my darling. Fingers crossed for you. Also, shout out to all of you homeschooling as well. There's a lot here homeschooling. Unicorn, Carol, Lisa, I think LC as well. So shout out to all you brave women out there homeschooling. It's a tough gig. Maybe we'll try to stay. If she'll fall asleep in a little bit, little G, don't worry, she'll be back. Good morning, hello Deb. Rhode Island's on fire. Rhode Island's on fire. Deb's hair is on fire. Yeah. Hey, my darling. Hope you're well, Deb. Had to tell you that I have a full house full of company between that and the hurricanes being, oh no, massive homeschool. There you go. How are you? Very well. Thank you, my darling. Thank you very much. I'm very well. Thank you. And here she is talking about fannies. Hey, have you been on the treadmill today? Or are you too busy? Are you too busy pounding Terry? Looby Looby Loo, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry. Looby Looby Loo, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry. DQ Powell, I hope they're kind of important. Yes. More. Oh my god, my lovely. Good morning, my lovely. Where's shit? I haven't done it yet. That's why. This is my bad. I'll put it up now. This is where I'm crap and stuff like this. This is why we normally wait for Sarah P. I will put it up now because I always forget. You see, I never promote myself well at all. I always forgets to do these things, and it's bad. Bad boy. Bad boy, bad boy. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when he come for you? Bad boy, bad boy. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when he come for you? Right. Oh, let's get it on. So there's Looby Loo pounding Terry, and then she'll jump on the treadmill and pound something else. So, right, or this one here. Looby Looby Loo, where are you? Looby's pounding Terry. Looby Looby Loo, where are you? Looby's pounding Terry. Right, everyone, that is. I got it for you there. Rhode Island's on fire. Deb's hair is on fire. Yeah. Right, there's 22 likes with 31 people here. Jeannie and Jimmy. Jimmy. Hello, how are you people? How are you, Jeannie? How you coping, Jimmy? How you coping? So is Carol, Disney Queen, is your sister Jeannie the same as you? Is she a big Disney Queen fan? Or what is it? And do I have to say, T's and P's to Jimmy that she is a Disney Queen like yourself? Or what's she into? How are you, Jeannie and Jimmy? I love that. Jeannie and Jimmy sitting in a tree. Kissing. First comes love, then comes marriage, then comes Jimmy with a baby carriage. Woohoo! There you go. Hope you're both well anyway. And we love Carol on this channel. Carol is the Disney Queen. We love her. So you're lucky to have a great sister. So that means you probably are great as well, Jeannie, and Jimmy. There you go. Unicorn, you sound much better watching for today. I'm all right. Yeah, I'm all right. Ups and downs. ups and downs. I'll be sleeping halfway through the stream in a little bit, but no, today I feel okay. Thank you, my darling. I do. Thank you. I hope everything's well with you, though. Generally, hope things are well with you, my darling. That was a rough one, especially with the uncle. Broke my heart. Whoops. Hi, Rhode Island. Oops. Little G, yes, she broke my heart. She broke my heart. Blaming himself. There you go. Someone slept well. Do you know what? I didn't sleep that well. For what it is, I had about 5 hours sleep max. I was in bed for 5 hours, and I should say I didn't sleep for 5 hours. I woke up quite a few times, but I've been to the gym this morning. Did my what do you call it? Circuit training, and yeah, I will be. And I had so I tried the Lush stuff today. My Lush shampoo was nice. Didn't quite come out as I wanted to. My Lush body soap, I think I used half of it. It's a big one, but I think I used half of it. I couldn't get it to lather me. So I smell nice though. And I put my coconut, not coconut, it's a apricot and pineapple beard cream. Like you girls put this in your mouth normally. Do you know what I mean? I put it on my face. Well, you might put it on your face as well, but the white stuff, yeah. Oops. It's a bit gloopy. So this is Lush. I spread it on my face. So yeah, that was nice. I understand now why you women like it. I get it. No, she's not a Disney fanatic like me. She loves books and into vampire. There you go. There you go. It's nice to be different, isn't it? Thank you, Delaney. They love that. Oh, my pleasure. Anything for you, Carol. Hey, how we doing? West Virginia, Mountain Mama. How we doing, my darling? I was up all night. Rebecca, my lovely, could not sleep. Sucks. I know. So what? So you couldn't sleep, so you sucked. Is that what you mean, Deb? Yeah. Mr. Rhode Island was happy. I'm joking, my darling. Hope you're okay. And hot damn, you're a fantastic faker. All us women need to take diligent notes. The Lush sleepy lotion smells divine. Loopy loopy loo, loopy loo. Lord, show you Heather. The shampoo bar, is that what you could? No, that I could lather. I could lather that. I couldn't lather that instantly came lathered. But the soap bar, I broke it in half. I literally used half of it. Literally. I had to take it out the pack, like of the sock, wherever you put, and then try and do it. It was actually quite hard. I don't want to be rude, and but it was actually quite, hard to put on. And then I tried this. Right, so native, right, women. I'm sorry for those of you here for the trial. We will get to it. Native smells gorgeous. Smells gorgeous, ladies, right? But fuck me, I was in pain trying to put it on. So, oh my god, my fucking, see some hairs there. Right, so I was trying. Actually, I know, Carol. I was trying not to be too rude. So native, this is the vanilla flavor. I licked it a few times. It's nice. But fucking hell, when you put it into your pits, it hurts. As in on my hair. Like my pit hair. So I don't know. What, like obviously women he was it because you don't have, well, most women don't have hair under their pits. But jeepers, I struggled to put it on. So either I'm gonna have to shave my armpits. Hello, Tootsie Wootsy. How you doing, my darling? No worries, Crystal. It's all good, my darling. So either gonna have to shave my armpits, or I don't know what. At least you got me to, like, you and Stacey and everyone got me to do it. What do you shave your pit hair then? because I couldn't. This is for women, isn't it? So I couldn't. I was in pain. I thought for 1 minute I was giving birth. Like that's how much pain I was in. So like, motherfucker! I was screaming. I was like, fuck it. Ah. That's how bad it was, painful it was. Good morning, Lady Di. Hello to you, my darling. So I was contemplating, but it comes back thicker, doesn't it? If you cut it, cheese and rice, Dylan. Shave the pits or try something else. It doesn't agree with you. Well, but I want to do. So I think they're all going to be like this because they were natural ones. But I never thought that was a thing. I've never had that experience before in my life. Beauty's pain, Dylan. I know Debbie seems to be. I think I'm just going to have to shave her pits, but only, you know. My nosy neighbour asked me if I have a relative in town because I have you blaring on every TV whilst I clean. Happy days. Happy days. That's awful. That's funny, Jessica. So yeah, I don't know. I'm probably gonna have to shave my pits, but I don't really want because this cost me fucking $25, $26. You know, cheapers. So I don't know. Anyway, I just want to figure it out because the other stuff is fine. Cherie says waxing is better than shaving. Shaving the hair regrows. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, Cherie. But like, I don't sure I'm gonna shave my pits. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Sounds painful. It just sounds painful. How? All right, I'll show you. My telly live in the basement. Right. How hairy are your pits? Right. Ready? So you can see where it's red. So it's a little bit. It's a little bit. Where's your pit here? What do you mean? Where's my pit here? The fucking pit is here. It's just light. Do you know what I mean? Pull it taut. What the fuck is taut? Stop by the taut. No, I think the product's fine. The product's fine. It's just putting it on. I just couldn't. It's like this is wax. This is tough. This is wax. I can't even squeeze it down. It's tough. Smells nice though. So, Lil G, you might want to switch off for a little bit there, my darling, because you're not going to like what's coming next. Allergy reaction. Do you think I've got allergy reactions? I think it's just putting on too hard. I think. Because I'm not. I might manscape it then, yeah? Manscape it. Tough. It is tough, really tough. Hey, Toots. Let's go. Thank you, Kathy. Hope you're feeling better, my darling. I do it straight out the shower so your skin is warmer. Taut is tightish, like so your skin. It's just the hairs. It just gets caught in the hair and it just like fucking rips my hairs. That's what she said. Sucker up to that. Lol, now you know quarter of what ladies. I mean, respect to ladies. I mean, fuck me, I can't. You almost like it's chafing, rubbing it on. Yes, yes, that's what it is. It's chafing, rubbing it on. It's not like soft. Do you know what I mean? Like this. I think I need like this is obviously like. Do you know what I mean? This is soft. To me, this is soft. Most of you would eat that now, but like that's soft. This is fucking hard. Like I can't even push. I do a dent to my own fucking finger. Yeah, it pulls your pit here. Yes, that's what it is. Keep in the bathroom. Okay. Just think about us chicks and where we wax, lol. I know. Exactly. So, yeah, I was, but it's not natural stuff. It's not natural. I'm trying to go all natural with everything, and it's a fucking learning curve. Let me just tell you. But anyway, it is quite tough. Shave your pits when we have downtime. Well, I'm gonna get Manscape, so I think I'll wait for the Manscape. Do you know what I mean? Because this is well, I'm going to be doing my pits, my pubes. Do you know what I mean? So me and Dana were sharing it. So we're sharing the same shaver. So because obviously I got to do my pubes because
It's a little bit bushy inside of this place. We men, we are an absolute disgrace. We need to trim it, we need to trim it, we need to trim it now. We need to trim our bushes now.
toots, like, we could all watch back, ass, and crack in it. That's what they say. Wild is pretty good. It's pretty. Low, yeah, 5.0. 5.0 they are, yes. What now? Lawnmower. Hello, AP. It's a Manscaped lawnmower. It's a shaver for your pubes and your hairs for men's hair and stuff. Good morning to you, AP. How are you doing, my darling? And then you can get a back, sack, and crack wax treatment as well. So I think that would hurt though. So yeah, but I couldn't find any Robin that was natural. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We have the right. Let's get into the trial because we're half an hour in. We're more than that in now. Let's get to the trial and then we can have a discussion and chat whilst the trial's going on. So this is day 4. They are going into day 6 today. Hang on, I've got to open this first. It's always scary when you got 2 messages. One's from Dana Leonard and one's from Larry Curran. Hang on. Hang on, I'll show it now. Before I get into that, not sure if someone I didn't see that, no. But thank you, my darling. Thank you, my darling. I appreciate that. Thank you for letting me know. My friend gave me facial for my birthday, deluxe version. Was that Terry? Did he just squirt it straight into your face, or was it something different? Good old Terry. See you later, Disney Queen. But I think the 4.0 up have a light on them. There you go. I need something to see before I scratch my prawn. Dylan, do you have the same problems Dylan does? I'm not sure. We have to ask Tracy, I think. Right, hang on. Let me get this what Data sent me. This is funny.
This is funny. You don't know. You don't know. You don't know. You don't know. You don't know me. Here we go. Dana. Dana. Oh, Dana Leonard. He said me this pig. Wow, 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 wow. The grooming tips with the lad. That's funny. Ah. Oh, Dana, you're a lad. Thank you, Dana. That is funny. That is hilarious. It's you and Larry send me stuff. I can't play Larry stuff.
I consider myself a gold star heterosexual.
All right, no, I knew it was something like that. I knew what that was. Right, I can't do that one. Thank you, Dana, for that one. I have to put that up somehow. Oh, Dana, that's funny. Oh, actually, I'm gonna put it in the brand thing now before I forget it. Brand. Oh, excuse me. A brand. Brum. When people ask me, why can't you keep people at your stream? Well, I just post fucking nudes and shit, don't I? The land. Grooming. Bum. Oops, if I take that off then, if I put this... I prefer Brenda or Dennis. Brenda. I'll put Dennis on for a little bit. I'll not put Dennis on for a bit. Let's put him on for a little bit. Right. To be fair, Dennis is quick. He's quick. You're looking at Dennis. No, I try to strip off. We're talking about pubes and stuff. Oh, thank God he was that. And not Larry's fucking Facebook. Oops. We'll try not to. Right, let's get to the trial. We got 2 days to catch up on today. So it's a long day today. So let's do it. Yeah, baby. Look at this. You see, this is what happened when the mods aren't here. So, if anything, blame the mods. Control chaos. Just chaos. Fuck me. Right. I can tell you now, it is 100% this person's fault. Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P. See a bit DQ. Right, here we go, everybody. If we're ready, let's go. Day 4. Fuck.
No, there was not.
Were you in the first class or first group of doctors to receive his board certification?
Yes, sir.
You're in Johnson for 11 years. What are you doing during those 11 years?
So I taught medical students in.
This is day 4. So this is the start of it. So I thought the ME was on as well, Robin, but it's not. So whoever this guy is, this is the start of day 4. We're 1 minute in, as you can see from the screen. So, right, let's go.
Residents. I also was called an attending pediatrician in the general pediatric clinic, and I also had a clinic. About half of my time was spent in the clinic for examining children for child abuse or neglect.
So after those 11 years, what did you do?
So in 2007, I was recruited to come to the University of Texas Medical School here in San Antonio, and
what is that?
Well, and this happens mostly for Child Protective Services. They frequently will send us a case file that would be interviews and other records that they may have, medical records that they've collected and photos, and ask us for our opinion about the likelihood of a child's injuries being due to abuse or neglect.
Okay. So I want to talk about the findings that the Center for Miracles can make in evaluating a case. When we use terms like non-specific, what does that mean?
So particularly in the cases where we're reviewing a file rather than examining a child in person, when it comes time for us to make a conclusion about our level of concern for abuse or neglect, we basically have 4 levels of concern. We either say that we have no concern for abuse or neglect, or we say that we have some concern, or our highest level would be that we feel there's substantial evidence.
I want to do this now before I forgot. Bill sent me the coffees. Shari sent me loads the other day. Bill sent me that the other day just to pay for the hoodies for Amy and Lady Di and a little bit on top. And today we got, so we're square now. Rhode Island's on fire. Deb, thank you very much for the 5 coffees, my darling. Very generous, always generous. Thank you so much, Deb. So I want to do that now before I forgot. Sorry about that, Deb, but thank you, my darling. As always, I appreciate you. When I get the try back, do you want me to boost the volume, people, the audio, or what do you need, anything? Or is the volume okay? Deb, I'm looking at you. Is it all okay? Or do you want me to boost it?
It's for abuse or neglect. But if we really can't distinguish between whether an injury is likely to be due to abuse or due to some other cause, we say that the injury is non-specific. In other words, we just can't tell.
So a non-specific finding, does that mean that you are ruling out child abuse?
No.
It doesn't mean also that you're ruling in child abuse?
Correct.
Does the Center for Miracles, or at least did while you were the director, maintain statistics as it relates to findings of concern for child abuse?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, the last time that we did this evaluation of our cases, which was probably about a year ago, the numbers basically came down to about 52% of the time we either had a concern for abuse or neglect, or we felt there was substantial evidence. And 48% of the time we felt there was either no concern for abuse or neglect, or that the finding was non-specific.
And again, the statistic that you're keeping is not just of the general population, correct?
No, it's just cases that are referred to us or children that we see. So we're not saying that 52% of children in San Antonio have been abused. We're just saying of the cases that are sent to us for evaluation, a little over half, there is indeed a concern for maltreatment, but a little under half, we really don't feel that it reaches that level.
Okay. I want to talk about the starvation process or malnutrition process generally. Is starvation always the complete elimination of food?
No.
Okay. Are there forms or degrees of starvation that include a person or a child would be receiving some level of nutrition?
Yes.
Does starvation have a meaning to you within the medical community?
Yes, it does.
And what is that?
It really implies a degree of malnutrition that is so severe that a child is starting to have severe effects on their bodily function or development, and it could even be to the point of being at risk of death or dying due to the severity of the malnutrition.
Okay, and what is malnutrition?
Okay, so a child has to have a certain amount of consistent nutrition given to them in order not only to provide for their bodily function, but also to allow for their bodies to grow. In other words, to form new skin, new bone, new muscles, all the conditions that are involved with growing and developing. And if they don't have that amount of nutrition that allows them to progress normally, then that's termed malnutrition.
Is there any correlation between starvation and dehydration?
Yes. In most instances, if a child's not receiving enough food, like in other words, protein and calories and so forth for their function, usually they're also not receiving enough fluids. And so if someone becomes really behind on their fluid balance in their body, that's called dehydration.
Is there also a distinction between what some doctors might say failure to thrive versus malnutrition and or starvation?
Failure to thrive is a term that is used a lot in pediatrics anyway, referring to babies and small children that are receiving enough nutrition to allow for some growth and some development, but that it's not optimal. And so, in other words, the children are not thriving, which means growing and developing as they should, but there's still some nutritional support, so they are achieving some of those milestones. Whereas malnutrition implies a greater degree of lack of access to nutrition, and then starvation would be the most severe, where the bodily organs are starting to be damaged.
What types of things would you, as a clinician, want to review prior to determining or forming an opinion as it relates to whether a child is suffering from malnutrition and or starvation?
Well, really the key to the diagnosis more than anything else is the child's growth chart, how the child has been growing over time as compared to the standards that we expect a child's growth and development to meet. In other words, there's a range that's considered normal growth and development, and that range allows for kids that are big and kids that are little, but and everything in between, but that are basically growing normally, versus children that are not growing normally, that they're so far under the range of other children that there's a concern that there's a problem with that child.
Okay. Are there different types of starvation? And let me be a little bit more specific to that question. Maybe people might think of starvation of these infomercials where there's African children with these distended bellies. Is that a different form of starvation or malnutrition?
Well, what I would say is that malnutrition and starvation can happen for more than one reason. Like, for instance, if a child is in an environment where the food is just literally not there, then they can become malnourished because of the famine situation that their environment is in. Whereas other cases that we see are children who live, for instance, most children here in the U.S. have access to food, their families have access to food and nutrition and so forth, but for a reason they are either not being given that nutrition, or they have a problem with their bodies. For instance, they're an intestinal problem, let's say, that is interfering with their ability to absorb the nutrition that they're given.
Did you review medical records as it relates to Benjamin Cervera with the date of birth of September 28th of 2016?
Yes, I did.
And what medical records do you recall reviewing?
I reviewed his birth records from Metropolitan Methodist Hospital. I reviewed some outpatient pediatric records from when he was an infant. I reviewed several emergency room visits to Children's Hospital of San Antonio, one to Northeast Baptist Hospital emergency room, and a few additional outpatient visits to ear, nose, and throat doctors and to a pediatrician. And then the medical records also related to for instance, his autopsy after he passed away.
Why is it important to review as many of the medical records, specifically in the case concerning malnutrition and starvation?
Well, first of all, that's really where the most reliable information is going to be about how the child has been growing. In other words, most of the time when a child goes to either the doctor or to the hospital, they are weighed and measured. And so we can, if we can accumulate those weights and measures and chart them against the normal growth chart, that's really very important for us to be able to determine whether or not the child's been growing normally. The other thing is, usually there's information in there that really helps guide further evaluation of what may be causing the child not to grow normally.
So in your review, I'm going to call him Benji when I refer to Benjamin. Did you review Benji's medical records and look at the weights over those periods of time?
I did.
And did it appear to you that Benji, for the majority of his life, struggled or had issues gaining weight?
No, in my opinion, he didn't initially have trouble gaining weight. He was born prematurely and he was small during the first year or two of his life, but he actually grew within the normal limits.
So I want to talk about Benjamin. He was born premature?
Yes.
What effects with him being born premature would you expect to be seen in the medical records and or any long-term complications of that?
So the typical growth charts that we use to evaluate these situations are all derived from full-term babies and how they grow. And so if a baby's born prematurely, that's going to make them look small initially on a standard growth chart. And so typically, like for instance, in Benji's case, he was born about 5 weeks early. For about the first year or so of life, he's going to look smaller than the other children, even though it really just reflects his prematurity, not necessarily that there's a problem. But after about the first year or so, their growth pattern typically fits the growth pattern of the general population of children.
Okay. Would you expect him at 4 years old to still have lingering effects of his premature birth?
No, that can happen, but that's typically a problem more in children that are born months early, not a few weeks early.
Did you create a growth chart in this case?
Yes, I did.
Dr. Lucifer, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit number 216. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is a growth chart that I prepared where I took weights from different sources and placed them on a single growth chart so that they could be evaluated more fully. And this started when the first point I put on there, he was about 3 years and 4 months old. And then there were some additional points leading up to what he weighed when he was dead.
And this doesn't contain all of the weight points throughout Benji's life.
No, we had some pretty good growth charts already that had been prepared like from weights from the pediatricians in the hospitals that covered the first year or so of his life. So I didn't really feel the need to duplicate that. But we had more issues with the weights when he was older, like 3 and 4 years of age, because they were from all different kinds of sources.
Okay, so this just contains a total of how many points?
6.
And this growth chart that you're looking at as it relates to the weight, what is the source of the, not Benji's points, but the overall chart?
Oh, the overall chart is a growth chart that was developed by the World Health Organization and is one of the standard growth charts that's used worldwide.
And I'm not going into like the specifics of the calculations and the math, but the World Health Organization, the data that's contained in it, fair to say that's the world's population that's taking into account?
Yes, that's correct.
So this isn't necessarily specific to the United States.
It isn't actually. We do prefer this one for the older children specifically because it takes into account ethnic differences, regional differences, things like that.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as States Exhibit 217. Do you recognize States Exhibit 217?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is a growth chart that I prepared of some of Benji's height points, starting from when he was not quite 3 years old.
Okay. And I want to talk about measuring of children's lengths in their height. Are those numbers always going to be necessarily reliable?
No, unfortunately, especially with small children, trying to measure their height actually is kind of difficult because they don't always cooperate and they don't always stand still and those kind of things. And so you really have to have a pretty well-trained individual that's obtaining the height. And so in this case, I had data from different hospitals and different offices and so forth, and it was pretty clear that not everyone was being as careful as they could. And so I tried to basically pick 4 points that I felt were representative and most likely to be appropriately obtained.
Okay. And do you believe that this information, States Exhibit 216 and 217, would be useful to the jury understanding your testimony today?
Yes, I do.
And at this time, the state would move to admit States 216 and 217 are tendered to defense or objections of any and previously tendered to discovery.
May I say my report? Yes, ma'am. Okay, Dr. Lucifer, you would agree that in the last, so on your chart, looking at the one for height, State Exhibit 217, you only report 4 heights, correct?
Correct.
And the first one you say is starting from June 23rd, 2018, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and from June 23rd, 2018, he has 10 other measurements, or 10 total. From June 13th to the day he passes, his height is measured 10 times by different doctors, correct?
Yes.
But you only put 4 on there.
Correct.
And so you wouldn't want to mislead the jury into believing that this is the accurate data that was collected for Benjamin, correct? Because this isn't an accurate data set. This is just the one that you picked out.
Well, I disagree with that. I feel that it actually is more accurate and is more reliable because I didn't put down the ones that looked unreliable.
So, but in determining what is reliable, you have now interjected your beliefs as to why one number may or may not be reliable, correct?
Judge, this might interject. It seems like I just of what should be before diagnosis is contact information, essentially.
Well, I think she's trying to go to the veracity of the chart. I'll overrule it. I'll allow you to continue listening.
So, for instance, I mean, on June 23rd, 2018, you put on your chart that he weighed 82 centimeters, correct? Wait, I'm so sorry. That he measured in height, 82 centimeters.
Correct.
And then you put on February 3rd, 2020, he measured 90 centimeters.
Yes.
But then you leave out the very next one, which is September 23rd, 2020, when he is measured at 99 centimeters, correct?
Correct.
You leave out the one on December 9th, 2020, that he was measured at 95 centimeters.
Yes.
Then you include the 3/25, 2021 at 99 centimeters, correct?
Yes.
But then you leave out on May 1st, 2021, the 99 centimeters that shows up.
April 1st, maybe?
What did I say? I'm so sorry.
May 1st?
I apologize. Thank you. April 1st, 2021, the 99 centimeters that shows up.
Yes, I looked at it.
You include in your final data point, July 21st, 2021, 97 centimeters, correct?
Yes.
But then you exclude the next 3 data points. There's also on the same date, on 7/21/2021, you exclude 89 centimeters at Little Betty's, correct?
Correct.
You exclude on 7/26/2021 the 94 centimeters at Little Betty's.
Yes.
Oh, I apologize, that would not have been at Little Betty's. It would have been at the ENT of San Antonio. Is that correct?
No, I have that the July 26th measurement was at Little Betty's Pediatrics.
Then let me back up. When I said July 21st, 2021, he had 2 measurements. He had one at CHOSA that you included for 97, but then he also has one at the Pearl ER for 89 centimeters.
Correct.
Okay. And then finally, you do not include the weight, or excuse me, the height at the autopsy, time of autopsy, as being the 99 centimeters, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So at this time, Your Honor, I would just, I would object because it's not a full data set, and while he can make conclusions from the data, he has left off significant ones, and the ones he has cherry picked out of it mislead the jury.
It's the same argument we've had for all of the charts. This is what he based his opinion on. All of this was essentially cross-examination that she's been cross-examining him on, but this is the basis of his opinion as it relates to the height and his ultimate opinion as to the meaning behind those heights.
The defense's objections to states 216 and 217 are respectfully overruled. They are admitted and may be published.
Hey, Your Honor. So we're talking about that shadow. As it relates to the heights, are you going to put heights on this chart? If I'm understanding your testimony correctly, you were not going to put heights on this chart that you did not believe were reliable.
That's correct.
Okay. Does a child, when she cited some of these, specifically the Pearl ER, where he's 89 centimeters, and then which was on about a month before he passed away, compared to his length of autopsy, where he is 99 centimeters, did that seem to you to be a reliable value?
No, it did not.
Okay. The points in data where she's talking about potentially where he's 99, and then the subsequent measurement is that he is 95 centimeters, let's say. Do those seem consistent to you?
They don't.
Your children typically get shorter.
They don't typically shrink.
Okay. So what we're talking about is David December 216, which is a copy of your growth chart. When you're looking at this growth chart, what about it informs your decision as to whether Benji was suffering from malnutrition and or starvation?
So just real briefly, the key lines on there are what we call the percentile lines, and there's one in the middle that's labeled 50, and that's the 50th percentile, which means average. And then the top and bottom of the diagonal lines are the 3rd percentile and the 97th percentile. And within those 2 lines, that's considered the normal range for a child's weight growth over time. And most children kind of follow more or less one of those percentile lines. And I believe you can see on there that between his 3rd and 4th birthday, Benji was roughly following what's called the 15th percentile, which means that he is heavier than 15% of children his age and lighter than about 85%. So that's considered normal. And as you can see, there's a nice steady upward trend there at his 4th birthday. And then after his 4th birthday, he actually loses weight very dramatically. And by the time he was 4 years and 10 months, which is the second to the last dot, 4 years and 10 months, he actually dropped to the bottom range of what's considered normal. And then at the time of his death, he had actually fallen to the point where he was outside of the normal range. In other words, his weight was so low that it really is very unlikely to be a normal, healthy weight, especially when you compare to where he had been less than a year earlier.
So when we're looking at the 2 first points, number 1 on February 3rd of 2020, and the second point on September 29th of 2020, both of those indicate that Benji was on the 15th percentile growth curve.
Correct, which is normal. He was a little guy, but he was a normal little guy, and one of the indicators of that is not only being in what we consider to be the appropriate range, but also that he was growing. He was gaining weight on a path that's similar to all the other children his age.
And looking at point 2, 9/28 of 2020, that is that is on his 4th birthday.
It was, I think it was, yes, actually the day after, 9/29.
Okay.
It was when that was
Okay.
done. So essentially on his 4th birthday.
And then from 9/29 to the ultimate point on here, point number 6, are you going to be looking at the individual points as it relates to informing your opinion, or are you looking at the trend?
I'd say both.
Okay. What about the trend helps inform your opinion?
Well, children should be growing in childhood. They shouldn't be losing weight because that's really not what we expect them to do if they're receiving the appropriate amount of nutrition to support their growth and development. They should be continuing to gain weight steadily and consistently. And so when we see a pattern like this where a child's having a very dramatic loss in weight, that indicates a really significant problem.
Which individual points, if any, help inform your opinion as it relates to whether Benji suffered from malnutrition and starvation?
I would say particularly the last 2 points indicate that he's whatever is happening to his body has become so severe that he's no longer in what's considered to be the normal range for a child his age.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as exhibit number 217. This is the height chart, correct?
Yes.
And when we're looking at this point, the first point on 6/23 of 2018, and I believe this third one's actually supposed to be 3/25/21.
Oh, I apologize. I think you're right about that. Yes, it should be 3/25/21.
Okay. So we're looking at points 1 through 3. What does this tell you?
Well, what it shows is that before his 3rd birthday, he was still, in terms of his height, not in the normal range for compared to other children his age, and that was consistent with some of his growth points when he was smaller. When he up until a little before his 1st birthday, he was being weighed and measured regularly by his pediatrician, and so he was also running along the lower limit of what's considered the normal range for length, is what we call it in a baby at that time. So he and a lot of that was probably related to his prematurity, and it looks like by his 3rd birthday he was still in the process of recovering, either from being a premature baby or from some other unknown reason why he was a small infant. But the point of this is that he appeared to be recovering, especially after his 3rd birthday. There appeared to be a very good upward track, so that by the time he was 4.5, he actually was within the normal range for height.
Okay. Does this also show that his height is growing during this period of time?
Yes, he's actually growing a little bit faster than the typical child his age, because he's going from being what we would consider to be abnormally short to actually at the lower end of the normal range.
Okay. As it relates to Benji's height, was there any evidence in the record that he measured higher than 99 centimeters or longer than 99 centimeters?
No, that was the maximum height measurement that was recorded in any of the records that I reviewed.
Do you recall when it was first, when he first measured 99 centimeters?
I'm pretty sure that was September 29th of 2020 at Northeast Baptist Emergency Department.
Okay, so that would, September 29th of 2020 would have been around his 4th birthday.
Correct.
So from 4 years old to his ultimate death at 4 years and 11 months approximately old, is there any evidence that Benji grew in height?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Let me phrase it this way. Is there any evidence between his 4th birthday visit and his ultimate death?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because he just stated that the 9/28/2020 data point was, in his opinion, not accurate, and he left it off his chart, and now the state is trying to use that to rely on for a premise that would mislead the jury.
I'm going to have Mr. Villarreal finish his question so I can make sure I know where you're going. Do you mind finishing the
If I
question?
can finish this.
Sure.
So between the points of September 29th of 2020 and his ultimate death, which is August 17th of 2021, which is approximately when he was 4 years and 11 months, during any period of that time, is there any evidence that he measured higher than 99 centimeters?
And before you answer, Dr. Whitford, your objection to Sawyer's is?
Yes, he's trying to imply that he did not grow at all for that time period, when in fact, there's other data points that have been left off of this chart that are lower than 99. So that 99 on September 28th, 2020, this particular witness is found to not be reliable, and yet the state's trying to rely on what their own witness already said wasn't reliable to make this inference that he didn't grow.
So it's based on a 792 objection?
Yes.
Okay, that is respectfully overruled. You may answer.
I would say that there's no evidence that he ever measured higher than 99 centimeters, including after his 4th birthday.
Okay. record, did you seek any indication that a parent or guardian had expressed concerns to medical professionals relating to the ability for Benji to gain weight prior to his appointment with, not appointment, rather his visit at CHOSA on September 21st of 2021? I'm sorry, July 21st.
Prior to July 21st. I'm sorry, I am going to look at a couple of records real quickly to make sure about that if it's all right.
So based on your review of the medical records, no caretaker had expressed to medical professionals based on those records that they had concerns with Benji gaining weight. Is that correct?
Correct.
I want to move on from the grocers and talk about some other potential findings. What is Lanugo?
Lanugo is a type of hair growth where the hair is very fine, and it's in locations that are not typical for hair growth to happen.
And does that hair have a particular texture or presence on certain parts of the body?
It typically has a really soft feel to it, and sometimes it's the kind of hair that people refer to as peach fuzz.
As it relates to malnutrition and starvation, is there any correlation between Lanugo?
Between Lanugo and starvation?
Yes.
Yes, there is.
What is it?
Well, that is a characteristic that is frequently observed in people, young and old, but especially children who are experiencing starvation, is that they will start developing this Lanugo hair growth on unusual parts of their body.
Hang on, I have to exhibit. I should move really quick. Thank you. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted at State's exhibit number 7. As State exhibit number 7 relates, this hair on Benji's back, does that appear consistent to you with Lanugo?
Yes, it does.
Did you take this into consideration when you formed your ultimate opinion as to whether Benji suffered from malnutrition and starvation?
Yes, I did.
Would it be normal or ordinary for a 4-year-old to grow that hair on the back?
I mean, there are some children who have hair on their backs normally to some degree, but in this particular instance, I'd have to say that based on my experience, that's an unusual amount of hair on the child's back, and the consistency of it made me concerned that actually it did represent Lanugo hair growth, which would be abnormal.
Do you recall in a review of the record seeing any other indication that Benji might have Lanugo?
I don't believe it was previously mentioned in any of the other visits during the year or so before his death.
And I'm not saying necessarily Lanugo specifically, but any other observations made by a medical professional that could be interpreted to mean that they Benji have Lanugo? Do you recall?
None that were mentioned on any of the exams that I reviewed.
Did you review the autopsy findings?
Yes, I did.
What in the autopsy did you find important as relates to forming your ultimate opinion as to whether Benji suffered from malnutrition and starvation?
Well, there were a few findings that were very concerning, and probably the main one that caught my attention was that he was described as, I'm sorry, let me find it. Well, he was described overall as being cachectic.
What's cachectic mean?
Cachectic means that the body appears to have lost so much weight that it's distinctly abnormal, and also in the range of being a potentially life-threatening or potentially a severe disease process at work.
Okay. Was there anything else in there that you considered as it relates to whether he suffered from malnutrition and starvation?
Yes. In his internal examination, Dr. Molina noted that the thoracic and abdominal cavities revealed, in her words, a paucity of adipose tissue and diffusely atrophic musculature, and also that the abdominal pannus averaged 3 millimeters in thickness.
Okay. So I want to talk about, kind of break that down a little bit. As it relates to belly fat, stomach fat, would you expect that to be present in a child at his age?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, it's normal for all of us, including children, to have some degree of fat in our skin, underneath our skin layer, and also in and around the organs of our chest and abdomen.
As it relates to, did you already mention the mesentery? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I hadn't mentioned that yet.
As it relates to the mesentery, why would you expect fat on that part of Benji's body?
So the mesentery is a really thick membrane that supports our intestines and kind of keeps them in place. And then also the blood supply to the intestines goes within that mesenteric membrane. And it's normal for there to be a pretty substantial amount of fat in and on that membrane.
And how did Dr. Molina describe the mesentery?
She described it as translucent with an absence of adipose tissue.
What does that mean?
Well, translucent would mean that you can see through it. So it was very thin. And then second of all, adipose tissue is one of the terms that we use in medicine for fat tissue. And she noted that basically there was no fat tissue in or on that mesenteric membrane.
Is there anything else in the autopsy that stood out to you as it relates to the corneal ultimate pain?
Yes. When she examined Benji's heart, she noticed that there was also no fat tissue or adipose tissue on the membrane that surrounded the heart. And that's also really unusual.
I'm going to adjust this time for disqualifications on how to perform autopsy and what interpret that, because at this point, he has not been qualified as a forensic pathologist.
If I'm understanding Dr. Silver, you've taken Dr. Molina's findings and created a conclusion with them?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is her autopsy findings?
Yes, which is it?
Okay. That would be overruled.
And specifically, his qualifications on how many times he has actually been in the autopsy to see whether he would normally see it or not see it. Because his expertise, while in child abuse, does not translate to the forensic pathology or how often he would see it or not see it.
Understood, Mr. Harris. The objection is overruled. Dr. Lister, you may continue.
So talking about that fat that's around, that was absent around the heart, would you expect to see that?
Yes, I would have expected that you would have some fat tissue on that membrane around the heart.
Was there anything else in the autopsy report that informed her?
Dr. Molina made note that she could not find a thymus, which is a part of our immune system. It's a thin organ that's present at the base of the neck. And so that would be, in a 4-year-old, pretty unusual not to be able to find any thymus tissue.
What is the purpose of the thymus?
It makes some of the white blood cells that are involved with our immune response to infections and infections basically.
And does the thymus always stay the same size?
No.
What's the pattern of its growth or decline?
Well, thymus organs tend to be pretty big at birth, and they do gradually go down in size as we get older, but they're usually present throughout childhood. And so one of the things that can affect the thymus and cause the thymus to become small early is chronic stress.
Okay. So chronic stress can cause the thymus to atrophy or decrease in size or eventually go away?
Yes, our immune system is a big part of our body's response to stress. And so if someone's under chronic stress and the immune system is being overtaxed, then one of the things that happens is that the thymus can start becoming too small too early.
And would malnutrition be a possible stress?
Yes, absolutely.
Would starvation be a possible stress?
Yes.
Was there anything else in the autopsy findings that you found relevant to the point you're thinking? The
fact that his body mass index was low Dr. Mullen also made note of the fact that his body mass index was low at 12.9. And normal would, in this age, would probably be around 15 or 16.
Dr. Lipp, I want to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 15 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
World Health Organization of the expected body mass index for different ages of boys.
Okay. And does this include the percentiles?
Yes, it does.
Fair to say about 50th percentile is the median, the middle of the group?
Yes.
And is this the same type of data from the is it the same organization, the World Health Organization, that you use as far as these exhibits 216 and 217 relating to growth charts?
Yes.
And as it relates to a child at 4 years and 11 months, what would the 50th percentile be?
The 50th percentile would be 15.2.
Okay. Thank you.
And I think it might be helpful also just to explain that body mass index is a more detailed way of comparing height to weight.
Okay.
Because it takes into account variations in body composition or body presentation that just comparing height and weight doesn't necessarily do.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as safety exhibit number 219 for identification purposes. Does this appear to be from that same World Health Organization?
Yes, it does.
And this is a little different than states 218, correct? And that this is the Z-score. It relates to the Z-scores?
Yes.
And what was Benji's BMI at the time of his death?
12.9.
Okay. Using this pen, can you mark at 4 years and 11 months where 12.9 would be?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And looking at that, what Z-score is he on?
He's at -2.
Okay. The jury heard some testimony as it relates to Z-scores, but what do these numbers mean? -1, -2, -3, 1, 2, 3, 0?
Okay, so it's a statistical calculation.
Okay.
And basically the average of a population is considered a Z-score of 0.
Okay.
And every variation from the average, instead of saying, well, he's 5 centimeters over or 5 centimeters under, sometimes it's kind of hard to figure out exactly what that means. Is that bad or good or what? It's expressed in terms of how far away from the average it is.
Okay.
And so it's called standard deviations. And so this means that he's 2 standard deviations below the mean or the average for his age.
Okay. Do you know roughly what that means as it relates to what percentage of the population would be heavier or having greater BMI than him?
So 2 standard deviations, if I recall correctly, is at the 3rd percentile. In other words, that he would be heavier than 3% and lighter than 97% of kids his age.
Okay, so 97% of the population, world population, would have a greater BMI than Benji.
Correct.
Okay. As it relates to the autopsy, and I want to specifically talk about some of the vitreous fluids. Were you able to review that?
Yes.
And were any of the vitreous fluids on important to you or relevant to you in informing your opinion?
Yes.
Which one?
Well, the one that really is the most striking is that his sodium level in his vitreous fluid was quite elevated. It was 159.
What does that indicate to you?
That he was dehydrated.
Okay. Is there, again, that relationship between starvation and dehydration?
Yes, it's one that we very frequently observe, and it has to do with the fact that if someone's not getting enough food, they're probably not getting enough fluids either. And so dehydration is a really commonly seen part of malnutrition.
Was there anything on autopsy that you reviewed that ultimately informed you?
So he also had a very low what's called blood urea nitrogen when he was that was noted during his evaluation in the hospital the day before the autopsy when he died. And blood urea nitrogen typically is associated with, if it's elevated, it's associated with dehydration, and if it's low, it's associated with a very low protein content in the body. And so it's a little difficult to reconcile with the fact that there were other indications of dehydration, but it does raise additional concern about the degree of malnutrition that he was experiencing.
So that blood urea nitrogen was low, which indicates low protein.
Yes, it's a breakdown product of the normal metabolism of protein in the body. And if you don't have enough protein in your body, then you can't metabolize the protein enough to really generate a normal level of blood urea nitrogen. And a very low level like this of 3 is an indication of overall protein insufficiency or protein deficiency.
Is there anything else on the autopsy report?
No, I'm sorry. I don't. I think we've covered the important findings, in my opinion.
Are compulsive behaviors associated with malnutrition and starvation?
Well, I don't know if they're necessarily associated. I don't know that they're always seen, but we certainly see children who have been chronically malnourished who start exhibiting abnormal behaviors around food.
Okay. Would chewing on the fingers, could that be a compulsive behavior?
Yes.
Associated?
Your Honor, I'm not objecting to eating.
I would suggest an answer.
I'm trying to process it in my head and answer your question. That is overruled. Go ahead, sir.
So can chewing on the fingers be one of those compulsive behaviors that might be associated or be a sign that a child is malnourished?
Yes.
Yes. What about eating their own feces?
And again, objection, it's leaning.
I understand that considering the witness and the form of the question, I'm going to overrule the objection. You may answer them.
Okay. So that wasn't discussed in the autopsy report, but in answer to your question, yes, children who are experiencing deprivation of food have been known to eat their own feces.
Were you provided pictures of Benjamin prior to your testimony?
Yes.
And did you review those in forming your ultimate opinion as to whether Benji suffered from malnutrition and starvation?
Yes.
Party. I'm going to show you which party band it is. It's exhibit number 76. There's evidence of this photo on the wall. This photo was taken on or about April 4th, 2021, and this photo on the right was taken on August 14th of 21. Do you notice a difference in Benji's body composition as it relates to these two photographs?
Yes.
And what do you notice?
Well, I'd say the picture on the right is how thin he is on his legs, and especially his trunk is very noticeable at his arms. We can't really appreciate the arms or the trunk very well in the picture on the left because of his clothes, but you can certainly, it certainly appears that there's more body tissue on his legs on the left picture than on the right. And the other thing, of course, that's really quite dramatic is the change in the appearance of his face. Whereas the child on the left, that picture, he has normal appearing cheeks, whereas on the right, he appears to have lost a lot of the body fat in his cheeks and appears very gaunt in that one.
I'm going to show you what mark the state's exhibit number 220. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It is a scientific paper that Dr. Nancy Kellogg and I wrote about cases of child starvation that was published in 2005.
Okay, and where was this published?
In a journal called Pediatrics.
And what is pediatrics?
It's probably the leading scientific journal in our field, the specialty of pediatrics.
And what was the title of this paper?
Criminally prosecuted cases of child starvation.
And what was the goal or intention of writing this paper?
Dr. Kellogg, over the previous couple of years, like 2002 and 2003, had been consulted on about 12 cases where children had starved either to the point of death or nearly so. And she was struck by how similar in some respects the cases were and asked me to collaborate with her on presenting those 12 cases in a way that highlighted the similarities amongst them.
Okay. The cases that you used, were there, do they all contain judicial findings?
Yes.
Okay, so these cases included children whose caregiver or somebody was prosecuted for the starvation.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
No, I don't know the jury makeup. No, I don't, Rhode Island, I don't. Right, I just want to quickly update. I will put that up there. So Tilboy is going on trial on the 17th of December, 9 o'clock. I'm not sure if it's going to be live or not. I don't know. And Kate Peters was ordered to continue to stay away from Lauren Murray. And they'll be back in court for pre-trial on November 22nd at 9 a.m. So that's the update from today's hearing for you all. Ba, ba, ba. But yeah, sorry, Deb, I don't know, my darling. I don't know what they are. I don't, because no one else is covering this bad boy. Well, not that I know of, anyway. No other streamer I know of is covering this, so I'm late to the game myself on this one, Deb.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will disregard the last question by the Assistant District Attorney and any answer from Dr. Lucifer. Thank you very much, Mr. Ariel.
Thank you, Judge. I want to talk about just your clinical experience, your experience in reviewing cases at the Center for Miracles. That disease score that we talked about in State's Exhibit number 219. I'm so sorry. -2. In your experience, have you seen other kids who are malnourished and or starved to the point of death who had a similar disease score?
I have had a couple of other cases where the children died from starvation, but I honestly can't remember what their Z-score was.
Okay. Knowing that the Z-score for Benji at the time of his death, as it relates to his BMI, was -2, or roughly the third percentile, is that correct?
Yes.
Does that change your opinion as to whether Benji, prior to his death, was starving from malnutrition starvation?
No, it doesn't.
Is the Z-score consistent with your findings, the findings that we've already talked about, the libido, the lack of mesenteric fat, the lack of subcutaneous fat, the atrophy of the findings, all of those things?
The Z-score -2, in my opinion, is consistent with those findings.
So when looking at whether Benji was malnourished and starved, did you consider other possible explanations for his weight loss?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about some of those. When a child is born, and I want to specifically talk about between 2016, is there any metabolic testing done at birth?
Yes, there is.
And what is it?
Well, the most extensive would be the what's called the newborn screening protocol, which is performed on every baby born in Texas, where a little bit of blood is taken from the heel and sent to the lab, actually 2 different times in Austin, to check for, it's actually up to 55 diseases now of the metabolic system that can cause health problems for babies as they get older. And so Benji did have the newborn screening protocol performed, and we do have a record that the results were normal.
There's been testimony previously about Benji's visit to the ER on July 21st of 2021 and the Center for Miracles consult. Are you aware of that Center for Miracles consult?
Yes.
For that Center for Miracles consult, what was the purpose of it?
So we actually were initially consulted by the Child Protective Services investigator, and we were shown pictures, or my colleague, Dr. Alvarez, was shown photos of what appeared to be bruises around Benji's eyes, and we were asked to comment on whether those were indicative that he had been abused. And then subsequently, the next day, Benji was taken to the CHOSA emergency room for the same problem to evaluate those bruises. And so Dr. Alvarez was contacted by the emergency room physician and asked, I believe it was the main purpose was what kind of workup did she recommend?
Okay, so that consult didn't have any relation to evaluating Benji for his weight?
No, actually it didn't.
Did it have any relation to making an opinion or consulting as it relates to whether Benji was malnourished?
No, and these were phone calls from the investigator and from the physician, and really all they were inquiring about was the bruising.
To your recollection, and so Dr. Alvarez, she was a fellow?
She was.
And so did you supervise her?
I was actually her supervisor for the first call, but then there was a change of shift, so to speak, and one of my colleagues, Dr. Spiller, was actually her supervisor for the second call.
So you were generally aware of his consult.
Oh, yes, definitely.
And to your recollection, were you shown any pictures of Benji's bare, like torso in your consult?
No, not to my recollection.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted. State's exhibit number 94. And to this, to your recollection, in your consult.
Not in my consult.
Okay. And looking at this, do you see any signs that Benji at this point is suffering or has had some weight loss?
Could I look at the actual photo?
Yeah. Let me ask it this way. Is there anything about his appearance that might give you suspicion that he is malnourished or malnourished?
Yes, in my opinion, there are concerns in this photo that he is likely underweight.
What is that?
Well, his ribs are showing, and also his shoulder blades are very prominent, which both suggest that he's does not have the appropriate amount of tissue around those bones.
And have you seen that in other cases in which children have been malnourished and starved?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as defendant's exhibit number 31. Does that appear to be Benji to you?
Yes.
And is there anything in here that gives you concern about his weight?
Well, I have to say overall, probably not. His ribs and his flank area are visible, but he appears to have more body tissue present, and for instance, on his face. And so that I'd have to say, to me, this appears to be less concerning than the other picture.
Okay. So this one, if you had seen this, you would have been concerned that there was potentially issues related to his weight.
That one, yes.
Dr. Lucador, are you familiar with the Texas legal definition of serious bodily injury?
Yes.
And I want to talk about Benji prior to his death. This weight loss prior to his death, would you consider that serious bodily injury?
Yes.
And of course, his death, which is serious bodily injury.
Yes.
And ultimately, what is your opinion as it relates to whether Benji was starved?
My opinion is that there was substantial evidence that Benji had been the victim of starvation leading up to his death.
I'll pass it.
Yes, thank you. All right. Good morning, Council Clerk.
Morning.
All right, so are you familiar with the term confirmation bias?
Yes, I think so.
What is it?
Confirmation bias is basically that you've already made up your mind about a particular issue, and so when you're presented with new information, you're interpreting it based on what you've already made up your mind about.
And so, do you know how to combat confirmation bias?
I would.
Go ahead.
I don't know specifically, other than to say that the main way to counteract any form of bias is to be aware of the bias so that you don't fall into the trap of prejudging new or different information based on your previous opinion.
Thank you. And so in this case, you're telling the jury that you had seen pictures or you were consulted regarding Benji on 7/20/2021, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
July 20th, 2021.
Correct.
And then on July 21st, 2021, Benji's taken to CHOSA.
Yes.
And at that time, the ER doctor, Dr. Henry, contacts Center for Miracles again.
Yes.
And then it wasn't you that was on call that day, it was Dr. Spiller?
Dr. Spiller, yes.
Okay, but you were aware of this case?
Yes.
Okay. And then there was you said another doctor that was working with y'all that went by the name of Dr. I apologize. What did you say her name was?
Mary Ann Alvarez Griffiths.
Griffiths. Okay.
Yes.
So Griffiths. Or Dr. Griffiths. And so all three of y'all conferred on this case, correct?
Well, at different times, Dr. Alvarez-Griffiths was what we call first call. Like she took the calls initially and then would sign off about the case to her faculty. And the first time it was me, and then the next day it was Dr. Spiller. So there were 3 of us involved in the case, not all at the same time.
Okay. And so do you remember conferring or sending emails to an attorney in this case for, say, Christopher Ramos?
Yes.
Okay. And in your disclosures to him, do you recall informing him that you had reviewed this case before, July 20th, 2021?
I'm just going to look at my copy of those emails real quick, if that's all right. All right, yes, ma'am.
So at that time, you told him that you had seen Benjamin about a month before he died, correct?
Wrong. That was wrong.
Oh, sorry, that you were aware, you were informed of Benjamin about a month before he died, correct?
Well, what I wrote was that we had some involvement with this case. I did not specify whether or not we actually examined him, and actually we had not examined him.
At this time, may I see your emails?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach your? Yes, ma'am. Did you have phone conversations with the attorney Ramos?
I don't specifically recall. I certainly could have, but I don't recall specifically.
Do you, and so. So the point is that you confirmed that he was treated by CHOSA emergency room, right? That you were consulted.
Yes.
And that you further expressed that it appears that Benjamin did not appear starved or protected at that time.
Well, that the ER physician did not describe him as that. He called him borderline low muscle bulk, but did not bring up any other terms like cachectic or starved or anything like that.
Okay, and so there's a distinction, right, in y'all's legal field between borderline low muscle, correct? That's right? Oh, medical field, sorry, in your medical field for borderline low muscle bulk, right?
Versus cachexia or starvation, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay, I would agree with that.
Okay, and so, in one implies, what is the difference between the two?
Well, I mean, I can't really speak for Dr. Henry. I would say that I believe what he was referring to is that he, Benji probably looked a little skinny at the time, but not to the point that he felt that there was anything necessarily or definitely wrong.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 40. Did you have a chance to review that with me during break?
Yes.
Okay, and is it an accurate representation of figure number 2 in your article?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and figure number 2 in your article is a image of a child that's cachectic.
Yes, absolutely.
At this time, Your Honor, I would tender Defense Exhibit 40 to defense and ask that it be admitted as it contains the figure number 2. Sure.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I didn't know if you have it. You have it just in reviewing it. Okay.
I think it's supported.
Yes, sir.
This image of this cachectic child, do you know the circumstances in which this child died?
Well, just what we reported in our article.
Do you treat this child?
How do you know?
How old was this child?
He was about 2.5 months old.
Okay, so now 4 years and 11 months old.
Correct.
Are you aware of the circumstances in which this child died?
Well, once again, what is just what we published in our article.
Can we approach?
Spacey, Stacy. Oh, fuck. What did I do there? I think they go for lunch now, so we can zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, 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 boom, boom, boom.
What would you, in converting it to pounds, what would you say that the difference is for those two different weights?
Well, it's close to 2 pounds.
2 pounds. Okay. So we have a 2 pound difference in the same day, right? And now we come back and we are at Lewis Lopez, Dr. Lopez, it weighs him in on 7/26/2021, and he has 13.84 correct kilograms.
I'm pretty sure that was actually taken at Little Buddy's Pediatrics, but yes, it was 13.8 kilograms.
You are correct, and he just happens to be the doctor. This is and Little Buddies. This is not my chart. This is Dr. Molina's chart, and so sorry for the confusion, but yes, you are correct. It is Little Buddies, same doctor. Okay, so 13.84, and you'll notice that he's actually gone up just slightly from the 13.8 that's on 7/21/2021. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so in a week he hasn't dropped any weight that it looks like from here, at least from the lowest value. And would you agree with me that y'all saw, or excuse me, CHOSA saw him on 7/21/2021, and you consulted on that case, correct? Mm-hmm. And at that time, they found that there was no, they weren't concerned for any kind of malnutrition, correct?
Well, they didn't specifically comment other than to say low muscle bulk.
Okay, they say low muscle bulk, but do they also, they are told that he had a failure to thrive, correct?
Well, I don't see that. I see that parents say that he previously struggled to gain weight.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defendant, state's exhibit.
Oh, previous failure to thrive, I'm sorry, that was in the first paragraph. I do see that.
Okay, well, and it's not just that, but even the coding. I'm going to hand you state's exhibit 102, and I've turned your attention to 7/21/2021, and you will note that he's even coded in the medical records as they're looking at him for failure to thrive, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, I mean, everybody's aware on July 21st, 2021, that this child is being looked at for failure to thrive. And would you agree with me that not one single doctor, not even Center for Miracles, recommends that he go see a nutritionalist or receive IV treatment or anything of the sort, correct?
We were not made aware of the weight concerns when we got the phone call from Dr. Henry. Which is why we didn't comment on that. We didn't realize that was a concern. And so the other thing is, I would just point out that on July 22nd, it was an emergency room visit for his ear. And so, or I'm sorry, for the bruising under his eyes. And so it would not be unusual for the ER doctor to address the issue that brought them there and basically refer everything else to the PCP.
Right, but if a child walks into the ER and is in a state of such severe malnourishment, would you agree that even if a child walks in with one complaint and you discover another as a medical doctor, you're going to take up the complaint the other complaint as well? You're not going to ignore it just because you might have initially been put in contact with the patient for one reason.
Well, I would like to say that. I'm not sure that's actually how things work in the emergency room.
Okay, so you understand that one of the things that Brandon has been charged with is failure to seek proper medical care, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so when a parent has their child in the presence of a doctor and the doctor does not identify that there might be issues or concerns that they need to be aware of, that would indicate to them that they have done their duty. I'm sorry, I'll rephrase. The point is that would you agree that parents rely on medical professionals for their expertise and knowledge?
Yes.
In healthcare, and that when the healthcare provider is made aware of an issue, but then does not recommend any additional treatment, that a parent may not realize that anything else is needed to be done, correct?
Judge, it's my call for speculation.
Just 1 second, I'm sorry, I'm reading the question again.
I'm sorry.
Sustained. You don't have to answer that, Dr.
So, but the point is that if a medical professional had evaluated the child and didn't identify an issue, how would a lay parent looking at the child know there was an issue?
Judge, I'm going to object to it. Call for speculation of the relevance, generally speaking.
That question I think can be answered. You can answer it. So that's respectfully overruled. Dr. Lewis, you can answer that.
So I guess I'm having a problem because Dr. Henry did make a recommendation to the parents that they take a further step about his weight and feeding problems, which I don't know if the parents did.
What was that recommendation?
I recommended that parents discuss the need for possible referral to a geneticist with their pediatrician.
Okay, so does a geneticist oversee food?
Yeah, in a genetic condition where that's an issue.
Okay, so did you read the whole medical report from July 21st, 2021?
From July 22nd?
Start July 21st, while you're there way into the morning hours.
Well, I mean, I have a CHOSA emergency room visit dated, or the document is dated July 22nd. I don't know if that's what you're referring to or not.
And Dr. Henry had a departure plan. Did you read the departure plan?
Yes.
Okay. In the departure plan, when it said it's referred to a geneticist, would you agree with me that it's referring to the, it says specifically, he is safe to continue to watch at home. Please follow up with your regular doctor as soon as possible to discuss his symptoms. He may need a referral to a geneticist as well as a behavioral specialist. And the geneticist and the behavioral specialist, if you were looking at the rest of the record, is talking about autism, potentially that the child might have autism. Is autism going to be picked up by a geneticist?
Yes.
Okay. So would you agree with me that nowhere in the departure plan do they indicate that he needs to have additional nutrients or do a journal or a log or anything like that to make the parents aware that, hey, this kid is suffering from malnutrition? It's just a yes or no. Did they make them aware anywhere in the departure plan that they needed to address malnutrition?
No, but you have to remember this is an emergency room. Okay, they're not going to address.
Your Honor, non-responsive.
I'll allow him to answer. Go ahead.
Given that this was an emergency room and given that the parents actually came in for a totally separate problem, it doesn't surprise me that the ER doc did not go into explicit detail on the feeding problems and the failure to thrive.
So CPS was contacted based off of malnutrition, the injuries to the eyes, and this was all something that CPS was aware of. And CPS contacted you, say they contacted you for the referral? Or the Center for Miracles?
CPS contacted Center for Miracles about the bruising. They never mentioned any concerns about the child's growth.
So CPS are trained professionals that are there for the welfare of the child, correct?
Yes.
And seeing the child on 7/21/2021, not Dr. Henry, not CPS, nobody is concerned about the fact that this child in any way looks like he is in medical need of attention for malnourishment, correct?
Well, Dr. Henry expressed a concern about his failure to thrive and eating behaviors and low muscle bulk.
Eating behaviors. Was that Dr. Henry or was that the parents giving information to Dr. Henry?
Well, I'd have to say Dr. Henry was more focused on the reported self-harming behavior. So he did not specifically talk about the eating behaviors that he makes a note of anyway with the parents.
Okay. All right. So now let's go to your growth chart. I'm going to give you a pink highlighter. I'm sorry, it's pink. It's the first one I grabbed. And I'm also, so the states exhibit was, for your height, was going to be states exhibit 217, right? But I'm going to give you a copy of that, and you're going to label it, different number, is already labeled, the defendant's exhibit 41, okay? And I want you, if you will, to add the additional points that you have left off of the chart, okay?
Okay.
So, you agree with me that we have September 28th, 2020, he was 99 centimeters at Northeast Baptist, correct?
Yes.
12/9/2020, he was 95 centimeters at Little Buddies.
95. Yes.
April 1st, 2021, he was 99 centimeters at CHOSA. You don't have April 1st?
I have to wait. I don't have the height for that day. Sorry, tell me again.
99 centimeters.
April 1st, so that would be.
And then
Okay.
the next one is 7/21/2021, 89 centimeters. next one is 7/26/2021 at Little Buddies. Do you have that one?
I had one. Oh, I have a trophy one from 7/21.
Yes, but you already have that long on your chart. It's the 97 centimeters.
Oh, okay.
But in regards to Little Buddies from July 26, 2021, do you have that with the height?
94.
You can log that one, please. And then finally, can you log on the day of his passing, he was 99 centimeters.
That was.
Okay, thank you. Is that an accurate representation of the data that you just put onto, that I called out, that you put onto this Defendant's Exhibit 41 as highlighted in pink?
Yes, in my opinion.
Okay. All right. I'm tendering it to defendant to state for their review and asking that Defendant's Exhibit 41 be admitted. On the date of his death, on August 17th, 2021, that he measured height 99 centimeters.
Yes.
Okay, but earlier you testified that you only wanted to use the data points that were the most relevant or that you didn't find suspicious, correct?
Correct.
But would you agree with me that the 97 centimeters that you selected to use is below the 99 centimeters that he has at his death, correct?
Yes.
So, I fail to see how you agree that kids don't shrink
Yes.
in height. Okay, and so the fact that you chose to leave out the 99 centimeters at his passing, but chose to include the 97 centimeters at his on 7/21/2021, you didn't find that suspicious? I mean, 97 centimeters is a suspicious number, correct?
Well, yeah, it concerned me, and that's why I actually didn't connect it to the other dots, is because I wasn't completely sure what that represented. Maybe the 99 centimeters that came before it was the outlier, and maybe the 97 was the more accurate. I just didn't feel like I had enough information to really say with certainty which were the accurate dots and which were the outlier dots.
Fair, and so it's best to provide all of the data so you can see the outliers better, correct?
Well, except that makes what starts really confusing to look at.
Well, but we wouldn't want to mislead people in any way, correct?
No.
So when you're looking at this and we look at the trend of the trajectory, you would agree with me that if we are going in and trying to find a line that curves through these dots like we do in statistics, we would wind up tracking pretty consistently with him still continuing to grow.
I don't think you can say that from all these dots that are all over the place after his 4th birthday.
Okay. Well, and this isn't after his 4th birthday, right? This is before, your chart starts before his 4th birthday.
No, but after his 4th birthday is when we start getting all these outliers.
Well, okay, that's because that's the data you have. I mean, you don't know there was only 2 data points between that you include. I didn't go back behind the 4th birthday, correct? We were only, anyway, let me just continue. The point is that what I hear you saying is you cannot make a conclusion one way or the other whether or not he was actually growing during that time period.
Well, it certainly looks like he was on an upward trend that started by his 3rd birthday, the very first point back there, and because it looks really consistent with the next dot when he was 3.5, and that looks pretty consistent with the dot when he was about 4.5. That one.
Okay.
And so consistency is one of the tools that we use to try to figure out when we have all these outliers like this, is what seems to be the most consistent set of data. So those 3 to me look like the most consistent.
All right, and so you're not trying to tell this jury though that he had stopped growing height-wise, correct? Because you don't have data to support that.
That's correct. I don't think we have data to support anything after about his age 4.5, give or take.
So then, earlier State showed you State Exhibit 94. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you then asked, do you have any concerns? And you said, I believe you said something about the shoulder blades and possibly the rib showing, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you, in response to Defendant's Exhibit 31, said you had less concerns, correct? All right. Now, do you have any concerns in regards to Defendant's Exhibit 32? Sorry. Can you see that I can't see?
Yeah.
Here, do you need me to hand you the photo?
That's pretty glary from other
Yeah, it's
people.
so hard to see.
I'm not sure there's a concern there. I mean, in this picture, he looks like a skinny kid, but just going off a picture with no other data, I'm not sure that it's enough to really express a strong concern.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 22. And Do you have any concerns there?
Same observation. He looks a little skinny, but particularly with clothes on, which of course is going to decrease our ability to give an opinion on this topic. I don't know that there's a specific concern to express.
And you see the pupil fat on his face? What is bubble fat? Sorry.
Well, that refers to the fatty tissue that most of us have here in our cheeks.
Okay. And does he have bubble fat?
Let me see. Yeah, I think he probably does.
Okay. And does he have bubble fat here on Defendant's Exhibit 32?
Probably. Yeah, I think there's probably some there.
Okay. Now, you spoke earlier about this. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 219. Can you see that? It's the BMI for age boys.
Jody, that hasn't been admitted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought y'all had admitted it. I apologize. Go ahead. I thought you, okay.
I don't think we admitted it.
Can you check?
State's Exhibit 219 was only identified, marked right indicator.
Oh,
It was not
okay.
admitted.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and this is your representation of a chart that you looked at, correct?
Yes, I put the dot together.
Okay. And you estimated where that dot should go. It wasn't done through a computer or anything. You're just eyeballing it, correct?
I guess you could say that, yeah.
And so, but this is a chart that would generally be relied on in your field, your professional field?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to admit State's Exhibit 219.
State's Exhibit 219 is admitted.
So we're showing you the chart, and you would agree with me that you've only found one BMI on the chart, correct? You've only logged one data point.
So I think there's more BMIs in the records. I was only asked to chart that one.
I understand. I understand that they can be calculated, but would you agree this only has one data point, right?
That I would agree with.
Yeah. And but would you agree with me that that you have not come to the court with a chart that tracks the child's BMI?
That's correct.
And you believe that the BMI is significant because it can tell you more about the child, not just the child's. Well, why is it significant? Why is BMI significant?
So it's calculated in a way that the individual variations due to like body type or body shape, it's not influenced as much by that versus it sets up a standard that's more reliably compared to the rest of the population.
Okay, so like it compares height to weight. So if you had a really tall person who was skinny or a short person who's overweight, fat, I don't mean but fat, overweight, it takes into consideration their stature, essentially.
Well, it is a way of measuring weight for height, but if you just compare the weight to the height, that is overly influenced by body shape. And so the body mass index, BMI, irons that out a little bit. So there's less, it's less influenced by the factors that you mentioned, that someone can be tall and thin but normal versus short and overweight. It's a from our point of view, it's a
to the chart, then I wanted you to know I'll meet Bill. Bill's a big spender. Bow, 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 bow. Bill. He's called Similar Rex. Da, 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 da. Now Bill's got a mouth, but he's got a heart of gold, which we love. The women all love him. Maybe not true, but Bill's part of the crew. Da, 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 da. Hey, Billy.
more reliable way to compare a person to the general population.
Okay, and so you do not, let me ask you this, do doctors also rely on BMI in their everyday practice if they've only seen a child once?
I mean, it's a measurement that's relied on routinely by physicians. And I would say, even if we only had one BMI point, we certainly look at it and see if it is at a level that needs some sort of action. But I believe what you're referring to is that it's really the trend over time that's more important. Is the BMI going up, meaning the person's gaining more weight? Is the BMI going down? Is the person losing weight, et cetera?
All right, and so, but you didn't feel like that was, well, you looked at Dr. Molina's autopsy, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that she only provides one BMI in her autopsy.
Yes.
And that, are you aware of any other chart that she's made that tracks the BMI over time?
Not that I'm aware of.
But BMI is an important figure, data set to consider when you are considering whether a child is malnourished or not, correct?
Well, it's completely unreliable under the age of 4, so it's not used in that age group. So, and the issue we had with Benji's points in and around his 4th birthday and after were the heights were clearly unreliable. They're outliers all over the place. And so if your height is unreliable, your BMI is going to be unreliable.
So the chart that was just admitted for State Exhibit 219 BMI for age for boys that you just went off of goes from 2 to 5 years old, correct?
That chart does, yeah.
Yeah. And so it's not just for 4-year-old boys, or it's for a whole data set between 2 to 5.
Well, you can calculate it at birth. I mean, it's just a calculation. But what we found out through the years that it's not reliable for clinical use until after the 4th birthday.
Okay. So when we're talking about things that you evaluate in considering starvation, there's the intentional starvation, and would you agree there's an unintentional starvation?
Yes.
And some of what can factor in determining unintentional starvation might be education, someone's education, not knowing what needs to be done, what foods are most nutritious to help a child, correct?
Well, once again, I would argue that it's more the volume of food that's given or not given to the child. Especially in a country like the U.S., food is generally nutritious, at least to the extent of not starving to death. And so if a child is getting a reasonable amount of food, they're not going to starve to death.
So if you have parents that are reporting on 7/21/2021 that the child is eating but has had to have difficulty putting on weight and had needed nutritional supplement like shakes, and you're looking at a child that doesn't weigh very much, it would be real easy to just say, hey, you know what, let's just make sure that he's getting the right nutrients and hook him up to an IV to see if it's the parent's fault or it's a failure of the metabolism, the child's metabolic system, correct?
Well, an IV is not going to tell you information about that because an IV is basically water and salt. So that's not going to correct undernutrition. So the approach to that would be to admit the child to the hospital and have objective observers see whether or not the child actually eats and how much they're eating and appropriate amounts, et cetera. And so that you're not relying on 1 or 2 reports from someone who may not be telling you the truth.
Okay. And so, but there's a way to rule that out, that you could address it medically if you needed to, correct?
Yeah, if it's a really big concern and no other option seems appropriate at the time, then putting the child in the hospital would be a step. But an ER doc who's never seen the child before wouldn't know what other approaches have been taken or have not been taken by the primary care doctor or other doctors.
And so Dr. Mannery, as the departure plan pointed out, says you need to follow up with your pediatrician, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that the parents follow up with the pediatrician the very next week.
Yes, that's what they do.
And that pediatrician also did not recommend that the child go and see anyone in regards to food consumption or concerns of malnutrition.
Okay. Well, actually, when the parents brought him in to see Dr. Lopez on July the 26th, they didn't even ask about weight. It was the ears that concerned them.
Did they weigh the child?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the same pediatrician that has seen him for his 4-year well check, correct?
Right.
And the eyes are still, he still has black eyes at that time, correct?
I'm sorry, that's a 4-year well check in December?
No, it's just on 7/26/2021, did he still have black eyes, correct?
Well, that's not really clear from this because Dr. Lopez wrote eyes normal.
Okay. If a photo has been admitted into evidence on 7/26, that was taken 7/26/2021, and you can still see the black eyes, then they would be present at that time, correct?
I would assume so. Apparently Dr. Lopez wasn't really sure about that, but Oh, no, he did say, I'm sorry, I apologize, contusion under both eyes bilaterally. So he did notice it.
Okay, so, and Dr. Lopez was aware that CPS was involved.
Yes.
Okay. So the child is being looked at considerably by trained medical professionals for child use, yes?
Well, I don't know if they told him about Center for Miracles being involved or not. He just says CPS called and wants medical records.
Well, and I understand that, but my point is that if Child Protective Services is involved, then you would also believe that they are aware.
Judge, I'm going to object to also speculation.
I'll move along. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so would you agree with me that if someone is not being fed sufficiently, that they would start, if it gets to be a serious situation, that they are actually going to start having negative effects on their bodily organs?
A serious level of malnutrition, yes, has negative effects on bodily organs.
Okay. And would you agree with me that at least on all the medical records that you reviewed when Benji went to the doctor, there was no report of any negative effects on his bodily organs?
Well, certainly none that were labeled as such.
Okay. You have no problems with his vital functions at any of those 3 visits in July, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you have testified that the loss of that generally in starvation cases you will have a loss of tissue underneath the skin, correct?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And that you have fatty tissue. The fatty tissue is all over. It's in our faces, it's in our abdomens, our arms, legs, and everywhere else.
Pretty much.
And that certain kinds of rashes may develop if you are experiencing starvation.
Correct.
And is that because starvation, or why is that? What are the rashes?
I'm not really sure why they develop, but it probably has to do with changes in the skin, like less moisture in the skin and things of that nature. But beyond that, I can't tell you specifically why skin changes are part of starvation.
And then that if you are being starved, that you're increasingly less able to carry on normal activities.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And that and as it becomes more and more extreme, you may not even be able to get up and walk or to do certain things like that because you've lost so much muscle. Your body's incapable of doing it.
Correct.
Now, you noted that the hair starts falling out and becomes thinner and thinner and more breakable is a sign of starvation.
Yes.
And then in this term, there's 2 types of starvation, or I guess, is it malnutrition or starvation? Kwashiorkor?
Mm-hmm.
Can you pronounce that name for me?
Kwashiorkor? Yes.
Okay, thank you. Kwashiorkor, and okay, I'm gonna spell this and make sure that Andrew can tell me if it's spelled correctly.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Your Honor, can I, as a demonstrative, just to show the spelling of the word publish, do you have the objection?
No.
Okay, yes, that's fine. And then, what is kwashiorkor?
So that kwashiorkor is a type of malnutrition where the person is still having access to carbohydrates, not necessarily a normal amount, but at least some, but is not having access to protein or fat. So they are getting some calories and a little bit of nutrition, but it's a very skewed kind of nutrition that really doesn't provide optimal conditions for the body to grow. And these are children that you may have seen photos of from West Africa, which is where this is seen the most, where they are very underweight and very weak and everything else, but have very distended bellies.
Okay, and then what is the other kind?
The other kind is called marasmus, M-A-R-A-S-M-U-U-S.
Okay, and so this, can I put distended belly under this term? Would that set it apart from this?
Yeah, that's kind of the characteristic feature of it. And they also tend to have very significant skin changes as well.
Okay, and should I put skin changes as well?
You can. And they also have more dramatic hair changes while we're at it. Their hair typically changes to kind of an orange color and becomes very brittle.
Okay. And then in regards to the marasmus.
Marasmus, yes. And we actually in the U.S., we don't really use the term as much anymore. We call it protein calorie malnutrition.
On which one?
Marasmus. And the reason for that is because marasmus is the more typical type of malnutrition where the child's just not getting any nutrition at all, essentially. So it's not just the carbs they're missing out on, but they're missing out on protein and fat. So it's a global kind of malnutrition that is more typical for children that we see here in the U.S.
So tell me the term I'll use again.
Protein.
Okay.
calorie, malnutrition.
Okay, and you said this is more of a global?
It just means global malnutrition. Like, in other words, the children are not getting any significant nutrient. And it's more the typical kind that we see here in the U.S.
Okay, and so in regards to Benji's case, did he have kwashiorkor or did he have marasmus?
He had marasmus.
Okay. And so we're focused on this one, right?
Yes.
Marasmus. And are there any special, like, things that we look for under marasmus that we don't, that are different?
Well, they don't have the distended belly. If anything, it's the opposite. They have going in belly, a concave belly, and because it just represents weight loss. They're just losing weight over every part of their body. They also can have hair and skin changes, but they're not as dramatic as with kwashiorkor. They're a little more subtle. But over time, they start losing hair as well, and they start getting skin rashes.
Okay, so they can also, so the skin change and hair change and rashes are not just for kwashiorkor, it can also happen here.
Well, it's more dramatic with kwashiorkor, but it definitely happens with marasmus as well, especially as it becomes more severe.
Okay.
And seriously affect a child's health.
Okay, and in reviewing the records, do you recall that normally they do 2 screens, right?
Right.
And did you ever see a second screen for Benji?
I think I only saw one.
Okay, and why would you need a second screen? Why did they do 2 screens?
Well, in the ordinary situation where a baby's born and goes home the next day or the day after that with a parent, they haven't had enough protein feeds yet to really develop those metabolic pathways that are being tested. And so typically when a baby comes back in for its 2-week checkup, they go back to the hospital and have a second test. Now, since Benji was there for longer than just a couple of days, it's possible that had something to do with why only one was done, but I honestly don't know that for sure. And it's entirely possible that he had a second one, but the results were just in a different place or something like that.
And so let's talk about metabolic issues that can arise after birth. Do you get metabolic disorders after birth?
There are a couple, there aren't very many, but there are a couple of metabolic conditions that can develop later in life.
And what are those?
Well, the most common one would be diabetes. The thyroid gland can develop problems later in life. That's called acquired hypothyroidism. And I guess there are a couple of other hormone-related ones. There's one called Cushing's syndrome, Addison's disease, and a few more. But they're pretty, with the exception of diabetes, they're pretty uncommon, especially in children, and are usually present in such a way that they can be identified fairly quickly.
Okay, and what are some of the symptoms of diabetes?
It's called the classic ones that we look for. And I'm going to say that there's 2 kinds of diabetes, and I'm going to talk about type 1 diabetes, which is the kind that usually presents in childhood. And the symptoms are drinking too much, drinking a lot, eating a lot, and urinating a lot.
Okay, and what would be a high blood sugar for a young 4-year-old or 4-year-old?
Pretty much the same as in adults, over 100.
And if Benjamin did have that and somebody missed it, could that cause starvation and death?
No, it's a different kind of death.
Did you testify previously regarding that same question and answer yes?
Well, I did testify previously about this issue and whether Benji had it. I don't remember that specific question being asked.
But well, to refresh your recollection, just
Sure.
your statement.
Okay. Only when he was dying, and Benjamin did have that. Well, it could certainly cause death if someone missed it. Starvation probably isn't the right word.
Okay, but if somebody missed that and you had diabetes, it could cause death, right?
It would cause death to miss type 1 diabetes, but typically it would be over the course of a week and a half or 2 weeks at the most. It wouldn't be something that took 9 months to develop.
Now, would you agree with me that in your specialization in child abuse, diabetes isn't really your focus? Is that correct?
Well, it is in the setting of medical neglect. Like if a family is not getting the diabetes treated, we would certainly get involved with that.
Okay, and so are you aware that Benji received CPR in this case?
Yes, I am.
And that he had EMS came out to him?
Yes.
And that he had a finger stick glucose of 300?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And is it possible he had diabetes?
Well, I mean, I guess it's possible he developed some form of diabetes as a terminal event, like as he was dying. But once again, diabetes doesn't, it doesn't take months for type 1 diabetes to kill somebody. It takes weeks. So that the time frame is not consistent with diabetes for what happened the last few months of Benji's life.
Now, did you testify previously that in response to, is it possible you have diabetes? Yes, it's possible.
That's an inconsistent statement. I'm objecting to the point.
You can answer it if you can.
Well, I mean, I'd feel more comfortable if I could see the transcript of that. Yes, I did say it was possible.
Okay, and then type 1 diabetes can have a rapid onset, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that he had 214 glucose level at the ER on 8/17/2021?
I remember that it was elevated. I don't remember the exact number.
Would it help to see your card?
214, yes,
Is that a high level?
it is.
Now, I need to show you what it is. I've marked here as the EMS records from August 17th, 2021. Would you agree with me that they indicate that they did perform a suction?
A suction? Yes.
Okay, thank you. And would you agree with me that in addition to the EMS doing a suction on Benji, the ER doctor also did a suction of the internal contents of the stomach?
Yes.
I pass the witness.
You ever see that?
Yes.
Dr. Luther, I'm going to show you first what's already been safety exhibit number 103, which is the record from community pediatrician. Is what I'm showing you safety exhibit number 103, that newborn outbreak?
Second test, yes. There it is. Okay.
Okay.
That is what that means.
So there's that second test, and he's negative, right?
Correct. Everything was normal.
Okay. So again, after the 55 potential metabolic genetic conditions.
Correct.
How does one die from type 1 diabetes?
So type 1 diabetes means that the body just suddenly loses the ability to make insulin from the pancreas, and so it can't absorb glucose out of the bloodstream into the organs. And so glucose is what all of our organs live on every day. And so things start going badly very quickly once glucose is not available to the rest of the body. And so one thing that happens is the blood sugar builds up to very high levels and starts pulling water out of the body in the form of urine because of those high glucose levels. The second thing is the body starts looking around for other energy sources and starts metabolizing fat, in particular like crazy, which releases a waste product called ketones. And ketones are very toxic to the body at high levels. And so the ultimate cause of death with untreated type 1 diabetes is basically severe dehydration and what's called ketoacidosis.
Talking about ketoacidosis, would you expect if somebody has ketoacidosis, there would be ketones in the blood?
I would.
What about acetone?
Acetone is one of the ketones, so yes.
So if Dr. Molina testified that she drew blood and there was no acetone, what would that indicate to you?
That he wasn't having ketoacidosis.
It would not have died from type 1 diabetes.
Correct. Really, a fatal case of type 1 diabetes would always involve ketoacidosis, and so if it wasn't there, then the cause of death was something else.
I want to talk about the records as it relates to the ER visit on 7/21 of 21. First of all, are you aware of who does coding? Meaning the codes that are entered in the medical records.
It's a clerical function, like in other words, the hospital or the emergency room's clerical staff after the fact. codes to visit, and it's part of the billing process.
Okay, so is it a doctor who enters in codes?
It depends on the environment. I can tell you that ER docs very rarely are the ones who enter their coding.
Okay, so I want to show you the record on 721 of 21. What is, I'm sorry, I'm going to spell it HIRSUTISM.
Hirsutism?
Yes.
That means excessive body hair?
Could that also be consistent with lanugo?
Yes, it could.
And again, lanugo is consistent with the malnutrition.
Correct.
And again, that was the ER visit on 721 of 21.
Correct.
So I want to look at, I'm sorry, again, the record on 721 of 21. So in that, what it says, has child had poor weight gain over the last few months? It says no. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did Benji go to the church at ER prior to 721 of 21?
Yes.
And what was his weight then?
So he had an ER visit on, I believe it was in April.
April 1st, I believe.
Or March 25th and April 1st. So he had 2 ER visits earlier that year.
Okay, let's look at the one closest to that, 4/1 of 21. Do you have that on you?
Yes. Sorry, let me get to it real quick. For 1 of 21, he weighed 14.6 kilograms.
Okay. Is that consistent with the child having that he's not having poor weight gain over the last few months?
Well, on July 21st, he weighed 13.8. So he actually lost, as I think has been pointed out, almost, what would that be? Almost a kilo. So he actually lost 2 pounds from April to July. So it would not be consistent with normal weight gain, obviously.
Right, and that's at the same facility, right?
Correct.
Okay. These types of, do you need to see it again when I'm talking about these screens that are entered in sometimes?
Oh, I don't have a copy of that.
Okay. Are a lot of things just kind of like clicking when you're going through the record, whether maybe doing intake on somebody?
Yes, they're done very quickly, but I would also point out that the information is obtained from the parent or guardian who comes with the child.
Right, and then in that, you can look below that. Does it talk about eating, child eating?
It does.
What does it say?
The question is, has child been eating/feeding less in the last few weeks? And the answer that's recorded is no.
Okay, so the parents at that point do not report that there have been feeding issues and that there's no weight gain issues.
According to the record.
This lawyer is asking you questions as it relates to starvation and being able to carry on with daily activities. Is there some nuance to that?
I think so. I mean, starvation happens over a period of time in most cases. You know, it's a gradual process. It's not, in most cases, it's not that someone locks a child in the closet and then they don't get fed at all after that. It's a process of being fed too little, infrequently, things of that nature. And so it's a gradual loss of weight. And what you get with that is also a gradual loss of function. So it's not like from one day to the next, they suddenly can't walk or something like that. It's a gradual weakening of the body over time.
But in somebody that's malnourished, have you seen cases where they can still walk?
Yes.
They can still talk?
Yes.
So just because of the fact that a child is walking and talking does not mean that they are not malnourished?
Correct.
She asked you about negative effects on the bodily function in prior visits. Is there enough information in the records for you to definitively say one way or another that relates to his bodily organs?
I don't feel that there is enough information in the medical record. A lot of these are ER visits. The focus is on something else. The pediatrician visits, even there, the focus was on something else, usually ear infections, which was also happening a lot to Benji that year. And so that was generally the reason that he was being brought in.
When we were talking about BMI and charting it, specifically as it related to State's Exhibit number 219, the Z-scores that we filled out, or the Z-scores that we filled out, for the BMI kind of day. Why didn't you chart the BMI?
I apologize. There was actually an exhibit that was right here that now I'm not seeing, and I just want to make sure it isn't getting lost in my paperwork or someplace else.
This one?
No, it was this one, but without the extra marks.
I think it's still put it here on the.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure it was in the same place. Okay.
The federal number is 219. This particular exhibit.
Okay.
When charting BMI, you have to take into account the height, right?
Yes.
And so we've already discussed the height that you looked at was spurious. Is that fair to say?
Well, starting around age 4, it certainly looks like that. At least some of the heights were not accurate because there are these outliers all over the place. So if you can't trust the height measurement, the BMI is not going to be trustworthy either.
So looking at defense exhibit number 41, I want to go to the portions here. In your opinion, is it likely that Benji was getting shorter, getting taller, getting shorter and taller on the same day and getting taller?
No.
Okay. And is it this type of sporadic jumps in the record prevent you from relying on the height as much?
Correct.
As it relates to self-harm that was indicated in the record on that shows it was in 7/21/21, to your recollection, did you see any other medical records that indicated that Benji was engaging in self-harming behavior?
On the ER record from August the 17th, the day that he died, Dr. Kumar, who was the treating physician that day, made a note per parent. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. This is from the she made a note that on the prior ER visit, the parents reported Benji had a history of self-harming behavior. And also on that day, it's noted that the stepmother described numerous episodes where Benji was trying to make himself throw up.
So other than the 7/21 and 8/17, did you ever see any other medical records to indicate that the parents reporting that Benji is engaging in self-harming behavior?
No.
So Ms. Boyers went over with you some pictures and asked, is there buccal fat in this photograph? My question to you is that even on the day of his, let's say the picture on the right, does he still have buccal fat on in that picture?
Is there a way that I could see the picture itself?
I don't have this one digital, but I can
Okay.
see it for
Well,
you.
can I step down a little bit?
Well, he definitely has buccal fat. You can see his cheeks are nice and round. Here you kind of get an idea that he may not, because you do have a little, kind of like a little concave imprint right there. So I would say it's, it certainly appears to be less buccal fat than in the picture on the left.
And that's my point, is that what we're looking at is the change in the buccal fat. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, there's definitely a change, in my opinion.
And can somebody still have buccal fat and be a child, still have buccal fat and still be dying, suffer from malnutrition and starvation?
Yes. Once again, I'm sure that it's really kind of a gradient where you don't suddenly lose it one day. It gradually diminishes over some period of time. So yes, I think it is possible to be malnourished and still have a little bit of buccal fat.
Okay.
Here's another one.
With his arms, water bottle, correct?
Yes.
And so depending on the position you put your body can change the angles as well as the pull of your skin in an unnatural way to make you look skinnier in some photos. And as you can see on the left, he has his arms down and you can't really tell, but you can look, the way that your body's positioned can make you look more gaunt than in others, correct?
Maybe to a certain extent, I really don't think it could cause that dramatic of a difference between the two pictures.
So, I want to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 31.
Yes.
The angle of this photo, even though he has his shirt off, is more similar in facial expression to how the photo on the left looked, correct? Because he was smiling in both photos.
Oh, well, that's true.
And so it's hard to compare these different body statures when your face is sucking on a bottle versus when you're smiling, right? It gives you two different presentations.
Yes, it's going to be a different presentation.
And then when we went back to Defendant's Exhibit 32, you can see that you would agree that he's not wearing anything that's covering his arms, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what date that photo was taken?
No.
Okay. Do you know what date this photo was taken? The Defendant 31.
I don't. I'm not.
Do you know
Not
what
for certain.
date this photo was taken? Defendant's Exhibit 22.
I know.
Would it surprise you to learn that this is the photo of Benjamin on the date that he passed?
Yes, it is a little bit surprising.
So I want to ask you, what are some other ways that someone can pass away that, for instance, suffocation? We heard testimony from Dr. Molina yesterday that she cannot rule out suffocation. Did y'all consider suffocation in this case?
I did not.
She also said that she cannot rule out arrhythmia. Did y'all consider arrhythmia in this case?
I did not. I don't recall if they got any EKG tracings on him before he died. I don't think they did. So I'm sure, I don't think it was ruled out in this case.
And you would agree with me, or are you aware that you can do genetic testing to after the fact to determine whether someone will be predisposed to a genetic arrhythmia?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And that was not done here. Are you aware that it was not done here?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
So in evaluating this case, have you evaluated it for anything other than starvation?
I'd have to say my evaluation actually began when the autopsy report came back. And, at that point, it was pretty self-evident, that he was severely underweight and that the other findings that we've talked about strongly supported that diagnosis, and I had no reason to question it.
All right, so the answer is no, you didn't consider any other possibility, correct?
Well, none seem to be evident from the available information. So based on that, I would say no. I did not consider other conditions.
In your review of this case, you did not review the CPS records, correct?
No, correct.
You did not review the body-worn camera that captures Benji talking to the officers on July 20th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
And you did not review the recordings of him talking to CPS on 7/20/2021, correct?
I did not, correct.
Did you review the recordings of Leo talking to the CPS records on 8/17/2021?
Of Leo?
Yeah, do you know?
The sibling? I did not.
And so if there was an outcry that Miranda had hit the mouth of Benji and blood was coming out by Leo, you didn't review that?
I was not aware of that.
So that none of that came into your consideration, right?
No, I have to say no.
And let's talk about the things in the report about, Dr. Molina, you have, according to you, gone and looked at other cases that were alleged to have starvation in them, and you'd agree with me that one of the things that they look at is growth arrest lines on the x-ray of these individuals, correct?
Correct.
And was that done here?
I really don't know. The x-rays were taken by the medical examiner, and I don't know. There's no report in the information that I got about if the x-rays were read, so I don't have an answer to your question.
Okay, so she provided you no details in the autopsy report to say that the growth arrest lines, what she found, if she found anything?
No, it just says a full body radiology study was obtained, but there's no
information about how the X-rays were read, if they showed anything.
You agree with me?
Actually, I take that back. It says, oh, no, it doesn't say what the reading was. I'm sorry.
So she took X-rays, but it has no findings. It does address the fact that there's no findings from the X-ray, correct, in the autopsy report?
Well, I thought it might, but actually, on rereading it, it doesn't even say that. It just says full body radiographs are performed.
Okay. Now, you agree with me that there needs to be a distinction between malnourished and starved, right? Because we keep using those terms interchangeably, and right now, this is a very critical. Would you agree with me that being accused of starving a child is a very heinous crime?
Yes, absolutely.
Right, and so we wouldn't want to confuse being malnourished with starvation, right? Because even though it's a scale of the spectrum, using these terms interchangeably can be very misleading.
I would agree with that. I personally do not look at them as being the same thing, and I don't think in the medical world generally they're looked on as the same thing. Malnourishment is the broader category, and starvation is the more severe end of that.
Okay, so when we talk about the fact that a child may be malnourished, that is not the same thing as saying they are starved, correct?
I would agree with that.
When we talk about stunting, you would agree that there's no evidence at this stage that you have of stunting.
That's correct. That refers to loss of height potential, and his height had returned to the normal range by age 3.5 or so.
Now, your statement earlier that relied on Dr. Molina finding no ketones, right? That was I apologize. I think the state told you that Dr. Molina said she found no ketones. Did you really say that?
Correct.
You didn't say that Dr. Molina found no ketones.
I didn't say that myself. I didn't have that information.
And the reality is that when Dr. Molina does her autopsy, she performs labs, correct?
Correct.
Part of her autopsy, and you review those labs for the findings, if you can review them.
Yes.
But you also have to look at whether or not the lab was done correctly. Correct?
Well, that's not information that I would typically have, but it is important that the labs be done correctly. I would agree with that.
Yeah, you have to take that into consideration when you are looking at a lab to whether or not you should rely on it or not. Correct?
Well, if information comes to light that the labs were not performed correctly, then that would certainly cast doubt on their reliability. But I did not have any such information.
And are you aware that the labs were not done until over a month after Benji passed?
No, I wasn't aware of that. I'm not too surprised to hear that, but I had not specifically been informed of that.
And that was the labs that were done in-house, and the labs that were done that they sent off to NMS labs were not done until almost over 2.5 months later. Would that surprise you?
No, given the backlog in our medical examiner's office, how far behind they are on cases, I'd have to say that doesn't surprise me a lot.
And are you aware that the autopsy in this case was done in August 18, 2021?
Yes.
And that Dr. Molina testified yesterday that her medical examiner's office is under probation starting August of 2021.
I'm going to take a mischaracterization. It was a provisional status. I'm going to take a mischaracterization.
I'm sorry. I asked her specifically after she used the word provisional status, and she agreed that I said, what month did you go on probation? And she said August of 2021.
Considering the witness, I'll let you ask the question and he can correct you if he has personal knowledge.
Are you aware that Dr. Molina's office went on probation in August of 2021?
Actually, now that you mention it, I believe I had heard that, but I don't have any details or any further information.
So I want to talk about the accuracy of labs or the stability of a sample. Let me ask you, in regards to glucose, for instance, is it stable or unstable after it is taken out of the body?
Well, over what period of time, and also whether or not it was frozen. In situations like this, one of the, what am I trying to say? The delay in processing them isn't necessarily a bad thing, assuming the samples were promptly frozen. In that situation, they're stable for quite some time. But I don't have any personal information of whether that was done, when, how long after they were drawn, et cetera.
Okay. But we have admitted as Exhibit 33, Dr. Molina's full report of what came from her file, her paper report. And so you would agree with me that it would be important to track the chain of custody of an item, of a sample that you're going to test, correct?
Yes.
And that you track that chain of custody and verify how it's stored, when it's stored, and by whom it's stored, correct?
Yes.
And so if Dr. Molina's file does not include any of that important information, that would be relevant.
I really don't have personal knowledge about the procedures that are followed or need to be followed in a laboratory like that.
But in general, when the chain of custody and how the item of the sample is preserved is important to know, correct?
Oh, yes.
Because it affects the accuracy of the lab result that follows it. Correct?
It definitely pertains to the accuracy of the results. Yes, I would agree.
I pass the witness.
Thanks, Peter. As it relates to all these questions about the lab, fair to say Dr. Molina would be the better person to ask those questions to, correct?
Definitely.
You didn't review Dr. Molina's testimony, did you, or testify today?
No.
So you're not aware that Ms. Sawyers didn't ask Dr. Molina any of those questions?
I wasn't aware of that.
She asked you about the body-worn camera that you may or may not have reviewed. So you didn't review any body-worn camera that shows Benji asking his dad for food several times.
I did not.
You didn't review a body-worn camera where Benji is talking to a detective and is distracted by food behind him.
No.
You didn't read that, okay. As it relates to arrhythmias, did you find any evidence that Benji had any arrhythmic disorder in the medical records?
No, I didn't see any evidence of that. I was looking to see if by chance his heart rate had come back to the point that they were able to get an EKG tracing, but it does not appear that happened.
Okay. So just because, so let's say Benji did have genetic testing afterwards, and the genetic test came back that he has a genetic marker. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, it's very variable from condition to condition. Sometimes it's just a marker, meaning that maybe there's some increased risk, but it doesn't confirm the diagnosis. But there are a few things where having an abnormal gene may be much more important as a potential cause.
But a genetic marker doesn't mean that you have it, right?
Yeah, that's what I meant to say, is that usually not. Usually it just means that maybe there's some increased risk.
Okay. So the fact that he would have been genetically tested doesn't mean that he didn't have it, even if he did have that marker.
I would agree with that.
As it relates to growth arrest lines, you're not aware of any testing that Dr. Molina or consulting that she may have done as it relates to growth arrest lines, are you?
No, I'm not. The x-rays were obtained that conceivably could have shown whether he had growth arrest lines, but once again, I don't have any indication about who evaluated the x-rays and what they said.
Are growth arrest lines only indicative of starvation?
No.
What also could they be indicative of?
So what they indicate, the growth arrest lines are white lines on the ends of the long bones, like the arms and legs, and they're actually very similar to tree rings in trees. And what it means is that a child's bones stopped growing for a while and then started growing again. And when that happens, there's a white line of calcium that's deposited. And so it's an indicator that growth was temporarily slowed down and then recovered. And we see those really all the time. Like, for instance, let's say a child has a severe illness, like pneumonia or something, and is in the hospital for 2 or 3 weeks. Even that would be enough time to trigger the development of a growth arrest line. So it doesn't always mean starvation. It means basically just that something slowed down the child's growth for some period, and it doesn't really tell you what that was.
Is it necessary in order to make a finding of starvation to find growth arrest lines?
No, I have never seen anything that indicated that was a requirement to say that a child had been starved.
What are you talking about? Ms. Sawyers asked you about considering other things. What do you consider this? As part of your analysis, did you exclude or, for lack of a term, exclude other potential reasons to attribute to Benji starvation? I mean, did you consider type 1 diabetes?
I would have to say no to type 1 diabetes and no to other conditions in general, because the information was very consistent with starvation. In other words, we had multiple findings on the autopsy, like the lack of fat and the lack of any significant food material in his intestines, that all pointed back to starvation as being by far the most likely cause.
So if there were other signs pointing to one direction, would you just ignore those?
No. I mean, that's why we review the records like we do and review the autopsy and so forth, is specifically to look and see if the information is consistent with what we're thinking, or if we keep bumping into inconsistencies that don't really fit, well, then that tells us we have to keep looking for other causes.
Did you run into the consistency in your review?
No, I have to say I really didn't.
No, I can follow up on that last. Okay. So no inconsistencies. So let me ask you, if you have a mother or stepmom who has 4 kids in the house and on very little sleep, newborn baby, potentially has postpartum, and did you review that for any review this case at all to see whether or not in a moment she did something to the child for suffocation? Because you didn't consider that theory at all, did you?
Well, we didn't have any indication that would lead us to suspect that. So in answer to the first part of your question, no, we really didn't. I really didn't consider the possibility that a particular individual did or didn't kill Benji, because, like for instance, in the case that you're talking about, the information that we got from Child Protective Services was that the other children were growing fine, and that none of the other children were having issues with eating disorders and not gaining weight and that sort of thing.
Right, and that's actually a contraindication that this child's not being fed, because other kids are being fed, and there is, so the videos that you watched or what you were shown, at no point did any of that include videos that were made by Miranda that talked about her growing frustration with Benji.
I was made aware of some of that information. I'll be honest with you, I can't. That would most likely have been after I prepared my report for CPS. I don't think I had that information at the time that I was evaluating the autopsy, et cetera.
Okay, so the fact now that you become aware of it, I mean, you would agree with me that when you say that there was nothing inconsistent with starvation, that's because you hadn't considered any of that other information that you didn't have access to, that wasn't provided to you, correct?
Well, it's kind of hard to consider something I don't have access to.
Fair. So let me ask you, you talked about the growth arrest lines, but they're not a requirement for defining starvation or finding starvation. But would you agree with me that there is no medical test that we can perform for starvation to rule it in or rule it out?
What I would say is a constellation of physical findings and laboratory findings. There's not a single test. There are multiple tests and findings have to be present.
Well, and there's no test for starvation. It's the elimination of other options, right? Because generally speaking, as you have already stated, it is very rare for us to have a claim of pure starvation. Generally, you would die, before you would die of starvation, you would die from some complication from starvation. Is that correct?
I don't think that's necessarily true. The few cases that I've had of where a child dies from starvation, they don't typically have other causes of their death. In other words, like in the third world, you expect that a child will develop pneumonia or some other infection before they die of starvation. But here in the U.S., it's not necessarily true.
Right, because the starvation cases that are generally prosecuted are ones where they are locked up and you know they weren't getting food, right?
That has not been my experience.
The crib death, have you heard of that case?
The crib death?
Well, for instance, when a child is left in a crib and not fed, they know that they weren't being fed, then it's a very fair indication that it's starvation, right?
Hypothetically, yes. I mean, I don't know the details of the case you're talking about, so for me, it's a hypothetical case.
So the further we get away from an absolute locking up and failure to be able to access food, the harder it is for us to be sure about starvation. Because there could be other issues, medical issues that are coming into play that if you're not looking for them, you didn't consider them, correct?
Well, I mean, I personally don't think that applies to Benji's case, because we certainly did, the ER in particular certainly did obtain the lab that they could obtain at the time. If you look at the physical findings on autopsy, no fat in his body, no food, in his GI tract. His overall physical appearance. I mean, it doesn't. The findings that we have all point towards starvation.
Okay. So, last one. Defendant's Exhibit 22. This is Benji on the day he passed, 3 hours before he passed, and he had his stomach suctioned out through the ER, through the EMS, correct?
Yes.
He had his stomach suctioned at the ER, correct?
Yes.
He had a bowel movement, a large, hard bowel movement in his diaper. at the time of death, correct?
Yes.
He had a full diaper at the time of death, correct?
Yes, that's what's recorded.
And he also, there's evidence that he peed in his bed with a huge urine puddle, and that he peed in the car on the way to the hospital. Are you aware of that?
I don't think I had heard that last one, but I had heard the other things that you mentioned.
Right. So when we're looking at all of this, and with our own eyes, just looking at it, it does not look like a case of someone who is locked up and is forbidden from getting food. This is a case of something that has been missed.
Judge, I'm going to object to argument that it's not even lack of question.
Oh, I pass the witness.
I just have very deep questions, Judge. She spent a lot of time asking about basically restraining the child. Is there another way to prevent a child from getting food?
Yes.
What is that?
Putting a lock on the refrigerator in the cabinet?
Where the food is stored?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
No further questions. Please, Dr. Rutherford, be excused. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Rutherford, thank you.
You do however you need to, so we can hear you. The young lady in front of you is a court reporter, and she takes down everything you say, so it's important that you speak up and speak.
Sanchez, is that your maiden name?
Yes.
Are you related to the defendant, Brandon Cervera?
I answered, yes, my maiden name is.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry. No, that's not my maiden name.
I was going to get there, but you figured out that. So what is your maiden name?
It's Cervera.
And are you a relative of the defendant?
Yes.
How are you related?
I'm his sister.
And so then what would your relationship to Benjamin be?
His aunt.
When was it that Benjamin first came to live kind of like full time with Brandon? Like what year? Do you remember how old Benji was?
I believe he was 2.
Okay, so when Benji was 2, he started living with Brandon, right?
Yes.
Now, when Benji started living with Brandon, what was your involvement with him?
I would watch Benjamin for my brother.
Okay, and what was the time period where, I'm sorry, you said that you would watch him. When is it that you would watch him?
Monday through Friday.
So
And
what time on Monday through Friday?
from the morning, it kind of differed. It was either morning till time he would get out, or I would keep him
So what was happening?
overnight.
What was happening what was Brandon doing while you had Benjamin?
At work.
So you're watching Benjamin while he's at work. Do you have children of your own?
I do.
How many?
10 total.
And so you have some experience. And at the time, how many children did you have when Benji was 2?
I had 8.
So you had some experience caring for children, and your brother was aware of this.
Yes.
And so how did this arrangement develop where you agreed to watch Benji during the day while he was at work? How long did that last? That you were watching him during the day?
About 6 months, I would say.
So during those 6 months, how would that work? Like, did you and the defendant live together?
No.
So then where would Benji sleep on a weeknight, for example?
With his father.
So it basically was like daycare with Auntie.
Yes.
Okay. You said he was about 2 years old. Was he potty trained when you first started watching him?
No, he wasn't.
While you were watching him, did you attempt to potty train Benji?
Yes.
How did that go?
It went well.
And he was able to get off diapers?
Yes.
Did he have an excessive amount of accidents for a child who's off diapers? Like compared to others, you've had other children get potty trained, right?
Correct.
Compared to the other children that you've seen be potty trained, was Benjamin having more accidents than normal?
I don't remember.
But you remember that he was out of diapers?
Yes.
When was it, during that same time period, what if any issues did Benjamin have eating food or gaining weight?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
So when you had Benjamin and you were watching him, would you feed him lunch?
Yes.
Would he eat lunch?
Yes.
Did it appear to you that he was growing normally while you were watching him?
Yes.
Like he got bigger a little bit?
Yes. Ms. Sanchez, I'm going to have you pull the microphone and move it a little closer to your. Okay. You can move the entire thing. Just kind of move it across the desk a little bit closer. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
And is it true that you also, during this time period, you would watch Brandon Jr., right?
No.
Less so?
No.
Not even after school?
No.
Okay. So where was Brandon Jr. while you were watching Benji?
It'd either be my mother or my sister.
Oh, okay. I think So, when is it that you stop watching Benjamin? I'm going to show you an exhibit. It's been marked as, I believe it's defense exhibit 30. I'm sorry, Judge.
Yes, you may. You have leave that for.
Thank you, Judge. Here it is. Showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 30, Defense Exhibit 34. Can you see that at all? Turn. You see this period here? It's marking, there's 30 months, and it says January 2019.
Yes.
Does it seem to you about accurate that about January of 2019 would have been when Benjamin first came to live with Brandon as the custodial parent?
I'm not sure of the date.
But it would have been when he's about 2, right? Or sometime when he's 2.
Yes.
And if you look down here at the bottom of State's 34, I mean, this is Benji's age in months. So he would turn 2 somewhere here about halfway between 20 and 30 months, right?
Yes.
And so it would have been sometime before he turned 36 months that he would have started living with Brandon, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it was sometime around January 2019. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So when was it that you stopped seeing him? Like you said, about 6 months later is when you stopped having him most weekdays.
Yes.
Okay. Why did that change?
I was pregnant at the time and I was sick, so I wasn't able to, I was put on bed rest.
And so who was watching Benji instead?
I don't know.
When, if at all, did you become aware that Benji had started using diapers again?
Sometime in June,
June of which year?
2021.
2021. So in June of 2021, how do you find out that he's using diapers?
I was told.
Who told you?
My brother, Brandon.
Okay. What was your reaction to being told that Benji was back in diapers?
I was, I couldn't believe it.
It surprised you?
Yes.
So, was there anything else that you heard in the same general time frame? We're talking June 2021, that surprised you about Benji's behavior?
The injury to himself, hurting himself.
So, what injury are you talking about?
Putting things in his ears, hitting his head against the wall, or biting on his fingernails.
And how did you find out about those injuries?
I was told.
By who?
My brother, Brandon.
And what was your reaction to your brother telling you this?
I felt my reaction was something was wrong. I felt kind of put me in like a mama bear mode, but I was concerned.
And did you mention those concerns to Brandon?
Some of it, yes.
And in fact, did you tell Brandon that you thought that he had to figure out what was going on?
Sustained.
What did you say to him that you thought he should do?
He needed to be taken to a doctor.
And how many times did you talk to him about taking Benjamin to the doctor?
In that time period, at that time,
Yeah.
just once.
Okay. So it wasn't actually on at least 2 occasions that you discussed with your brother Benji's need for care?
And that time, it was at one time.
Okay. So was there another time?
Yeah, before this, yes.
Before this? When was that?
When I was caring for him, when I was watching him for him.
Okay. So there was more than once, it's just that only one of them was after you stopped watching?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true, what, if anything, did Brandon say to you about Benjamin's eating habits in around June 2021?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Sure. What, if anything, did Brandon tell you about Benjamin's eating habits in the months before his death?
He was eating a lot. He was eating more than he should have. He was eating like a man, eating big meals. He was always trying to climb up, get into the refrigerator or the pantry to get more food after he had just eaten.
And what was your response to being told that he's trying to get additional food?
Why was he looking for more food? If he was being fed, why was he looking for more food?
How receptive would you say your brother was to your parenting advice generally?
Can you ask me that in a different way, please?
When you give parenting advice to Brandon, how likely is he to follow it?
He listens. It's good. He'll listen to it.
Do you remember on the day that Benji died speaking with the detective at San Antonio Police Department?
Yes.
Do you remember stating to the officer that Brandon is easily offended in matters of parenting and his children?
Yes. If it's given to him in a certain way.
Okay. So the presentation is very important for his reaction.
Yes.
So you're receiving this information about Benji, some things that concerned you back in June, right? So what, if anything, did you do about your concerns regarding Benjamin's health? Did you contact anyone?
I did. I contacted CPS.
And when was that?
It had to have been between June or July.
June or July?
Yes,
July
2021.
20th? Does that sound about right to you? You don't know.
I don't remember.
Okay. But it was you that called CPS and told them what?
That I was concerned for my nephew.
Based on some of the things that your brother had told you?
Yes.
I think what I want to establish is in this time period, from when Brandon starts telling you these things until you call CPS, how many times did you yourself actually see Benji in person?
None.
But you had information that Brandon was giving you, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I believe you said that he has shown you a picture also at some point of Benji.
I saw a photo of Benji, yes.
And so it was those things that led you to call CPS. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And that's the way it should.
Ms. Sawyers? Yes, okay, so let me ask, when Benji comes to live with Brandon in January of 2019, how long is it after he comes to live with Brandon that you come to start watching over Benji? Do you recall?
After then? I'm sorry.
Yeah, after Benji comes to live with Brandon, right, he becomes a custodial parent. From that point, do you remember how much time passes before you have Benji?
I don't remember.
Okay, let me ask you, you said that you got pregnant and you went on bed rest.
Yes.
Do you remember that date?
It was in between, I want to say maybe in February
Of,
2021.
okay. February 2021 is when you stopped watching Benji,
Yes.
and you only watched him for 6 months prior to that.
Yes.
So 6 months, August of 2020 is when you approximately started watching him? So I'm backing it up.
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm not sure on the dates.
Well, I'm just roughly speaking, you're saying that, so February 2021 is the last time you watched him.
Yes.
And then 6 months behind that, 2 months, February, January is 2, and then 4 months from 12 is 8, right? So August. Does that sound about right? Or do you think it was less than 6 months that you watched him?
No, I believe it was about 6 months that I had watched him.
All right, so you talked about needing Benji, like suggesting that Benji go to the doctor once before, 2 times, you listed 2 times, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the first time you say was when you were watching Benji.
Yes.
Okay, and were there complications? What was it that he needed to go to the doctor for?
his, one of the reasons I said that was because he wouldn't get full after eating. He would want to eat like if he hadn't eaten before, and and knowing where he had come from, I felt that he needed to get seen by a doctor.
Now, let me ask you, so you say where did he come from? Had Benji been, he was living with a biological mother prior to 2019,
Yes,
January 2019? And in regards to that, Brandon did not have access to Benjamin at that time?
No.
Okay, so something happened at biological mother's house that had nothing to do with Brandon, correct?
correct.
And is that why Benjamin came to live with Brandon?
Yes,
Now, when I say Benjamin, I mean Brandon didn't have anything to do with Benji at that time. It was because the biological mother was keeping the kids from Brandon, correct?
yes,
So he wasn't able to see them.
correct.
It wasn't because he didn't want to see them, correct?
Correct.
So now, you just mentioned that you did not have any personal knowledge of what Benji was doing day to day in June of 2021, correct?
Correct.
Or July of 2021.
Correct.
And the only knowledge you have is from what Brandon self-disclosed to you.
Yes.
And would you agree with me that he wasn't hiding anything from you?
No, he wasn't having anything.
And he was freely giving you the picture?
Yes,
And so, and then he was having a conversation with you about his child that he's concerned about.
yes,
And I apologize, going back to that doctor's visit, were there complications in back in August of 2020 to February of 2021 getting in to see a doctor?
yes.
Okay, and why?
The biological,
Judge, I'm going to check the lack of personal knowledge on this.
If you can establish how she knows he's wearing please.
Are you aware personally of why, did you try to take Benji to the doctor?
I did,
Okay, and even, did you have complications taking Benji to the doctor?
I did.
And why?
My children's care provider let me know that I am not allowed to take Benji unless I have a letter signed by the mother giving me permission to take Benjamin and get seen.
And they wouldn't even take a letter from Brandon, would they?
No.
Because he is not listed as the actual parent by law. They're not married.
No, they're not married.
Okay. And so they did not find it sufficient for Brandon just to say he's the father of Benji.
Correct.
I apologize, I spoke with you. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. So the only one they would listen to was Erica Flores,
Yes,
and that's the name of Benji's biological mother.
yes.
And y'all couldn't get a hold of her?
No, she was very hard to find. She was,
Judge, I'm anticipating that the response is about to urgent here soon.
Let me stop you there, because you answered my question. So you weren't able to get a hold of her. And so, but ultimately, would you agree with me that Brandon does wind up taking Benji to the doctor and, he takes him to an ER doctor?
yes,
Now, going forward to, do y'all have diabetes in your family?
yes,
Do you have diabetes?
yes.
What kind of diabetes do you have?
I believe it was type 2.
Type
It's
2?
type 2.
Or is
It was, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. It was, I don't know if it was type 1 or type 2, but it was during my pregnancy and then after.
Okay. All right, so you don't know if it was type 1 or type 2?
Correct.
Did you testify that previously it was type 1?
I might have.
Okay. Now, how about in regards to the rest of your family? Who else in your family has diabetes?
My mother, my grandmother, and I believe both my sisters.
Okay, and do you know if they have type 1 or type 2?
I don't know.
Your Honor, I can approach.
The witness? Yeah. Okay, yes.
Okay. So I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 34, and you stated that let me see, if it's August 2021, he would have been, would you agree with me, 4.5? You know, so he's born, his birthday, do you know his birthday?
I don't, tomorrow, I believe it's,
Oh, okay. So, September 28th, 2016. And so if we go to February of 2021, I believe that's just about a little less than it's like a little less than 4.5, right? Okay, so backing up to, let's see. So he would have been 4 years old when you had, I think we're off on dates? Because, did you say you had him when he was 2 years old?
It was 2 or about to be 2. I'm not sure on the date. I know it was in 2019 that I first received him to watch him, that I agreed to watch him. And then.
All right, so, because if I'm not mistaken, earlier you said August 2020 to February 2021, and that would have been when he was turning 4 and then going into his 4th year. So that's not correct.
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Maybe I wrote it down wrong, so I want to be very clear. So so we can write the dates down. So if Benji came to Brandon in January of 2019, and you think that you had him in February of 2019? Because couldn't have had him before 2019.
No, it had to have been in 2019 because I didn't went into labor in 20. It had to have been 2019.
Okay. So you think maybe February of 2019, or you don't know? Let's go back and talk about you say that you went into bed rest. Maybe we got the years wrong. So when did you go into bed rest?
That was in the year 2021. I had 2 children. So when I'm trying to think with my pregnancies, I was pregnant in 2019, and that's I'm getting myself confused.
Okay, let's go this direction. You know that you did not watch Benjamin when he was 3 or 4, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and if Benji doesn't even get to Brandon until January 2019, then it could only have been from the time period starting in January 2019 to when he turns 3 when he turns 4, excuse me. He's born in September, right?
Right.
And that would have been 2020. So, I mean, at this point, he has not turned. No, I'm sorry. Okay, 2019. Oh my gosh, long day. I apologize, guys. Okay, so January 2019 to September 2019, because he would turn 3 September 2019. So between there, can you tell me that range? And just 6 months in between there. Is that somewhere in between there?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So January 2019 to September of 2019. That's going to make it because he would have been 36 months, and that would have been somewhere right in between here, right? Because here's 30 months and 40 months. I can't write on this because it's been admitted, but so you had him somewhere between here and here. Now, he goes to the doctor after that, and while in Brandon's care, Brandon has him for these 30 months, right? From January 2019 until he passes on August 2021. Okay. And during the time that Brandon had him, did you get to see him even if you weren't watching him, or is the last time that you saw him when you watched him?
I saw him one more time. After I was done watching him, I saw him one more time.
When did you see him?
It was in February. I believe the year 2021.
Okay. And when you saw him, did he look like he had healthy weight?
Yes, he looked a little taller, stretched out, but.
And has Benji always been a small kid?
Yes.
Always been a skinny kid?
Yes.
I pass witness.
So you have 10 children. Who's responsible for getting medical care for your 10 children?
I am.
And if there's something where the insurance is saying, hey, we need some additional documentation, who would be responsible for getting that?
Myself, the mother.
Nothing further.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Ms. Sanchez, thank you very much. You are excused. The rule has been invoked, which means you may not discuss your testimony with anybody but these attorneys, okay? Thank you very much. Do you have one more to close out the day, or?
I do, but.
Okay, well, let's try it. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to say and do not speak, okay?
My maiden name is Flores, and my married name is Cervera.
Is what?
Cervera.
Cervera. Are you related to Benjamin Cervera?
Yes.
How so?
I am his aunt on the maternal side.
Okay, so Benji's mom is who to you?
My sister,
And what is Benji's mother's name?
Erica Lala Flores.
Were you present in Benji's life at around the time that he was born?
Yes.
And did you live in close proximity to him?
Yes, I believe so.
When he was an infant, do you recall approximately how often you would see him?
If I recall correctly, frequently he was a premature baby, so we would see him at the hospital and go visit Erica and Brendan.
Okay. Once he was out of the hospital, did you see him?
Yes.
And how often would you see him?
Maybe like
once or like once a week, twice a week, just depending. I think during that time, Erica would watch my oldest, my baby, Jamie. She would babysit her and stuff.
Mrs. Cervera, I'm sorry, you're a little soft spoken. Can you hold the mic a little bit closer to you? You guys should move the mic. The whole thing. So, how long did Benjamin live with Erica?
I want to say like the first 2 years of his life.
And eventually did Benji come to live with you for a short period of time?
Yes.
When was that?
I think January 6th, 2019, if I'm not mistaken.
Prior to him coming to live with you for a little bit, can you describe Benji for the jury?
Yes. He was really sweet. He was funny, like adventurous. He would like to be chased around a lot, carried, babied. He was a light.
When Benji came to live with you, did you have your own kid at that time?
I had one.
And how long did Benji come stay with you?
I would say just like a few days, maybe like 1 to 3 days. I think January 6th, I think that was the last day that he was with me.
Okay. When Benji, prior to coming to live with you, did you ever see him eat?
Yes.
Can you describe his eating pattern for the jury?
Yes. He would eat like whenever he wanted, whenever he was with us. If he wanted, like if I was eating Chinese food, he would want some Chinese food. If I was drinking Kool-Aid, he was like, I want some Kool-Aid too, and I would give him some, and he just wouldn't stop. he loved food, and he loved to play, and he loved to laugh too.
Do you recall him having any favorite foods?
I think the most thing that I can remember is Chinese food. We eat a lot of Chinese food in our family, so I think if I can recall, that's what I remember us eating a lot of.
So during this first 2 years of his life, you see him get bigger?
Yes.
You see him grow taller?
Yes.
Do you see him put on weight?
Yes.
Do you see him hit his milestones?
Yes.
Do you see him when he starts battling?
Yes.
Do you see him when he starts crawling?
Yes. And climbing?
Okay. I have one like that right now.
Yes.
Did you see him when he started walking?
Yes.
When he came to live with you for those few days, did he spend basically 24 hours with you?
Yes.
Again, the eating. Was there any difference in the eating when he was living with you?
No, he definitely kept up with my oldest one. She's a few years older than him.
Okay. After Benji comes to stay with you for that short period of time, where does he go after that?
I connected with his paternal grandfather, Daniel Cervera, and I gave both of the boys, baby Vernon and Benjamin, to Danny to take care of.
And I should ask you from the beginning, when Benji comes
Just 1 second, sir. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
All right, the jury.
Say in January of 2019. I believe that's the last time I saw him.
I'm going to look on the screen to your right, kind of behind you. It's already been admitted into states, and into evidence, states exhibit number 76, which is image number 30. Did Benji's body look like that when he was in your custody?
No.
Was he, how was it different?
He was plumper. He had very strong legs because he would climb a lot. And so I don't recognize that picture as Benji.
Oh. Benji was in your custody. Could you see his, when Benji was in your custody, could you see his ribs through his skin?
No.
Did he look like that when he was in your custody?
I have an objection. They're completely different ages. Clearly, they're not gonna look similar.
Overruled.
I'm gonna pass the question.
This way.
Thank you. I'm showing you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 22. Is that what Benji looked like? Is this more what you recognize Benji look like?
No.
You don't recognize him?
I recognize him, but he was happier. He was plumper.
He was plumper than that. He's also, would you agree with me, about a foot taller than when you last saw him?
I can only determine from 2019.
So you have a child of your own?
Yes.
When children grow up, do they get leaner?
Yes.
And the last time that you saw Benji, are you aware that he was under the 5th percentile curve?
I'm not aware of any of his medical documents like that.
Okay. Do you know he had Mongolian spots on his back?
I do.
Okay. Do you also have hairy back?
He did.
Thank you. I have evidence.
Any further questions?
May Mrs. Cervera be excused?
From the state.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is she released from subpoena?
She may testify later, but I asked that she still be in the pool.
Okay. So, Ms. Cervera, we are done for today. The rule has been invoked, which means you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody but these attorneys. I am going to ask that you stay in touch with the state in case we need you back. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time and attention today. We are going to break for the weekend. It is the weekend, and it is imperative that you remember my instructions. I am going to tell you these instructions are very important. As you can tell, a lot of time and effort has been put into this trial by both sides, and should anything happen to where these instructions are not followed, there is a strong possibility this case would have.
Right. I saw something appear, right? Chow mein sandwich. Deb, I love you, Deb, right? But what the fuck? Chow mein in a sandwich. I'm not sure if you fucking typed that wrong, Deb. So you put chow mein between two slices of bread. Like, I love Chinese, but I've never thought of getting, do you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to get two slices of bread. Well, it's chow mein, wham, wham. But Deb, I love you. Hamburger, but fucking hell. I mean, I'll trust you. I'll trust you. Not many people will trust you, but I trust Deb. But I can't say anything because when someone says to me, "Oh, why is Deb's pretty normal? Why is Deb in the group? Because she's very normal. She's not a weirdo." I'm like, oh, "Hey, sit down. Let me tell you a story about Deb. She fucking gets 2 burger buns and she puts fucking chow mein in it. She's a fucking weirdo." I love it. I love it. Hey, Anthony, how you doing, fella? Well, where do I go for Chinese then? In Canton? Oh, just fine. Dennis had told me somewhere and you have to go. I know. I remember him telling me. There we go. I can't wait to try the Chinese. I don't do spice. Don't do spice. But, oh, here we go. The medical examiner's back. Oh, no, I know you're not. Well, no one here is. But we got a medical examiner. She's back. Why is this? Oh, hang on. I don't want that one because that is not. Because that's not the one I want. Girl, you're not the one I want. Girl. Dee 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 dee. Do lie. Boom, 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 boom. Because you're the one I want. Girl, the one I want in all the world. Cause I'm the one I want.
Erin Hartree drives the bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives the bus all day long.
Now, fish finger sandwich, yes. That's fine. Fish finger sandwich, that's fine. I think you were behind, Sasmas. It's fine. It's fine. Egg rolls, yeah, okay. 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 What's the other one we got here? Where is it? Where is it? Hang on, people.
Dana's a speedo man. Dana's a speedo man. Dana loves speedo. He loves his speedo. Dana's a speedo man. Dana.
He's got a trial on the 17th of December. as I believe, it's a jury trial. 17th of December starts. I'm not sure if it's going to be live streamed or not, though. No, fish finger sandwich is absolutely fine. Like, do I have it often? No, I've not had it for probably years upon years. But that's more normal than having chow mein in your fucking sandwich. Cadbury cream eggs, lovely jubbly. Talk to me, Anthony. Talk to me. Chicken chow mein. There you go, Lisa. Right, let's get back to this trial then. Otherwise, we'll catch up. Amy says, ew. I don't say you. I say, hey, mama. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies. Boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies. Boobies. She walked, but she's back in court for pre-trial, I believe, on the 20th of November? 20th November? Something like that. Also, I'm in some court. Hang on, let me just check this. Let's indulge myself here. Hang on. Lisa Reed, I'll get to you in a second, Miss Reed. Mrs. Reed, sorry, not Miss. Profile. Cause I'm the one I want, girl. Cause you're the one I want, girl. Dee 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 dee. Boom, 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 boom. Let me move this. So look at this, hippie chick, give me credit. Eden posted out. Detective Taylor also watched Sean's show, going through the motions, during which he interviewed Richard Schiffler. This is what your tax dollars are going towards in Canton. Ah, fuck. Hang on, let me just do this with them. Save, download, save, open the, get the files. Okay, let me stop that one then. Let me get this one up here. Share. So this is me, myself, and I here. I don't know who says this. I don't know. Here, Mike. I've got nobody involved in this. I did this on my own, smoking a joint at night, thinking, what more can I do to fucking help? So that was it. And these are my signs. The sign has a picture of Colin Albert with a yellow duck on him. I made up and I sat with the ducks, and it's been hilarious ever since. I can't believe how it's grown. I've sent them to Sean, I've sent them to Dylan, I've sent them to everybody. There you go. Look at that. Get a mention in this. In Detective, whatever his fucking name is. His report, or whatever this is. And Sean gets a lot more coverage, obviously. But yeah, I get a mention. My name is in there. Happy days. Happy days. I'm in this, whatever it is. Aiden posted hang on. Aiden posted it. It's an extract from Detective Taylor, his motion or his report or whatever it is. I made it. I'm in there. Sean's in there loads anyway. You know, the 20 whatever page report or the sanctions. But yeah. My name is in it. Only a little name, not like Sean, but still. Anyway, I thought I'd celebrate that. I posted on Twitter. The weekend, are we catching up well? Yeah, we're going into yesterday's now. We're going to yesterday's one now. So Right, no one's interested in that. That's fine. Okay. Well, I'm excited. I get excited about it. Oh, oh, oh. Right.
Today,
Not so much tests. I think maybe you're referring to certain measures that have been put forth in the literature.
fair enough. In that you reference Waterlow, Gomez, checklist. Do those sound familiar to you?
Yes.
And what are the purpose of those tools?
Those are measures put forth in the literature by various authors, Waterloo, Gomez, the WHO, which is the World Health Organization. And they're just measures useful, or let me rephrase, to aid clinicians when diagnosing, treating, and managing a patient with malnourishment.
And in reference, do you recall asking about whether those tools were included within your textbook?
Yes.
And specifically, she asked you about Waterlow in your textbook. Is Waterlow, is that cited within your textbook as it relates to starvation?
I don't believe so.
What, if anything, of those clinical tools is cited?
The WHO, the World Health Organization, put out a guideline, if you will, on the management and treatment of malnourishment. And that document, which includes Waterloo and Gomez, and that document is cited in the book.
So are those tools used to diagnose starvation after death?
No.
How are they used in the clinical setting?
Again, they're used to kind of grade, if you will, the level of malnourishment in a child, or no, I apologize, level of malnourishment, child or adult, to guide treatment and management decisions.
Next thing I want to talk about is the organ weight. And what was your opinion as it relates to overall the organs and their weight?
Overall, the organs are all on the low side of normal when we look at ranges. So we can either look at, when we look at normal organ weights, we can look at a normal weight, which is usually a mean or an average, in which case all of them would be lower than average. Or we can look at a range, saying a normal organ might weigh somewhere between this and this. If we look at a range, the organs in this child in this case are all in the lower range of that normal range.
Now, let's talk specifically about the brain and the edema associated with the brain. The edema within the brain, will that cause it potentially to weigh more?
Yes.
And so, with the brain having the edema, would you have been able to diagnose or determine if the brain was suffering from atrophy?
Unfortunately, the edema would then mask or cover up the atrophy. So we wouldn't necessarily be able to see atrophy in an edematous brain.
This is where you're talking about some 3 other potential causes of death. And I want to talk about those with you. First, I want to talk about arrhythmias. Are you able to diagnose arrhythmias post-mortem?
So just to clarify, an arrhythmia is an abnormal heartbeat. So it's a rhythm disturbance of the heart. We cannot diagnose those at autopsy because it's a rhythm disturbance, like an electrical disturbance. So much like deciding if a piece of electrical equipment has a short in it, it needs to be plugged in order to determine that. And so after death, we cannot see these electrical disturbances or arrhythmias.
In review of the records, did Benji, was there any documentation that he had arrhythmia?
Not that I recall, no.
Are clinical arrhythmias usually fatal?
So in adults, sudden arrhythmias can be fatal. We call that sudden cardiac death. It's much less common in children without some sort of antecedent symptom or symptoms.
There were some questions about whether you did some genetic testing for arrhythmias. What would a genetic test show you had you been able to do that testing?
So genetic testing just tells us whether or not someone might be susceptible to having an arrhythmia. It doesn't actually diagnose that they had an arrhythmia or that it even caused the death. It can just tell us that they might be susceptible to having an arrhythmia at some point.
So even if you had done genetic testing and he had the genetic predisposition, would that mean that he had died from some sudden arrhythmia?
Not necessarily, no.
As it relates to genetic arrhythmias, do they have, is there overlap in sometimes anatomical findings?
Yes, sometimes.
And what is that?
Sometimes people who are predisposed to these arrhythmias or abnormal heartbeats also have anatomic abnormalities of the heart, meaning when we look at the heart, we can see that it's too thick or too big or has something structurally wrong with it.
And in doing Benji's autopsy, did you find any abnormalities as it relates to the anatomy of his heart?
No.
The fact that he may or may not have had an arrhythmia, does that even affect, or does that explain the malnourishment?
No, it would not.
want to move on to seizures. Was there, as it relates to seizures, is it your understanding, or is it borne out within the medical literature that when people die from seizures, it's usually the first seizure?
No, normally when people die from seizures, they have a seizure disorder. I'm not aware of any reports of the very first seizure of someone ever being diagnosed with a seizure disorder and that being a lethal or fatal seizure.
In your review of Benji's medical records, was there any evidence to suggest that he suffered from a seizure disorder?
No.
And then looking at choking, asphyxiation, strangulation, was there any evidence that you received that seems to suggest that that was a potential cause?
No.
As it relates to coughing, the lawyers gave you this hypothetical or something was lodged and it was potentially, they coughed it out and said you wouldn't have seen it as a cause of death. Is that a likely hypothetical?
If someone's able to cough out an obstruction, then that wouldn't have caused their death, because that is what coughing is for. And if we have the ability to cough, then our airway is not completely obstructed. To obstruct the airway, we wouldn't be able to cough it out.
Next thing we'll talk about is in your autopsy, you make reference to blunt force injuries on Benji's body. What significance did that have in your determination of whether Benji, as the cause and manner of death?
As far as the cause and manner, they likely didn't play a role. They were just a finding present at autopsy.
This story is talking about injuries consistent with CPR. What type of injuries are generally associated with CPR?
CPR injuries most commonly involve bruising on the center of the chest where the CPR is performed. And sometimes we might see rib fractures, depending on the intensity of the CPR. Those are the most common. Rarely, we might see some other internal injuries, such as a laceration or a tear of the liver or some bleeding internally. But again, those are kind of the most common effects of CPR.
Yes, sir. You have permission to go up.
Dr. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as evidence of state exhibit number 127. These injuries on his buttocks, the abrasions that you already testified to, are those consistent with CPR injuries, in your opinion?
So the contusions or bruises that we saw previously on the lower back, those would not be consistent with the CPR.
And we talked briefly about Mongolian spots, but I never really explained what it is. What are Mongolian spots?
Mongolian spots are just an irregular pigmentation that some children have. Some adults have them as well. You're born with them and sometimes they fade, but it's a pigment in the skin. It's not an injury.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as state exhibit number 129. I'm going to point to this part of, I believe, Benji's left arm. What did you notate this to be?
So right above where the pin was, that's where we can see the kind of that purple discoloration. That's a contusion or a bruise there on the forearm.
And is that bruise consistent with the CPR injury?
No.
And state's exhibit number 130, is that the same bruise?
Yes, it just has a measuring stick.
So when you first were doing the external examination of his body, did Benji have hair on his head?
Yes.
And during the autopsy process, do you shave that?
Yes.
So showing you state's exhibit number 133, even with his hair on, do you see anything in there that as it relates to any type of injury?
There appears there might be an injury underneath the hair, which is why the hair was shaved.
Kind of to the back, right side of his head?
Correct.
And is this the state's exhibit number 134? Is that the right side of Benji's head?
Yes.
Is there appear to be anything there to you?
There maybe, it appears that there's maybe a patch of missing hair, but again, the hair is obscuring anything that might be on the scalp.
I'm going to show you cover up. State's exhibit number 137. What injury, if any, do you see on Benji in this way?
We see some contusions or bruises on the left side of the chest, kind of right along the side of the ribs.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's been admitted as state's exhibit number 180. I'm sorry, 138. Is that the same injuries you just mentioned?
Yes.
State's exhibit number 141. What injuries, if any, do you see on Peter?
Difficult to see from this view, but there's a bruise or contusion on the forehead, kind of at the hairline, and another one on the cheek below the eye.
Is that the right side of his face or the left side of his face?
That's the left side of his face.
Okay. And is that state's exhibit number 143? Is that, again, the left side of his face?
Yes.
Is that the bruise you were just referring to?
Yes, it's kind of got a shine on it, but yes.
Okay. And then the one on his forehead and his hairline?
Yeah, it's right where the hairline is.
And then show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 144. Is that Benji?
Yes.
And what injury, if any, was on what's his right side of his face?
There's a bruise across the right forehead above the right eyebrow.
Right here.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 148. What part of Benji's body is that?
That is the right lower leg and knee.
And what injuries, if any, do you see on his face?
We see some bruises there just below the knee. And there's another bruise kind of right above the orange band on the lower part of the leg as well.
So right here, and then around right here?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 152. What part of Benji's body is that?
That is his right foot.
And what injuries, if any, are documented there?
We see a bruise going across the top of the foot, right below it's kind of centered below the third toe.
This toe right here?
Yes.
And all the injuries we just talked about so far, we're not going to go through them, but were any of these consistent with CPR injuries?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 158. What part of Benji's body is that?
That appears to be the right upper arm.
And what injury, if any, is seen in this photo?
We see a bruise or contusion right in kind of the center, right above the center of the ruler.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 156. I think it's better photo to document. Is that the injury to the forehead you were mentioning earlier?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit number 158. Is that the bruise under the eye you previously mentioned?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's admitted as State's Exhibit number 161. What part of Benji's body is that?
That is the left chin.
Okay. And what injury, if any, is documented in State's Exhibit 161?
Again, we see another bruise there along the kind of margin of the chin.
Right around here.
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 164. What injury, if any, is documented in this photograph?
Again, we see those bruises at the left chest, as well as we also see a bruise at the left upper arm.
That bruise at the left upper arm right around here?
Above the pen, yes.
Above
Yes.
Showing you what's been admitted in State's Exhibit number 166. What injury, if any, do you see in State's Exhibit 166?
This is the back of the left forearm, and we see a bruise there, kind of a purple area.
Kind of where I'm circling with my pen?
Yes.
Showing you what's been admitted in State's Exhibit number 169. What part of Benji's body is that?
That is the left forearm again, and we see the bruise from another ankle.
Okay. And the bruise being right above my pen here?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 170. Is that just a close-up of the bruise that was in 169?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 172. What injuries, if any, do you see in State's Exhibit 172?
Difficult to see, but there's some bruising of the left knee and the what we call proximal, the lower leg close to the knee.
And is that documented as well in State's Exhibit number 174?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted in State's Exhibit number 177. What injury, if any, is documented in State's 177?
So there's again, it's not showing well in the photo, but there's a small bruise or contusion just below the right earlobe that's kind of surrounded by some erythema, which is redness.
I'm going to hand you the exhibit.
Oh, yeah, much better. So the erythema and bruise.
So the bruise is where?
The bruise is right here. And then there's some erythema or redness along here.
Thank you. So you admitted as State's Exhibit number 183. Are these the abrasions that we talked about earlier?
The contusions, yes.
I'm sorry, I keep using this incorrectly. The contusions to his buttocks.
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 185. Let me hand you 185. Without his head shave, were you able to observe any injuries?
Well, it appears there's some injuries under the scalp in this photo. So, I mean, there's some kind of purple discoloration, which are bruises, but you can't tell from this photo.
Okay. So again, you did, during the autopsy shave, you said?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted at State's Exhibit number 190. What part of Benji's body is that?
That's the right side of the head.
Okay. And what injuries, if any, do you see on State's Exhibit number 190?
There's some bruises on the kind of back side of the head.
Is it where I'm pointing my pen right here, as well as where I'm circling my pen right here?
Yes. Okay.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 191. Is that this area right here, his head, the same part of his head is in right here with my pen in State's Exhibit number 190?
Yes.
And again, that's the contusion?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted at State's Exhibit number 194. Is that the contusion that was on his forehead, on his right side of his head?
Yes.
going to show you what's been admitted as state's exhibit number 196. What part of Benji's body is that?
That's the left side of the head.
What injuries? And I'm going to show you state 199. What injuries, if any, were on the right side of Benji's head?
On the left side of
Right
Benji's scalp, we see, in both of these photographs, we see contusions or bruises.
And so where I'm circling with my pen right here,
Yes,
what about right here?
yes,
And was this the bruise you're talking about was within the hairline?
yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as state's exhibit number 201. Is this what I'm circling with my pen, the same contusion right here on state's exhibit number 199?
Yes,
Looking at state's exhibit number 202, is that same contusion?
yes, these are the same contusions.
And what part of Benji's head was this on?
This is on the left, kind of towards the top of the head, on the left side.
So towards the top of his head.
Correct.
Looking at state's exhibit number 205, what part of Benji's head is that?
It's the back of the head.
I'm going to show you 208. Is that the same back of the head?
Yes,
What injuries, if any, do you see on Benji's head?
we have a contusion over the back of the head.
Is it right here as well as right here?
Yes,
Then looking at state's exhibit number 209. Is that kind of the back right side of Benji's head?
yes,
And those are the same, just kind of different angles. You can get an idea of how the injuries are on his head.
correct.
Looking at state's exhibit number 210, what part of Benji's body is that?
That is his back.
Right. And what injuries, if any, were notated on Benji's back?
There's a contusion across the left back.
So looking at state 212, is that the injury right above the ruler you were describing?
Yes,
And then finally going back to state's exhibit number 150. This is prior to shaving his head, right?
correct.
And so on this, are you able to see the bruises on his side as well as his face?
Yes, in his left arm.
In this photo, are you also able to see his ribs?
Yes,
How would you describe this in this picture?
scaphoid.
What does that mean?
It means it drops down instead of staying flat.
And is that structure informative of your ultimate opinion that Benji's died from starvation?
The scaphoid abdomen,
Yes.
yeah, it can be a finding, yes.
All of the injuries that we talked about, were any of those consistent with CPR injuries?
I mean, it's theoretically possible, but not the type of injuries we usually see, no.
We're going to talk about the toxicology testing. I'm going to show you what's the exhibit number 33. I'm sorry, and it's exhibit number 33. Does this contain the toxicology results?
Yes,
And does it also contain the chain of custody?
yes,
As it relates to toxicology and testing with the American Medical Examiner's Office, are you able to complete a lot of testing in-house?
yes.
Were there some tests that, in this case, you sent out to another lab or another lab to complete testing?
There was one test, yes.
What test was that?
That was the vitreous glucose.
So all other tests were completed in-house?
Yes.
As it relates to the storage of the samples, where are samples that have been taken for an autopsy, where are they stored?
So our office has our own in-house toxicology laboratory. And so after we obtain samples at autopsy, the samples are then taken to our toxicology laboratory and stored in their refrigerator, essentially their large cooler, until testing is completed, in which case after that, they're frozen.
And so samples, so include blood, how are those taken?
They're taken at the time of autopsy from available vessels and then placed into test tubes for testing from the toxicology laboratory.
And those test tubes often contain preservatives?
Yes.
And what's the point of that?
Well, we take several different types of samples depending on the type of testing that we want. Most commonly in postmortem examinations, we're doing toxicology for drugs, and that sample is particularly what we call a gray top tube, meaning it contains a preservative that inhibits bacterial growth so that the bacteria can't affect or change the results of anything in the tube. Additionally, we only use glass tubes so that the tube itself cannot change any of the results.
We've been talking about the testing for ketones and acetone. Did your laboratory test for those things?
Yes.
And why is that?
Acetone and isopropanol are ketones, are common findings, common chemicals found in various different disease processes. And so it's something that we need to test for and look for on pretty much every case that we do toxicology on. So it's just part of our routine panel.
How does one die from type 1 diabetes?
So there's multiple different ways that diabetes can kill you. It can kill you from kind of long-term sequelae or consequences, including heart disease, kidney disease. Diabetes can affect multiple organs in the body. More acutely, however, it can kill you by something called diabetic ketoacidosis. And that's where the sugars are there's not enough insulin for the body to process the sugar. So the sugars rise very high, resulting in a ketosis, which is where these ketones are created. And it creates an acidic environment of the blood. And all of this creates a lot of what we'll call metabolic disturbances in the body that can lead to death.
And so the ketones, including what I'm saying is ketones, did your laboratory test for that?
We tested for acetone, which is the main ketone, yes.
And what was the result?
Negative.
And what does that indicate to you?
That there was no significant acetone or ketosis at the time of death.
So did Benji die from type 1 diabetes as it relates to going into diabetic ketoacidosis?
No.
One thing I want to talk with you about is there was mentioned during your cross-examination as it relates to the accreditation of the Bear County Medical Examiner's Office. Who accredits the Bear County Medical Examiner's Office?
Well, our office is accredited by the National Association of Medical Examiners, and our toxicology laboratory is accredited by the National Association of Medical Examiners in conjunction with the office's accreditation, but also the American Board of Forensic Toxicology, which is now part of ANAB, which abbreviation I don't know.
Okay. And during 2021, the front lab went into provisional status as it relates to the name accreditation.
The medical examiner's office went into provisional status, yes.
What does that mean?
It means that our association found that we were still doing good work and doing the work we needed to do. However, along with many other offices at the time, we had caseloads that were too high because, again, it was COVID, so our caseloads went up, and we had several retirements. So our workforce went down and our caseload went up. And NAME has limits on how many cases you should do to basically keep the well-being of the physicians and the other employees in mind and not overworking our workforce. Along with that, as part of that, our turnaround times went up, meaning how long it took us to close cases. So NAME has rules of how long it should take us to close a case. And as you can imagine, that went up as well.
As part of your duties, you also complete inspections of other laboratories and medical examiner's offices.
Yes.
Do you know a person by the name of Dr. Eric Christensen?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
I first met Dr. Christensen. I know of Dr. Christensen. We're a very small group. So I know of Dr. Christensen, but I first met him when I inspected his laboratory, his office for the National Association of Medical Examiners.
So that's that name accreditation?
Yes.
When did you do that?
March of 2020. It was either this year or last year. I'm going to go this year, 24.
Okay. And that was to, as part of the name accreditation process?
Yes.
Prior to that, was the medical examiner's office accredited with name?
Not at the time of performing the inspection.
Are you aware, does the Utah Medical Examiner's Office, do they have an in-house toxicology laboratory?
I do not believe so. I believe they send their laboratory testing out.
Now, Dr. Molina, you wouldn't want to mislead this jury, would you?
No.
And you just testified that the organ weights were in the low range, correct?
Correct.
All right. You have an article that you published that has the range of organ weights?
Yes.
Do you think it would be important for this jury to use your data to see where Benjamin's weight fell out?
You can.
Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 43 and Defendant's Exhibit 44. Defendant's Exhibit 43 is your article, correct?
Correct.
It has the weights that you have said represent the ranges of organs.
Correct.
And then here is Defendant's 44, and would you agree, you can cross-reference it, it has the weights of Benjamin's organs, and then the weight ranges that you have said would exist for 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds, because he's right on the cusp, right?
On the cusp of being 5.
Yes. this time, Your Honor, I ask that defendant's exhibit 44 be admitted. I'm tendering a copy to opposing counsel. Yeah, I guess this is.
Okay.
Defense exhibit 44 is admitted. So, an autopsy. This is, I'm showing you what's defendant's exhibit 44. Just gonna hold this the screen. Okay, can you see what's on the screen?
Yes,
Okay, and you would agree with me that in the left-hand column is the organ that you've identified in your autopsy report, correct?
and yes, I apologize. I didn't actually check the scripts.
Well, you can check them as we go, it's fine. Okay, so we have the organ identified over here, and on the top you can see that this is the weight, and this is Benji's that you identified the weight for. And then we have the range for a 4-year-old, and you can see that it's got dashes. And then we have the midpoint range, which is identified, which means it's in what's in, for instance, if we take the top line and we see that the brain has a range of 970 to 1,546, the midpoint would be 1,258, correct?
Correct,
Okay, and then we did the exact same thing for the 5-year-olds
correct,
because he's 4 years and 10 months.
correct.
Okay, all right, so you would agree with me that on the brain, he's not close to 970, is he?
I would say what I said was low, I believe what I said was the lower side of normal. So he is closer to 970 than he is to 1546.
Right, but he's not even close in these. Like, let's take the spleen, for instance. I mean, 16, and he's 40. He's between 40 and, there's a big gap. I mean, he's not hovering at these lower end of the range like you're suggesting. I mean, he is within the range that you say is normal weights.
I believe my testimony was he was at the lower side of the normal range, which means he's less than midpoint. I also testified he's less than the mean, which is the midpoint, and on the lower side. I didn't say he was out of range, but he is on the less than half, not the more than half.
Okay, but in each of these, he's not like 1 or 2 above. I mean, he is significantly, like if we look at the left lung, I mean, he's a 138. He's the kidneys, he's 46, 49. I mean, and then if you come in over here, he's still, looking at the 5-year-old, he's still significantly inside of that range.
He is within the range, yes.
Now, when kids are weighed at a doctor's office, do they have their clothes and shoes on generally?
Oftentimes, yes.
Okay, and your weight at autopsy does not include that, correct?
He was not wearing clothing or shoes other than the diaper.
All right, and so on July 26th of 2021, Benji had a doctor's appointment, and it was with Little Buddies, correct?
I will take your word on that. I don't remember all the dates and the visits.
So I've marked this as Defendant's Exhibit 45. It's a paper copy, but it's actually already been admitted into evidence, and I'm tendering it to opposing for review.
I just asked that you demonstrate that it's duplicated.
Can you tell me what item of evidence is already been admitted?
In 76.
Okay. Yes, I will. I'm going to sustain the state's objection unless, Ms. Sawyers, you want to re-urge it if you do find it necessary to admit it, but it's going to stay as a demonstrative.
I mean, but I can publish it.
Yes, ma'am.
So on this photo is already in evidence, and it says it came from July 26th, the day he goes to Little Buddies. And you can see that he's wearing a black shirt, some red shorts, and he's wearing high top tennis shoes.
Yes.
Right? Okay, so when you have a weight from a doctor's office, and you have to consider the fact that they're wearing clothes, and how much do you estimate that clothes with the shoes and the rest of the clothes that he didn't have on your autopsy would have been?
Well, so I don't know how much the clothing plus the shoes would weigh, but normally at a doctor's office you slip out of your shoes to take a weight and a height, particularly for children. But again, I don't have that clothing, so I don't know how much that weighs.
Well, I mean, it could weigh a pound, correct?
Sure.
Okay, and if it weighed a pound, that would be a significant change in, if a pound translates to approximately 0.5 kilograms, correct?
Yes.
And you have been down at 12.7
Correct.
kilograms, right? So that would come back up. Now we would have instead of 12.7, if we added a pound per weight, then we're back up at 13.2, correct?
Oh, okay.
Do you understand the math there?
I do understand the math. I'm not understanding why we're adding.
Well, if we're trying to compare apples to apples, right, we want to make sure that we're not misleading the jury into thinking that he has, we want to be as accurate as possible so that when he's getting weighed at these different places, like an ENT, at the ER, at his doctor's office, we cannot assume that he took his shoes off, correct?
It's normally standard of care to take your shoes off, but you would have to talk to the physician that he saw as to whether or not that occurred.
But we can't assume that he didn't have one.
Okay.
Is that, you don't know, you weren't there, right?
I do not know.
Okay,
Correct.
And when they go into to the ER, you don't know if they take their shoes off.
Correct.
You don't know if an ENT, an ear, nose, and throat doctor, if they have them take their shoes off.
Correct.
And you didn't call Dr. Lopez at Little Buddies and say, hey, did you weigh him with his shoes or without his shoes? Did you?
Correct.
Okay, so the point being is that while you have this weight of 12.7, it's disingenuous, or it can skew the number depending on whether the prior weights were actually with or without shoes on and with or without clothes on, correct?
There is a variability there.
Okay, it can vary, right? Because we have to consider the fact that he could have been a whole pound more on the weight scale just because of clothes. All right, so we have this, we have those weights, and then let's talk about the accuracy of your autopsy. So you have that, exhibit 33? Okay, now you would agree with me that most of the time we're trying to be accurate and we're measuring somebody, and it's not going to turn out into whole numbers. It's going to be, for instance, in your measurement of 39 inches tall, it could be 39 inches or 39 and a quarter, 39 and a half, 39 and 3/4, correct?
Correct.
But in your autopsy report, you're just slapping down this whole number without any increments, 39 inches, right?
Correct.
Then we go to the weight of 28 pounds. Again, it's a whole number without any kind of variable. So if we had 28 pounds, 0.5, 28 pounds, 0.9, that is different. That's almost, although not quite, 29 pounds. It's somewhere in the middle. But because you would agree with me, you didn't give us any decimal points out, we can't figure out if he's at the higher side of 28 or the lower side of 28, correct?
No, because if there were decimal points, we would put them. So 28 pounds was 28.0,
Okay.
and 39 inches was 39.0.
So your office did the Giovanni case, right?
Correct.
And Dr. Frost was your mentor, or one of them?
He was my boss at one time, yes.
And this is an autopsy report that you signed off on.
I would assume so, I can't see it.
And you would agree with me that not only do we have the problem that you don't give any increments, and we're just supposed to trust that it was exactly 39 inches and exactly 28 pounds. You don't convert that in your autopsy report on paper to the kilograms, right? So we have, if you look at-
I just want to object to a comment question.
I'll rephrase. If you could, please. Showing you Defendant's Exhibit 35, which is an autopsy report, the only other autopsy report that you claim found starvation in the medical office, examiner's office, in the last 20 years, correct?
The cause of death was starvation.
And looking at that, it shows that he didn't measure in inches or in pounds, correct?
Judge, I'm at this point going to object to the relevance, and I was going to object as it relates to talking about other autopsy, which has not been any nexus as it relates to relevance.
Bruce Lawrence, just one second, let me review your question. Okay, can the parties approach, please?
Okay, and he's not measured in inches, he's measured in centimeters, correct?
He's actually measured in inches and centimeters.
Okay, and on the centimeters, how far out does it go?
93 point, oh, by 1 decimal point, is that what you're asking?
It goes out in decimal points and centimeters, correct?
Correct.
And then the weight, how far out does it go?
Well, there's no decimal points, he's measured in grams.
Okay, so, well, it says 7,170 grams, correct?
Correct.
Which is 7.17 kilograms.
Correct.
Okay, so I apologize for that. But, so when you're talking about this, the reason that it's important, would you agree, is because converting all of this starts to create, in order to do a BMI, your BMI is not in is not in inches to pounds, correct? It uses kilograms and centimeters.
So BMI is kilograms per meter squared.
Okay, but it uses a metric system.
Correct.
It doesn't use inches and pounds. So you have to now convert your inches and pounds. And when you convert them, how you round matters. Because, would you agree with me, if you had 39 inches, and you have 28 pounds, when this can be anywhere from 39.0 to 39.9, and that's all 39 inches, correct?
Not in our case, no, that is not how we report things out.
Well, you didn't give us what your decimal point was. So we just have to trust you that you rounded correctly, either down or up, right?
So 39 inches, when we measure, if it's 39 and a half, we say it's 39 and a half. If it's 39 and a quarter, we say it's 39 and a quarter. So what would be fair would be if it was 39.0 to 39.25, or actually not even that, because if you're closer to a quarter. So it would have to be 39.0 to 39.15 to estimate. But we are no more than 39 and a quarter, because we would have called it 39 and a quarter.
All right. And so we just have to trust you on that, because that, again, you didn't give us that data, so we don't know. We have to trust your rounding here. So you got rounding here. And then when you convert this, because now you have to take these numbers and you have to convert it to centimeters or meters, right?
Correct.
And that's the metric system. And so when we convert it, again, there is this room for error because we are now taking the number that you have rounded, and now when we convert it, it's also rounded. So the point is that by not measuring in the item, centimeters, and this would be kilograms, the system in which you're actually coming up with your BMI, and you take your BMI and you make that part of your ultimate big conclusion, right? You're looking at this BMI, and your ultimate conclusion is based on the BMI, correct?
That is a finding listed in the conclusions.
All right, and in order to get the BMI, these numbers right here are what you ultimately have to use to get to the BMI.
Correct.
So you got to go through this whole process, whereas if you had just started and measured to begin with the centimeters and the kilograms, we wouldn't have this increased rate of error, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, there's still variability in measurements.
Well, here's the thing. If you have a difference in a whole pound, there's 28, somewhere in there, if half a pound equals, if half a pound would equal how many kilograms?
So it'd be about 1 kilogram.
1 kilogram, right? And so we have this increased rate of error when we go down that path that it does not allow us to be as accurate. So now we have the added shoes, potentially. We have this rate of error. And somewhere in there, we have only lost, when you look at it, his last weight on your chart, right? It's on State Exhibit 110. His last weight was 13.43 kilograms before you say that he weighs 12.7. Right?
Correct.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108. This is from his August 10th visit to San Antonio Ear, Nose, and Throat. And would you agree with me that the doctor comments, makes a general appearance note, and he says, Benji is well-developed, well-nourished, and in no acute distress?
Yes.
Okay, so we have his weight here is 13.43 kilograms, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this is 8/10 of 21. And then on your measurement on 8/18/2021, you come up with 12.7 kilograms, right?
Correct.
So we have a difference. If we were to back that out, we have a difference of 0.73 kilograms, right? Between this number and this
Correct.
number. All right, so from the last time a doctor saw this child, he's on to the time you weighed the child. And in this visit, he's well-nourished, in no acute distress. And you say that between here and the time you weigh him, this figure is what supports your, at least in part, supports your theory of starvation, right?
The negative 0.73?
Yes.
No.
That he's lost this weight.
But not necessarily that 1 point. No.
Okay, well, we can back it up even more. And the one before that is 13.8, correct?
Correct.
All right, so let's back it up to the 13 point, and let's be accurate, 13.84. All right, and so now, within that time period, and this one is gonna be for 7/26/2021. And now the difference here is 1.14 kilograms, correct?
Sorry, yes.
All right, and so we just got through saying that 1 pound of clothing is at least 0.5 kilograms. And then we have this conversion issue that can also create additional. So we need to make sure that we are not misleading this jury by comparing.
Judge, I'm going to object to the conference sidebar.
You can rephrase your question, Mr. Saunders, please.
The point is that while we are talking about weight loss, and it is not so significant that a pair of shoes or miscalculations can also attribute to something, correct?
I think that's a difficult characterization. We're not looking at single points, we're looking at trends.
All right, and that's a great point. So we're going to jump off onto that. Here's Defendant's Exhibit 34, and you would agree with me that this is your graph that you charted, right?
It appears to be.
Okay, with some notations of dates and stuff that's added to it. But when we look at this, if a child drops off the curve, it doesn't mean they're going to die, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you can see that back when Benji was 8 to 10 months, he does drop off the curve.
Correct.
Do you know what happened in those 8 to 10 months?
I do not know exactly, but no.
So if he had infection, like he had ear problems and cold, would that sound about right?
For him to drop off the curve from that?
Those are what those visits were when he went in, correct?
Correct, but that would not necessarily explain him dropping off the curve, no.
the point is that if we get sick or we don't feel good, we might not eat as much, right?
Correct.
And so it'll drop us off the curve, but it doesn't mean we're gonna die.
Correct.
All right. Now, let's talk about your length of time for the food to go from the mouth to the colon. Are you aware that there are studies out there that say that it can happen in as little as 10 hours?
No.
Are you aware that Dr. Lucifer has testified it takes 6 to 8 hours?
No.
Would you disagree that it can be that short?
No.
So you would agree that it gets confusing, so we had double negatives there. Sorry. You would agree that it's possible for food to travel from the mouth to the colon in as little as 6 hours or as much as 3 days?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a range.
Correct.
All right. And did anyone show you the photo of the food that was found? A photo of food that was found on Miranda's phone that was taken a day before before Benji passes?
I don't recall.
Okay. Showing what's been marked as defendants 46 and 47. And I'm going to ask, looking at that photo, does it look like it could be similar to what's in the gastric contents of what was found in Benji's stomach?
Could they have, similar? I'm going to say no. However, could this be the remnants, like they're both coming from, I think that's what you're asking me, could they be coming from, could these gastric contents be the seeds from what appears to be peppers? I mean, yes, but I think they could potentially come from the same thing, but they're not similar in appearance.
Because by that point, it's in the gastric content, so it's not going to look like this photo.
No, we would, you can see, without describing gastric contents, I mean, if this were the gastric contents, we would have seen differences.
Okay, and his stomach has been suctioned. You say by a nasal gastric tube, right?
I said there was documentation that a nasogastric tube was placed.
Thank you very much. And then, but you would agree with me in State's Exhibit 2 that he doesn't have a nose tube, correct?
Correct.
That tube's in his mouth?
Correct.
Now, dehydration. You would agree with me that you do not have a finding of dehydration in this case, correct?
Correct.
And that is because, per your own publication, he doesn't meet the criteria for dehydration.
Dehydration on its own.
And so, let's talk about. So, if Dr. Lucifer claimed that that Benji was dehydrated, your findings did not substantiate that.
Correct. I use the term non-diagnostic.
Meaning that you have your specific publication. Benji didn't have renal failure, did he?
So there's no evidence of renal failure.
Okay. And your publication specifically states in individuals with dehydration, there will be sodium is usually going to be higher than 160, chloride greater than 1.5, and then vitreous, urea, nitrogen greater than 40, correct?
That is consistent. I don't know exactly what's in there, but sorry, that is consistent with yes.
Okay, and when you compare Benji's results to your criteria, you didn't meet those criteria, correct?
Correct.
So let's talk about your labs in-house. Now, Dr. Lucifer acknowledged that how a sample is preserved is important because it affects the accuracy of the results that follow. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. So when we talk about your in-house labs, you stated that it was refrigerated until they do their testing, correct?
Correct.
And then they freeze it.
Correct.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 48. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
All right. And it's a photo of what you say is still preserved at the NE's office.
As of the date the photo was taken.
Okay.
Some of the items are still preserved as of the date the photo was taken.
But in regards to toxicology samples, or blood sample, urine sample, vitreous fluid sample, that's all contained in this photo, correct?
Yes.
I mean, you were specifically asked to take a photo of what y'all were maintaining.
Correct.
And in regards to your samples of bodily fluid, whether it's blood, urine, vitreous from the eye, gastric contents, it's all in that picture.
The toxicology samples.
Okay, thank you. At this time, Your Honor, I ask for Defendant's Exhibit 48 to be admitted.
I have no objection.
Defendant's 48 is admitted, maybe.
All right, now, you claim that there's no acetone found, correct?
Correct.
And in regards to acetone, did you write in your chapter 4, of your textbook, that it's been reported acetone concentrations between 4 and 158 milligrams per liter in 5 starvation cases have been noted?
Yes.
Okay, so we don't have acetone here, according to you, but would you also agree that there is volatility in how we preserve our samples, right? It can make them, if they're not preserved correctly, it can affect the underlying sample integrity.
Depending on the assay performed, yes, if samples are not preserved correctly, there can be some variation depending on what you're testing for and depending on the sample.
So in particular, like if we're testing for ketones and we do not preserve the sample correctly, then by the time we go to test for it, they may no longer be there, or they'll be there at a much lower level, correct?
It depends on the ketone. Ketones are relatively stable, so it would depend on the length of time. There's a lot of variability there, but it's possible.
Did you do, so you say that, did you test for the additional ketones of acetate, if I pronounce this right, acetoacetate? I might be pronouncing
Acetone acetate?
Thank you, that word. Did you test for that?
No.
Did you test for beta hydroxybutyrate?
No.
Okay, and those are also ketones, right?
Correct.
And so in your defendant's, or what I'm showing you, defendant's exhibit 48, it shows six vials to the left, correct?
Correct.
And then 2 vials in the middle.
Correct.
And then this is the gastric contents.
Correct.
All right. And if you look at the picture, or the portion of the picture that says vitreous, you might need to, let me see. I don't know, I might have to get a digital copy. Can you see that there's someone that is, what day do you take the vitreous sample?
The date of the autopsy, so the 18th of August.
And then there is on that tube, there is, the next date is September 23rd, 2021, correct? It's hard to see. Do you want me to get a digital? So you can pull it up.
I'm sorry. So I see potentially 3 dates listed. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, what dates do you see?
8/23, 21, 9/27. I think it's a 21. If not, it's a 24. I think it's a 21. And 10/26. And I'm going to guess that's also.
Your now vitreous was sent out, right? That's the one that's sent out.
One of the tests was sent out
And that would be on the vitreous.
for one analyte.
Did you use the vitreous fluid to test for the ketones?
Yes.
Okay, so it's the same sample that we're dealing with. And do you have your defendant's exhibit 33? Now, you said that the chain of custody is going to be in here, in your documents, correct?
Correct.
And turning to your toxicology report, can you find, I'll let you find it, the one that you claim is when it was in-house. What date was that done?
For the vitreous or the blood ketones? Is that, which one are we talking?
When you said the vitreous.
They're actually done together. They're both, so ketones were tested for the blood and the vitreous. So acetone was done on blood and vitreous. I believe it's the same date. Yes, it's August 23rd of 2021.
It's tested on August 23rd or it's tested on September 27th?
No, it's tested on August 23rd.
Okay. August 23rd. And then where
And this is
is,
the blood.
Okay.
And then this is the vitreous, August 23rd.
and this one is done
August
August
23rd.
23rd.
This is the vitreous.
Now, this is collected, right?
Correct.
And this is, you say it's tested
Correct. For the acetones, that's what you asked me for.
in-house.
Correct.
And then when is it sent to the lab? When is the vitreous sent to the lab for NMS?
October 28th, 2021.
And this is to test the glucose, right?
Correct.
And when does that arrive at the FedEx facility? It's shipped FedEx, right?
Correct.
When does that arrive?
They come to us.
I mean, but you can tell when it arrives.
You need it.
Let me show you.
So when it arrives at NMS.
Yes, at NMS.
Okay, sorry. So when it arrives at NMS, October 30th, 2021.
Okay. And let's talk about the stability of glucose in vitreous. It is, would you agree with me that
It'll decrease rapidly in the body, yes, and then it decreases further if it's not preserved.
okay, in fact, NMS Labs notes on there that if it's not frozen, first off, it needs to be frozen.
Correct.
And then it needs to be within 30 minutes.
Well, I believe what it says is stability of vitreous glucose for up to 30 days has been noted by NMS Labs when specimens are maintained frozen. So it means it is stable for 30 days.
And in this case, it's not frozen. We don't know when it got frozen because there's also, by looking at those samples, you saw that someone got into the sample in September 23rd of 2021, correct?
I believe it was September 27th.
Okay,
But yes,
September 27th.
there's a date on it that I can tell you.
September 27th, right? So, yes, would you let me know when you become I don't want to interrupt the subject, but once you. Yes, Your Honor, I will. Let me finish this one. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Do you see on your toxicology report that there's actually going to be someone that they say that the completed date is 9/30/2021 for your toxicology?
Sorry, mine's not. Yes.
Okay. So while you claim that they did the test on 8/23, we now have the report that's saying that not only did someone, we have a vial, excuse me, that says not only did someone go in there and get the vial on 9/27, but we now have the report saying that it was done and completed on 9/30, correct?
I think you're misunderstanding our laboratory data and what all of this represents. So that report you're asking about being completed on 9/30 is all tox testing, not one particular test. And the date from 9/27 was an additional test that was done, not acetone. So we document each time we go into a vial to perform each different test. So these are different tests being done. So you have to go to the data to see that.
All right, and so if you're, and I'm looking at your data, you would agree that there's other testing being done on August 25th, correct?
These are some blood.
I understand.
Okay. But yes, there's lots of different testing being done on different days.
So August 25th.
Are you looking for the chase test?
I'm looking for, I'm looking for one that I know is on the 27th.
It's this one. You're looking for this.
Okay, so there was a test done on vitreous on the 27th of
Correct.
September?
On 27th,
Okay.
yes.
All right, and so you cannot tell us when exactly any of this got put into a freezer, correct?
Correct.
And Your Honor, at this time. Okay, we're gonna go and take our morning break. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Please remember my instructions. Thank you very much.
All right, the jury.
Okay, just before we go on to that again, just see, this is just breaking news right now. This is, so I'll just put it up here. There's Big Dennis. Sandra Birch, so officer decertified over ties, and Sandra Birchmore as twin faces charges. So the brother, so William Farwell, who worked as a police officer at the Stoughton Police Department for 5 years, entered a voluntary decertification agreement with a state, meaning he can no longer work as a law enforcement officer. His decertification will also be added to the National index, while William is not facing, so he is not facing any criminal charges, which is bullshit. His twin brother Matthew Farwell is. So there you go. He is not facing any criminal charges. He just no longer can work in law enforcement. So Birchman's family have filed a wrongful death lawsuit naming both brothers and the Staunton Police Department among the defendants. That shocked me a bit, if I'm being honest. That shocked me a bit, to be honest with you, that he's done that and no criminal charges. They obviously came to some sort of agreement deal. So I don't know. So they reviewed the order, which said some of the text exchange were graphic and included photographs and videos of nude individuals having sexual intercourse. Also accused William of lying to the state. Okay. While speaking with detectives for the Mass State Police, William said that he had 2 or 3 sexual encounters with Birchmore and said the last time they were together is December 2020, when Birchmore told William that she was pregnant with his twin brother's child. Before records told a different story, revealing William and Birchmore met for a sexual encounter on January 10th, 2021. Okay. So it looks like Matthew is in deep shit, obviously, but it looks like William may. Well, I don't know the exact story. I mean, if there's evidence there that he had underage sex with her, I presume he was going to get. I don't know. Wait for more details. Let's wait for more details on that one, I think, is what we'll say about that one. Just because there's no criminal charges right this second, things could come out again. Do you know what I mean? So more evidence could come out. But as it stands, he's not been criminally charged. So, right, let's go back to the trial. They're back in court.
Counsel on this case, I don't recall.
So are you an expert in growth arrest lines?
I don't know what an expert in growth arrest lines is.
Well, considering the fact that you had already made a finding of the autopsy and then you filed your findings of starvation without growth arrest lines, correct?
Correct.
And now, when questioned about growth arrest lines, you claim miraculously that you've now identified growth arrest lines.
I'm going to check this sidebar.
It's the same. So now you're questioned about it. Now you see.
I will say that again, I did not appreciate the growth arrest lines at the time of the autopsy when I looked at the x-rays myself. An expert in x-rays and bones also looked at the x-rays, who's now hired by
Objection,
office.
Your Honor. There's been no other expert that's been disclosed, and this goes in violation. Can you approach me?
I would need clarification.
You found no evidence of an organ failing, right? You didn't have kidney failure, liver failure.
Prior to death.
Okay, so.
Organs fail at death, so.
Prior to that, or you didn't find in particular one organ that failed. At the time of death, there's no specific organ that's identified as having an issue. Because you look at the slides, right?
So I'll say correct. I think that's what you're getting.
Yeah, because you take slides of the tissue and you look at it under the microscope.
Correct.
Right? And you didn't identify any particular organ that you believe had failed, and specifically, like a specific organ, like liver, kidney, spleen.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when we talk about the contusions and abrasions, would you agree that these did not contribute to your finding of starvation?
Correct.
And they're non-specific. You didn't have a specific finding associated with them as to how they were caused, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you can't tell how those contusions or abrasions were caused, correct?
Correct, other than blunt force. Correct.
Okay, again, we go back to the definition, blunt force isn't by ballistic, it's not by a firearm.
Correct.
And it's not by stabbing.
Correct.
So if it's not ballistic, not firearm, and it's not stabbing, the only other type of category of injury is that blunt force.
Correct.
So it's just a category that contusions and abrasions go into.
Well, it's how they're sustained, yes, by a blunt force. But there could be any number of blunt forces, to go to your question. I can't say what blunt force caused those contusions.
And during the break, you had an opportunity to view a video of Benji, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that he is engaging in self-harming behavior.
Correct.
And that we can't rule out what injuries on his body came from his own behavior, correct?
Correct.
All right, now in regards to thymus atrophy, that's also a non-specific finding, meaning the fact that someone's thymus is not present does not mean they have starvation.
Correct.
So it could be, for instance, it's caused by stressful events, right?
Physiologically stressful events, yes.
And you're aware that Benji was removed from his biological mother when he was approximately 2.5 years old, correct?
I was aware he was removed. I don't know the timing. So, but yes.
And you don't know the facts behind why he was removed.
Correct.
Now, lastly, I want to approach and show you Defendant's Exhibit 34. There's been this ongoing discussion about y'all have said, you've made this comment that the decline in weight starts from his 10th month, right, 10 months back. You've come up with this 10-month period.
48 months, I believe.
Okay.
So it's 10 months, yes.
So,
that's 48 months.
And you're basing it off of this data point, because this is 48 months. If we were to
Correct.
draw, so it's this data point that you're looking at.
Correct.
Right? But if this data point is wrong, because it is an outlier, it's off of his curve, most of his life he's tracking along with this percentile, which you've already acknowledged, correct?
Correct.
But if this is an outlier and it's not accurate for some reason, and we're still along this curve, you would agree with me that really the really significant drop is going to be at July 21st, 2021. Right here where he is with CHOSA, and for the first time we have that weight that's between 14.6, I don't want to get it wrong. In the same day, he loses 1 kilogram, right, in weight. So we're here on 7/21, and had a Pearl ER that morning, he was 14.6.
Correct.
And that evening, he's 13.8 at CHOSA.
As documented.
As documented,
Yes.
right? And so that date is right here where they're on top of each other, right? Where you see this dot is on top of this dot.
Correct.
Okay, and so really we're only talking about this precipitous drop off, not from a 10-month period, which really focused on what's going on right here in this 3 to 4 week period, correct?
I think that's where the precipitous is, but the trend has to start back further.
Well, and that you would agree is an opinion because you're basing it on stuff that he historically has never tracked on the 25th percentile, except for 2 data points, which we don't know what he was wearing, whether he was wearing jeans or how that was weighed or if they're even accurate.
So that's possible. We also don't know the data points of that several month period where there's no data points.
Well, but even with that in mind, the point is with the data we do have, it does seem that when we are back here at the 4-year well check, and he's right back on the curve of the 5th percentile, right? The 48 months is the 50. I don't know if this is 50 or 48 right here.
So that appears to be 50? Which point?
So this one is, yeah, so this 4-year well check right here at Little Buddy, he is measuring 14.1. So he's right back on the growth curve. And here, while it looks significant, that is, they measured him at Northeast Baptist at 14.8. So it's not a huge difference, it's about a pound difference.
Correct.
Okay, so let's not confuse the issue here. While it looks like a big difference, we're talking about 1 pound, whether they're off, we don't know at this one right before it. In any event, would you agree with me? He tracks the 5th percentile, and it's this period right here that's super significant from 7/21 until he passes on 8/17.
I would say that's where we have the most data points. So, but again, we're seeing this trend.
Okay, we have 3 data points that show him all on the 5th percentile, right? We have his 4-year well check. We have the one where he goes for his, he goes into CHOSA 325 and 4/1, 2021, and then we have our data from 7/21.
Correct.
And so earlier you had stated that there's this clinical history of precipitous weight loss 2 months before. But you would agree with me that there's no data points at 2 months before. The furthest back from the 7/21 is going to be March 25th and April 1st, which is 4 months. So while you keep saying this 2-month period, would you agree with me it's misleading because 7/21 is the next data point. So we only have data points for the last 3 weeks of his life that show the percentages dropping.
For clarification, I don't believe I have kept saying it. I believe it's just documented in the report. So, but yes, it appears that 2 months is not a full 2 months, correct?
It's just from that 721 on. Okay, pass with this.
Let's have a couple questions. We'll start with the growth chart. You have them. You have growth.
I have mine. This was not that. Right up there. Sorry.
So, Ms. Sawyer's describes these 2 points as outliers, but I want to look at those 2 points in specific. So the first one is at 40 months. Where was he weighed at?
The Children's Hospital of San Antonio.
And what was his weight?
13.5 kilograms.
And what date was that taken?
February 3rd, 2020.
So winter time.
Correct.
Okay. When somebody's more likely to wear like a jacket and pants and more cold weather clothing.
Sure.
Right? It's fair to say? I mean, it's San Antonio, but the next one at 48 months. How much was that weight?
14.8.
And where was that taken?
Northeast Baptist.
So 2 different facilities, right?
Correct.
And there's been a gain in weight.
Correct.
And when was that taken again?
September 29th, 2020.
Okay, so almost exactly 4 years ago.
Yes.
Roughly.
Yes.
Okay, have you had to wear a jacket outside in the recent history?
No.
Okay. So when we're more likely to be wearing like shorts and t-shirts and things like that.
Yes.
So we have 2 different facilities, and he's weighing on both of those at the 25% growth curve, right?
Just about.
Okay. Next thing I want to talk to you is the defense was talking about the organ weights, specifically number 44, defense exhibit 44. And looking at that, you, as it relates to the mid-40, that's the midpoint.
Yes, that's what it's called. I believe that's the mean.
And then the same thing for 5-year-olds, right?
Yes.
He's closer to 5 than he is 4, fair to say, at the time of his death?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at the 4-year-olds, he's below the median on every single one except for the heart, right?
Correct.
And then when we look at 5-year-olds, he's definitely below the median on both those.
Correct.
Okay. So on the lower half of the weights.
Correct.
Okay. So we look at that Pearl PR visit. I want to show you the record as it relates to that. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit number 107. And it says, weight 14.6 kilograms stated. What does that indicate to you?
That usually means that the doctor asked, how much does the child weigh? And someone told him it.
And so we have a point on the same day that shows that, right?
Yes.
And what was that weight?
13.8.
As it relates to his height and his weight, Ms. Sawyer talked a lot about whole numbers. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
Was his weight 28 pounds?
Yes.
Was it? Why didn't you use a decimal place?
Because in our office, if you're under the age of, if you're 2 or under, then usually we'll weigh in kilograms, which gets you your decimal places. If you're over that age, then we weigh in pounds and we measure in inches, and we round to the nearest quarter. So it would be 28 and a quarter, 28 and a half, 28 and 3/4. When you get less than that, there's variability in the measurements, variability in the scales. So it's just the convention in our office that's what we use, which is why it's not 28.0, because that would indicate that I'm saying there's absolutely nothing. But the convention in our office, again, is to use quarter, half, 3/4, and the weights. Same thing with when you measure. It's quarter, half, and 3/4.
Okay. So he's not 28 and a quarter pounds, fair to say?
Correct.
He's 28. And how many inches?
39 inches.
And he's not 39 and a quarter, fair to say?
Correct.
The video that you reviewed of the rape where Ms. Sawyer says that Angie was engaging in harming behaviors, was he hitting himself very hard?
It did not appear so.
And when the person on the video told him to stop, he stopped?
I don't recall that in the video that I was shown. There was no sound.
Okay. Then, last thing I want to say is that Ms. Sawyer's referenced your article in which stated that there was acetone concentration between 4 and 158 milligrams per liter in 5 starvation cases. We looked over the citation for that at the break, correct?
Correct.
And that particular article that it's referencing is related to post-mortem biochemistry and suspected starvation-induced ketoacidosis. Is that fair? That was the name of the article?
Correct.
Is this a case of starvation-induced ketoacidosis?
No.
So it has no relevance to this case?
Correct.
No, that's what it is.
So, in regards to that video, you would agree that he's punching his face, correct?
He's hitting himself in the face, correct?
Yes, with a closed fist.
I need to see the video. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's 4 minutes long.
Can I just see the little snippet? We didn't watch the whole video, so just the same snippet. And let me just, yes, the face appears close.
And sorry. It appeared to you that for 4 minutes he's hitting himself in the face with his fist.
With his hand closed, yes.
With both hands.
It points, it's both hands.
For a long period of time. I mean, 3 minutes is a long time to be hitting yourself, right?
Well, in fairness, I didn't watch the whole video. We just watched snippets, but it appears the video goes on for 4 minutes, during which time he is hitting himself. Yes.
Well, I clicked through there, and each time I clicked through there, you could see his fist still coming up to his face, correct?
Sometimes the hands were down. I didn't watch the whole video. It appears he's hitting himself for the video.
But it's also during that time period that throughout it, he is continuing to hit himself during that time period.
It appears that during that time, yes.
I pass witness.
I know for the rest of this.
Dr. Moore, thank you very much for your testimony. I'll stay for let you know if you need anything else. Thank you very much.
S-A-I-Z.
And Detective Size, how are you employed?
Police officer for the city of San Antonio.
And what is your current rank with SAB?
Detective.
So, how long have you been with SAB?
30 years.
So, I'm really bad at math. What year did you start?
1994.
Prior to that, did you have any other law enforcement experience?
Yes.
And what was that?
Military law enforcement.
And how long?
4 years prior to SAPD.
What branch of service?
Air Force.
So, when you came to SAPD, what was the process of becoming an officer?
We attend the San Antonio Police Academy, get the basic training that's provided there, learning traffic law, the penal code, report writing, those types of things.
And how long is the academy? 6
months.
So after you get out of the academy, you go straight on to patrol?
We do a probationary year. Back then, when I came out, I think we did 18 months with a field training officer. Kind of rotated through 3 of them. We were riding with an experienced officer who's kind of guiding us and making sure we're doing things the right way.
And so, how long were you on patrol?
I was on patrol for 14 years.
What kind of duties did you have as a patrol officer?
Just your basic patrol. I was assigned to the west side, answering calls for service, conducting traffic enforcement. I then transferred over to another part of the city, and I worked in the San Antonio Fear-Free Environment Unit, Safety Unit, which is a community policing unit. I was assigned to that unit for about just a few years, not long.
And so what's the process of moving from patrol to being a detective?
We take a written exam. Every officer is eligible after 5 years on patrol now. Back then it was 2 years on patrol. You could test for detective. Now it's 5 years. So it's a written exam. You study for it. Covers our general manual, which is rules and regulations, our processes and policies, and the penal code, and a textbook that's required reading.
And so when did you promote to detective?
In 2008.
When you initially promoted, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to the North Property Crimes Unit of Jones Maltsberger at the North Substation.
And how long did you do that?
I did that for a few years and then transferred to the robbery unit. That was also housed out. She had brought Benji to the hospital in her car, and we just wanted to get photos, and we'll respond to the scene. For example, in this case, I was told that they were at the hospital and that we needed to come out there. So we respond there. We make contact with the officers, get more detail about what's going on, and then we determine who our witnesses are, people that we need to talk to.
Okay. So you use the information you get from patrol or dispatch. You get the scene, talk to people, and that makes kind of guide your investigation from there.
Yes.
As it relates to a case involving a deceased child by the name of Benjamin Cervera with a date of birth of September 28th of 2016, were you assigned to investigate his death?
Yes.
How were you notified to go to the hospital?
We were contacted by phone from the officers at the hospital. That was on August 17th, 2021, and we were notified probably around 12:30 p.m.
Okay. So you get notified on August 17th of 2021. You go to which hospital?
It was the Children's Hospital downtown.
And so once you get there, who's the first person you speak to?
The officer, the handling officer.
Do you remember his name?
I do not.
Would having a copy of the report refresh your memories about that?
Yes. Of the deceased child.
Okay. I'm referring to him as Benji. So where was Benji?
Benji was in one of the, I guess, examination rooms on a gurney.
Okay. And is that the first time you saw Benji?
Yes.
Where did you went to you?
He had multiple bruises on his body, and he appeared to be extremely underweight, small.
At that point, had you already made a determination or assumption of what was the cause of his death?
No.
So you go look at Benji. After you look at his body, what do you do next?
I then speak to the detective that's there with me to assist, Detective Ferguson, and we come up with our game plan of who we need to talk to, where we need to talk to them. There at the hospital, I did contact Miranda and Brandon, Brandon's father and Miranda, the wife of Brandon, and just explain to them why we're there, why we needed to speak to them, because we need to figure out what happened to Benji.
And when you said father, Brandon, what was his last name?
Cervera.
Do you have a date of birth for him?
Your Honor, if we could not have the first disclosed for video.
As long as there's no issues related to the age of the defendant for purposes of any type of legal argument.
If you could ask for the age of the defendant instead of the date of birth, that would be a little bit more.
It requires some answer.
No worries, but that would be wonderful. Thank you, Mr.
At the time you spoke to Brandon Cervera, Senior, was he at least 17 years old?
Yes.
You see Brandon Cervera in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point at him identify by piece of clothing?
He's wearing the gray coat and the light blue shirt.
They aren't, but that's not reflected because it's identified the defendant. So you talked to Miranda, you talked to Brandon, and then what happens next?
I asked, we'll get consent from Miranda just to photograph her vehicle because she had brought Benji to the hospital in her car, and we just wanted to get photographs of it. And then she was transported to our office. We explained to her we needed to get a statement from her, and she agreed. Talked to Brandon and explained to him that we need to do the same. He drove himself to the hospital to pick up, and he asked, or I believe it was a pickup, he asked if we could give the keys to his brother, and we asked him if he could hold on to the apartment key, which he did, and we gave the keys to his brother. We asked that because we wanted to see if he'd give us consent to go take a look at their apartment, see if there was anything there that could kind of help us figure out what happened to Benji.
And was the defendant transported downtown?
Yes.
When you get downtown, who speaks to Miranda? Who speaks to Miranda when you go downtown?
To Miranda?
Yes.
I did.
And who spoke to the defendant?
Detective Ferguson.
When you were talking to Miranda, did she show you some videos?
She did.
And on what device did she show you videos?
On her cell phone.
And who did those videos, did they contain a person in them?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Benji.
What was the kind of nature of the videos? Let me ask it this way. Eventually, you learned that the home has security cameras?
Yes.
Was one of those videos you viewed security camera footage?
It was.
And in that video, did that video contain Benji?
Yes.
The other video, was it surveillance video?
It was cell phone camera video.
Okay. So after you speak to both Miranda and the defendant, what happens next?
From there, they're released. We tell them we have to continue the investigation, and I need to wait for an autopsy to be conducted on Benji.
So when you talked to Miranda, and after she showed you the videos on her cell phone, did you get consent to search the cell phone?
She did provide consent.
And did Mr. Cervera provide consent to photograph the apartment?
Yes.
Were you present when the apartment was photographed?
I was not.
Did you review the photographs after they were taken?
Yes. We had another detective present at that apartment during that time.
Okay. Who did you turn the cell phone video to in order for it to be extracted or downloaded?
Our digital forensics unit. Their detectives there are trained on downloading cell phone or doing the data extractions.
Okay. Was anybody else talk to you that night?
There were some other people talked to. I'm trying to remember if it was that day or not. I know there were other family members there at the hospital, but I don't think we spoke to them that day. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Brandon Jr. was actually interviewed by Child Safe that day. Not at our office. That's somewhere else.
Okay, we'll circle back then.
Okay. And I'm just checking these other dates real quick. Candace Sanchez, was it also provided a statement?
Okay, and how
that was
the relationship to the defendant?
Benji's aunt.
Would that have been Brandon's sister?
Yes. And then Julia Center. That's who called 911. I think she encountered Miranda when Miranda was transporting Benji to the hospital, tried to help her.
Okay.
That statement, though, wasn't taken until much later.
Okay.
I believe that was it.
Did you speak to the Benji's biological mother?
We did. I didn't speak to her directly. I know that she was, that day she was very, very distraught.
So she spoke to her different.
Yes.
So you have, going back to the day of Benji's death, you speak to Miranda, you speak to the defendant, and that's when you said you needed to wait on the autopsy.
Yes.
Did you talk to Dr. Molina?
It was, I did briefly speak to her prior to, because I wanted to, or to the medical examiner's office. It was probably to an investigator, because I wanted to relay the information that I had been given by Miranda and information that was given by Brandon. We've been told that Benji was hitting himself, causing injuries to himself. So we needed to let them know that in case there was some question about some of the injuries he had, they would have someone maybe an explanation as to why he had those.
Okay. Eventually, do you speak to Dr. Molina?
Yes.
You know roughly when that was?
Right after the autopsy that day.
Okay. And what was the purpose of talking to her?
I didn't attend. This was during that COVID time where they kind of shut us off and didn't want us there unless we absolutely had to be there, which was rare. So I wanted to talk to her and kind of get an idea of which direction we're going, mainly to find out if any injury he had was fatal. She told me there was not any fatal injury, but she also made a point to let me know that some of the injuries he had were in places where they could not have been self-inflicted.
Okay. And so you talked to Dr. Molina at that point, the day after the autopsy?
It was probably later that day after the autopsy or the day after.
I'm not judge and ask for a limiting instruction. We are not, like, they're getting into injuries that have nothing to do with starvation or dehydration or medical care. Are you offering these under 3837?
We'd be offering.
Bing bong, bing bong bay, bing bong, bing bong bay, bing bong, bing bong bay. Scott likes warrior lingerie.
For limiting instruction at this time.
Yes.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, it is necessary that I read you the short instruction.
Cell phone.
Okay. Check the size. I'm going to show you what has been marked. State's exhibit number 77 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
My initials and my badge number on it.
So have you previously reviewed this disc?
Yes.
And what does it contain?
Phone messages.
And the report, again, is this from a cell phone that you received consent from Miranda to complete the extraction on?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what I'm marking for identification purposes. The State Exhibit 222. Is this the statement information supplement that the defendant filled out as it relates to his contact information and identifying information?
Yes.
And the phone number that's shown on State's Exhibit number 22, is that the same phone number that is communicating with the Miranda's phone? Yes, the same phone number on State's Exhibit 222 that the defendant provided, is that the same phone number that is contained on State's Exhibit number 77?
Yes.
And that's the phone number that's communicating with Miranda?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked in State's Exhibit number 78. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that disc to be?
Some home security footage also has my initial badge number on it.
So have you previously reviewed this disc?
Yes.
And the videos that are on State's Exhibit number 78, are those the same types of videos similar to what Miranda showed you on August 17th of 2021?
Yes.
And do all of these videos, do they depict a person, at least one person?
Yes.
Do they all at least depict Benji?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 79. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My initials and badge number, they're also on the disc.
And are these videos that were taken from Miranda's cell phone?
Yes.
And do they all contain Benji?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 80A and 80B. Do you recognize both of these discs?
Yes.
Did you initial both of these discs?
I did.
And did you review both of these discs?
Yes.
As it relates to 80A, I'm going to talk about 80A and 80B. Do they contain the same video?
Yes.
Just one has some redactions from it?
Yes.
And State 80B, the voices that are contained on that video, do you recognize those voices?
Yes.
And whose voices do you recognize those to be?
Miranda and Brandon.
Okay. Brandon being the defendant?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 223. Do you recognize that disc? Is on there? And who did you recognize in there?
Exhibit, whether he is even aware of this message.
Would you like a response, Judge? Or do we need a version?
I might be confused. Please come forward.
I'm going to start with State's Exhibit number 79. So looking at the PDF on State's Exhibit number 79, first I want to talk about what's labeled as video 1. What date does it say that this video was created?
August 13th, 2021.
So that would be how many days before Benji dies?
4.
Oh, Brett. Keep writing more Brett, bro. Writing more Brett, I'm fucking ass this month.
So that voice that you just heard, do you recognize that voice?
Yes,
And whose voice do you recognize that to be?
the defendant.
And what did you hear him say?
He's cursing at Benji, talking about the bread.
Specifically, did you hear him say, "Pride for my bread, bro, and I'm going to put your fucking ass in squats"?
Yes,
And again, this is 4 days before he dies.
yes.
I'm going to show you video number 2. What date was this created?
August 14th, 2021.
How many days before? How many days would that be before Benji dies?
3.
Come on, please. Come on, please. Dad. Dad. Come on, please.
What did you hear Benji say?
He's asking for bread, asking his dad for bread,
And again, who's Benji's dad?
the defendant.
I'm going to go to video number 3. What date was this created?
June 8th, 2021.
So 2 months approximately before, 2.5 maybe, before he dies.
Yes.
Come on, through the process. Now. Nobody will fucking go back. Nobody will. Okay. Let's go back.
During your review of the cell phone, were you able to recover multiple videos of this angle of the camera?
Yes.
And what part of the apartment is this?
The kitchen.
In review of the photograph, did it appear to be a camera in the kitchen?
Yes.
I'll move to State's Exhibit 83. The file pathway name, 2021, or rather the file name, 2021, 08, 16. August 16th, what? Was that the day before Benji died?
Yes.
I mean, you're not dealing like that, you
No, I'm fucking tired tonight. I don't fucking get what I sleep around here.
You're the dumbass all right. It's like you open you watch when you get up.
And I'm trying to get on the water here and fucking come.
Okay, then you just fucking close the door, come to the fucking room and close the fucking door, right?
Yeah, but you're waiting on the fucking boys.
So that means for you to scream at him?
Like, you don't. Who does it every fucking night?
They want us to have in the middle of the night.
Yeah, you do.
So the two voices on the recording, the female voice, the parent female voice, who was that?
Miranda,
And the male voice?
the defendant.
From your review of the case, as well as the phone and the videos from the phone, did you learn who would be crying at night?
Yes.
Who was that?
Benji.
And in this case, based on the conversation, what would Benji be screaming for?
Bread and water.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. One is not specific to a video, he has no personal knowledge.
Are you questioning speculation?
Speculation, sorry.
As to the last answer, what Benji would be screening for, is that a good question?
Yes.
That objection is sustained.
And Judge, if I just briefly respond, from that video, they're talking about water. I don't think it's speculation.
That has to be rephrased because that's not how he asked the question.
If you could rephrase your question to
That video, what was Benji asking for based on that night in that video?
An objection, we never hear Benji ask for anything in that video. We hear crying.
So, Mr. Video, are you speaking as to, there's a reference in that video as to water?
Yes.
Okay, I think it might have, I think you might have to go over that to determine whether there is or isn't.
I'll go through the surveillance videos first, so it's not anything clear, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to open for you State's Exhibit number 78, which is the surveillance videos. So as it relates to this, you see how many videos are contained on State's Exhibit number 78?
It says, indicates 29 videos.
Okay. Well, I want to talk about video number 1. What date was this created?
June 8th, 2021.
I'm going to pause for a second. Who is this in the video?
Leonidas.
And who is this?
Benji.
And who is this over here?
Brandon Jr.
So going to August 17th of 2021, when the home was searched, and the apartment was searched and photographed, was there something in the doorway here?
Yes.
What was it?
A gate.
Okay. Does it appear on this video that that gate is present here?
No.
And in that video, what do you see Benji doing?
Appears he brings something to Leonidas, a cup or something to drink.
For the video number 2, what date was this created?
July 23rd, 2021.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to any questions about what's going on in the video. The jury has the evidence. This particular witness was not physically there. He's no more capable of viewing the videos than anybody else. So questions as to what he sees or doesn't see, I'm going to object to.
I'll allow him to describe what he sees in an item of evidence, but as to any speculation, I will sustain the objection as to detective side speculating as to what Benji's intent or maybe.
Yes, I will follow the rules of evidence, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who is this?
Benji.
And can you see the lights? Who usually slept? Whose bed is here?
Brandon Jr.
Okay. And you agree with this is a trash can down here?
Yes.
And then Benji takes something out of the trash can?
Yes.
Are you able to tell based on your experience as a dad what that item took out was?
Objection, speculation.
I can't even finish my question.
If you can finish your question, Mr. Gabriel.
You have kids?
I do.
How old are they now?
22 and 19.
Okay. God bless you.
Yeah.
So you help raise them?
I did.
Give them treats, snacks?
Yes.
You have life experience other than being a police officer?
Yes.
Based on your experience, did it appear, hold on 1 second.
I'm going to object to leading. Just before you answer the question, Detective Size, Mr. Viadiel, can you go ahead and ask your question?
Did this appear, did this appear to you to be anything that you recognized?
I'll let you answer that question.
It looks like an empty snack bag.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to go to video number 3. What date did this was created?
July 28th, 2021.
Prior to having the cell phone extracted, did you see this video before that?
Yes.
Who showed it to you?
Miranda.
And did she provide you context about what was happening?
Objection, hearsay, sustained.
Well, she provided you context without telling me what she said.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Who is this?
Benji.
Moving on to video number 4. When was this created?
July 28th, 2021.
So the same day as video number 3?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you hear Benji asking for?
Milk.
Moving on to video number 5. What day was this created?
July 28th, 2021.
Is that the same day as video number 3 and number 4?
Yes.
And this is approximately how many weeks before Benji said?
3.
What, if anything, did you hear Benji asking for that?
Milk.
On to video number 6. What day was this created?
July 29th, 2021.
So the day after the last video?
Yes.
And looking at that video, is that gate that we previously mentioned that it was photographed on 8/17 of 2021 in the picture now?
Yes.
And again, who was this individual who would just Out of the video.
Benji.
Moving on to video number 7, when was this created?
August 3rd, 2021.
And approximately how many weeks is that before Benji dies?
Just about 2 weeks.
Who is depicted in this individual video?
Benji.
Moving on to video number 8, when was this video created?
August 4th, 2021.
The day after video number 7?
Yes.
Who is this in the video?
Benji.
And can you hear what he's asking for, if anything?
Sounds like water.
Going on to video 9, what day was this created?
August 4th, 2021.
Same as video number 8?
Yes.
I want to pause for a second. There appears to be somebody at the beginning of the video, right?
Yes.
Do you recognize that voice?
Yes.
Who's
the defendant?
And what do you hear him say?
Shut the fuck up.
Who is this individual?
Benji.
Again, how many weeks before he passed?
2 weeks.
On to video number 10. What day was this created?
August 6th, 2021.
Who is this individual right here?
Benji.
Can you tell me who this is?
Llandysul.
Going to video number 11. Can you see when this video was created?
August 10th, 2021.
How many days before Benji dies?
7.
Who is this?
Benji.
And then this individual right here.
Llandysul.
Going to video number 12. What day was this created?
August 10th, 2021.
Who's this individual?
Benji.
And the one that was over here?
Llandysul.
And the person who walked in the room?
Miranda.
Moving on to video number 13. When was this video created?
June 6th, 2021.
At this point, are you able to see the blocking mechanisms that were present on on August 17th, 2021 with these cabinets?
No.
Does there appear to be something here?
Yes.
What was that?
Some kind of strap to keep it closed.
Going on to video number 14. When was this created?
June 8th, 2021.
Who's depicted in that video?
Benji.
And could you tell what he grabbed?
Cookies.
Is that bread?
No.
And I should also next. This latch, or this object right here. What about appear to be to you?
Some type of blocking mechanism.
Going to video number 15. When was this created?
June 8th, 2021.
Who's depicted in that video?
Benji.
Can you tell what part of the apartment that is?
The kitchen.
Going on to video number 16. When was this video created?
June 8th, 2021.
Who's depicted in that video?
Benji.
And what does it appear that he is eating in that?
Jello.
So is that bread?
No.
Going to video number 17. When was that video created?
June 8th, 2021.
Who's depicted in that video?
Benji.
And what does it look like he's eating?
Watermelon.
So not bread.
Not bread.
On to video number 18. When was that video created?
June 8th, 2021.
Who's depicted in that video?
Benji.
Are you always eating?
No.
Does it appear to be bread?
No.
Going on to video number 19. When was this video created?
June 8th, 2021.
Who's depicted in the video?
Benji.
Can you tell what he's drinking?
I don't know what's in the cup, but he pulled out a milk jug.
Okay. Going on to video number 20. What video was this video created?
June 8th, 2021.
Who's depicted in the video?
Benji.
Can you tell, or does it appear? What is it that he's eating?
Fruit cup.
So not bread.
Not bread.
And video number 21. When was this video created?
June 8th, 2021.
Who's in that video?
Benji.
Can you tell me something?
A carton of some type of drink, probably.
Okay. So all those last videos, let's say video numbers 14 through 21 were all on June 8th of 2021.
Yes.
So that night, what can you tell them that he ate?
A lot of things that weren't bread.
Okay. Going on to video number 22. Can you tell, or what day was this video?
June 10th, 2021.
Who was the big in the video?
Benji.
Can you get what part of the apartment is this?
The kitchen.
Going on to video number 23. What date was this created?
June 29th, 2021.
Who's depicted in this video?
Benji.
Does it appear you can fully open the refrigerator door?
No.
Going on to video number 24. What day was this created?
July 16th, 2021.
Who's depicted in that video?
Benji.
Are you aware of when police went out prior to his death for a welfare check?
Yes.
That was approximately July 20th, 2021.
Yes.
And in this video, do you notice anything as it relates to the appearance of Benji's face?
He looks injured.
Okay. What part of his face?
His eyes.
Is there something in his ears?
It appears to be bandaged.
And again, this video was created on what day?
July 16th, 2021.
I'm going to video number 25. What day was this created?
July 16th, 2021.
Who's depicted in that video?
Benji.
Can you tell what he's grabbing?
Nutty Buddies.
Okay. Are you familiar with a Nutty Buddy?
Unfortunately.
Okay. What is a Nutty Buddy?
It's a chocolate wafer bar.
Does it have anything on the inside?
Just like a cookie type wafer.
Does it have a flavor?
I don't think so.
What about peanut? Does that peanut butter in it?
They could. The ones I've had don't.
Okay. Is that weird when he's grabbing that box?
Yes.
Are you able to tell what's in the forefront of this picture?
Bread.
Moving on to video number 26. What date was this created?
July 16th, 2021.
Who's in that video?
Benji.
What is it Benji's doing?
Drinking water.
Moving on to video number 27. Video number 27. When was it created?
July 16th, 2021.
Who's addicted to the video?
Benji.
Does he eat the bread that's in the forefront of the video?
No.
28 was created.
July 15, 2021.
Who's addicted to that video?
Benji.
I have video number 29. When was that created?
July 21st, 2021.
Who's addicted to that video?
Benji.
Do we see now a change in how many blocks are here?
Yes.
And does this appear to be the same block on the fridge that was in the other videos?
No, it's different.
So this is as of July 21st, 2021.
Yes.
I'm going to show you now what the biggest exhibit number 223. Who is that?
Benji.
Does it appear that he hits himself with that same level of force throughout the video?
Yes.
What happens when Miranda tells him to stop?
He stops.
Does that happen throughout the video?
Yes.
I'm not going to play with it. The from and then the to, right?
Yes.
And this 210-739-2624, that's what you testified as to is the defendant's cell phone?
Yes.
And he texts her what?
Just give it to the dude.
Okay. And then 3 from Brandon to Miranda.
He can just eat that and that's it. Just chill out.
And then Miranda tells Brandon what?
He wants the whole thing.
And then the defendant tells Miranda what?
Just give one by one.
And then again, the defendant tells Miranda what?
He don't need to eat dinner.
And then Miranda tells the defendant what?
This is just too much. Him getting his way all the time and still not listening. He just finished one loaf and wants more. He's still yelling and crying.
And then Brandon tells Miranda what?
Just give it to him till he grows up. Take videos of him. Or I'm sorry, till he throws up. Take videos of him.
And then Miranda tells Brandon what?
I don't even have storage anymore from all the other videos I have of him.
And then Brandon tells Miranda what?
Well, delete some.
So what day are all of these messages?
August 12th, 2021.
And that's how many days before Benji dies?
5.
And again, Brandon tells Miranda what?
He don't need to eat dinner.
I want to talk about Child Safe for a second. What is Child Safe?
Child Safe is an organization that assists with children that are involved in traumatic incidents.
Your Honor, please. Yes.
They help us when they conduct interviews of children. They're specially trained to do that. We're small children. We don't interview them, but we rely on them to do that.
Okay. And are you present during this? You, meaning police, are you present during those interviews?
No.
Is it a neutral setting?
Yes.
Is there anybody else in the room other than the child safe interviewer and the child?
No.
Are they trained to deal with questioning children?
Yes, they are.
And in this case, was Brandon Jr., was he interviewed child safe?
He was.
Are you aware of whether Brandon or Benjamin were ever interviewed at child safe for the welfare check on 7/21 or 20? I'm sorry, 7/20 or 21?
They were not.
So, other than interviewing the defendant, Miranda Casares, having Brandon Jr. interviewed at child safe, who else was interviewed during the course of your investigation?
Benji's aunt, the defendant's sister,
Okay. And her name?
Candace Sanchez,
Who else?
Julia Center.
And what was her relationship to the case?
She was a citizen who tried to assist Miranda when Miranda was transporting Benji to the hospital.
She wasn't related by blood or marriage to any of the parties, right?
No.
Who else was interviewed?
We spoke to Erica Flores, that would be Benji's biological mother,
Okay.
and to Alice Casares and April Casares. Alice was Miranda's mother, and April was Miranda's sister.
And then who else you talked to?
Michaela Casares, another sister of Miranda's.
So, other than interviewing the witnesses or having them interviewed, reviewing the cell phone, reviewing the crime scene photos, did you take any other actions on this case?
I did provide some photographs to Dr. Molina, photographs and videos that were taken from the cell phone data extraction because I wanted to provide her with a timeline of what we saw, how we saw Benji from April until the day he died.
Okay. So you provided those to Dr. Molina?
Yes.
Other than that, did you take any other actions on this case prior to seeking an arrest warrant?
No.
Based on the course of your investigation, reviewing the evidence, eventually did you have an arrest warrant issued?
Yes.
For who?
Both Miranda and the defendant.
And for what offense?
Injury to a child, serious bodily injury.
Ms. Sawyers, did you need a break or were you able to take your position?
Why don't I get going, get a little bit down the road, and then we can take that break and take a short. So you understand that right now, Brandon is faced the indictment in this case, charges him with injury to a child, serious bodily injury by omission.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And there's a difference between an omission crime and an act, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you claim that this injuries that you observed on, the injuries you observed on Benji in August 17th, 2021, when you were at the hospital, correct?
I did see injuries on him, yes.
And by injuries, bruising.
Correct.
Okay. And then you also commented on these bruises that you say that you discussed with Dr. Molina on August 18th or shortly thereafter.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me that you did not seek an arrest warrant on August 18th for bruising to the child, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And he's not being charged, Brandon's not being charged with any injury to a child by act, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's talk about that. When you get an arrest warrant, you agree with me that the standard of proof is just probable cause, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's far different than the standard of proof that's required in this court.
Yes.
So now, when we're talking about this timeline, I want to point out that part of what Brandon's being accused of is that he intentionally and knowingly caused a serious bodily injury by failing to provide adequate nutrition, correct?
By his failure to act to protect Benji, yes.
Not by failure to act. Have you seen the indictment?
I have not.
Okay. I just asked you if he was being charged by injury, serious bodily injury by act or by omission, and you agreed it was by omission, correct?
Right.
Okay. And so by omission means that you have a duty, and the duties that were alleged in the indictment were failure to provide adequate nutrition, failure to provide hydration, and failure to seek proper medical care. Those are the three that are alleged by the state.
Okay.
Okay. Now, in regards to that, you understand that he has to be aware, either intentionally or knowingly, deprive the child of food, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so, in this regard, you would agree with me that on June 8th, that video that we saw about 14 different, let me be very clear. We saw 8 different videos on June 8th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, this little kid has gotten cookies out, correct?
Yes.
He got Jello cup,
Yes.
watermelon,
Yes.
some other kind of food that we couldn't tell what it was. He got milk.
Yes.
He got fruit cup.
Yes.
And then what looked like maybe almond milk or some other type of milk carton.
Yes.
Okay. And so this is a lot for a little bitty kid, right? Lots of different types of foods.
It's a lot.
Right. And so, and you would agree with me that we do not see any changes on the locking mechanisms until right before on July 15th, 2021.
Yes.
And from June 8th, when they reported all these different foods that he has access to, you would agree with me that he has demonstrated that he is able, the one mechanism that was there on the refrigerator, that he was able, you physically saw him be able to open and get in, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the other mechanism that was on, that's a white mechanism that's on the tall pantry, you saw him be able to get into the pantry and that was there.
Yes.
Okay. So we have this long period of time where we have no other mechanisms that are even remotely preventing him from getting access, correct?
Correct.
And then on 7/20, when the police show up, the mechanisms that are now added sometime around July 15th, right?
Mm-hmm.
From the
Yes.
timeline, they're not even locked, correct?
On the video, no.
Okay, well, and so they walk in unannounced. Everything's dark. They're getting ready for bed, and none of the mechanisms are locked, right? The locking mechanisms. Do you need to see the pictures?
Are you talking about the mechanism being locked on the videos?
Or on the videos, or even the photos that they take. They take photos on 7/20/2021. Do you recall that?
You're talking about the police?
Yes.
Okay, it was during the daytime when they went.
It was. Would you agree with me that it was 9 o'clock at night on 7/20/2021?
During the consent search of the apartment?
No, sir. So there's two.
Okay, I'm sorry. I understand what you're saying. You're talking about earlier. I didn't look at that video. You're talking about the photographs and video from that night?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen those.
You never went and watched the July 20th, 2021 video?
I did not.
You never looked at the pictures?
No.
So when Officer Taylor tells Brandon and Miranda that they need to hold on to that SAPD number for future reference, you've never gone and looked at that SAPD number?
Ask me to this point. He says he didn't watch any of the videos, so she's going to ask questions about the content of the video. You can ask me.
Okay, well, you never went and looked at that San Antonio Police Department case number or anything to do with that case number?
I may have looked at the report to see when they responded over there, but I did not look at the video.
Are you aware that it captures Benji answering questions?
I am now.
So, and then not only that, there's also going to be Child Protective Services that gets involved on 7/21/2021. You're aware of that, correct?
I did hear about that.
Okay. Did you go listen to the interviews of the children on 7/21/2021 with CPS?
No.
Because you are aware that as part of their investigation, they do ask the children standard questions, right?
Yes.
And those standard questions have to do with what food they have, how much they're getting, correct?
Yes.
And it has to do also with, has anyone hurt you, correct?
I don't ask those questions. I don't know exactly what they ask, but I would imagine they would ask those types of questions.
Right, but in your 30 years of experience, you've run across CPS reports in which they log these questions, and they're very standard questions, right?
I've seen their reports.
And whether or not someone has hurt them is one of the standard questions.
Yes.
And so let's talk about your investigation. You state that Miranda consented to have her phone searched.
Yes.
All right. Now, Miranda may know what's on her phone. It's her phone, right?
Yes.
But we cannot assume that Brandon knows anything that's on Miranda's phone.
Judge, I object to cultural speculations what the defendant may think.
I asked for an assumption, not what he knows.
If you could rephrase the question.
You do not have, as part of your investigation, you were not able to determine having something on someone else's phone does not mean, would you agree, that Brandon has any knowledge of what's on that phone?
Judge, I'm going to object to call for speculation.
That's overruled. You can answer.
And Judge, I specifically object, there's possible ways that he could know. If he shared the phone with him, if he gone through her phone, so it calls for speculation is what he maybe have reviewed and not reviewed.
The way the question is asked, the objection is overruled.
Can you ask a question, please?
You review that.
Sorry.
Oh, man. So the fact that something is on Miranda's phone does not mean that Brandon was aware of it.
Correct.
So, you know, when we see some behavior from Miranda on her phone, did you happen to become aware that she was, I guess, posting something about having difficulty with Benjamin?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that Miranda's frustration with Benjamin tends to be growing through the videos that you observed?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's hearsay. It calls for hearsay.
I don't think it calls for hearsay. I'm saying the frustration in her.
If you could rephrase your question as to where the answer would not be based off of hearsay, but off of the evidence that you put in there.
Does her demeanor seem to be changing in the way that she relates to Benji in the last few weeks?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware, did you become aware that after Benji's passing that she had mental health issues?
Judge, I'm going to object for the relevance, and I'm going to object as relates to hearsay.
Overruled.
Did you become aware that she had mental health issues?
No.
You did not become aware that she was checked in to a mental health ward?
No.
So let's talk about who we interviewed and when we interviewed them. You say that you interviewed Miranda and Brandon, right?
Yes.
And you interviewed them the day Benji passes.
Yes.
Do you ever go back and interview them again?
No.
And so, would you agree with me that when you interview them, you don't ask the questions of, hey, how much did Benji have to eat? When did he last eat? What was Benji's timeline for the day? Correct?
When I interviewed them, no.
And after you meet with Dr. Molina on the 18th, you still don't circle back and say, hey, can you tell me, you know, about this bruise or that bruise, correct?
They had mentioned that he injured himself. So that was all I had to tell Dr. Molina.
And I understand that, but as part of doing a thorough investigation, we want to gather as much information as possible, correct?
Yes.
And so it helps to know what their response would be to new evidence as you receive it, correct?
And to make this understandable, after the autopsy, I was told none of the injuries were fatal. So I didn't have a reason to confront them about these injuries on him beyond what they had already told me.
Well, we have a child that's passed,
Mm-hmm.
and regardless of whether injuries are fatal or not, you would agree with me that you want to make sure that you understand what the last few days of this child's life, what he was doing, right?
They told me.
Well, you didn't ask them specifically timelines of who he saw, when he saw them, what he ate, when he ate, correct?
Miranda said that he was in her care all the time.
Okay, so let's talk about, at least we have a short timeline for that morning. You would agree with me that Brandon goes to work that morning on August 17th, 2021.
Judge, I'm objecting also for hearsay. Yes, no other person knowledge other than what came from statements through what she's asked the defendant and Miranda. So both of those are hearsay.
Can you come forward, please?
Reported, unknown, deceased discovered unresponsive. And at least their narrative, would you agree with me, states it's a 4-year-old white male reported, unknown, deceased discovered unresponsive in bed, and stepmother started to drive deceased to a hospital when she called 911. SAFD, and what does that stand for?
San Antonio Fire Department.
Instructed them to pull over and initiate CPR. SAFD responded to a Valero gas station and took over CPR and transported the deceased to Children's Hospital of San Antonio. Decedent was pronounced in the ER, and the charge nurse reported apparent trauma to the head and back, and then it goes on to talk about the code test. So that's the one. That's point one. So let's talk about if Miranda is a stepmother, correct?
Yes.
She says, at least in this narrative, that he was in bed next to her, correct?
Yes.
And then, in addition to that, would you agree with me that you found no evidence that Brandon Cervera was with the child from 7 a.m. until the child passed?
That's right.
Okay. And so he was not there when EMS meets with Miranda and she's supposedly performing CPR.
Correct.
And so, all right, and then during this, it also includes a section in that same report that talks about the incident. And it is a long narrative. But would you agree with me that Miranda winds up calling 911 and she makes 3 calls?
Yes.
All right. And have you had an opportunity to listen to those 911 calls?
Yes.
Listen to the video and recognize Miranda's voice?
Yes.
Okay. And that at this time, Your Honor, I move them.
And so these are 911 calls at the time of the.
Yeah.
Hello, saucy bartender.
Central Fire EMS. Hello? Yes, hello, yes, ma'am? Can you hear me? You're cutting it out, but I can hear you now. Can I turn that direction? Ma'am, I'm sorry, I can't hear anything you're saying. Can you go outside? Hello, ma'am? Hello?
Hello, Brenda.
Now I'm going to play for you Defendant's Exhibit 49.
I'm just going to grab a quick coffee. I'll be back now.
Hello? Yeah, can I speak? I'm on the road right now. I'm doing as fast as I can, taking my temperature to that to Cervera. I have to mask. I'm so tired. I have a baby and he's going to have one eye and I. Hello?
Do you need to speak to EMS?
Yes.
Stand on.
Okay. Hello? Can you hear me?
What's better?
Oh, yes, I'm on the road right now. I'm right here on Mulberry. I'm going towards Cervera.
You're driving right now?
Yes. I'm going to have like I have some vision as well, please.
Okay.
And I'm like, hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I'm on the road right now.
Ma'am,
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but if you're driving EMS to come to you, you have to stop.
Okay, well, I don't know what's wrong with him. He's not responding yet. I took a nap and before I took a nap, I put him to take a nap.
How old is he?
He's 5 years old.
Okay, and you need to pull over right now. You need to tell me where you're at.
I'm out here on Valero by Josephine.
Josephine and what?
I don't know, I guess Broadway, Broadway. I just went over at the gas station at Valero.
So you're at Broadway and Josephine?
Yes. Yeah, he's like,
Is he breathing?
I feel hard.
Okay. Okay. And he's not waking up?
No, he's not responding. He's looking on this, but he's not responding. But he has a habit where he goes tantrums and I don't know if he woke up when I was sleeping. I'm just so tired because
I'm not worried about, I just need to get information out of him. I'm not worried about why or anything like that. Okay. So, he is breathing, but not responding?
Yes.
Has he ever had a seizure before?
No.
Okay, does he have a fever or is he sick?
No.
And you're at the Valero?
Yes, right now Broadway and
Okay, what are you in?
I'm in a great chicken house.
Okay, can you please put your hazards on?
Yes, they are on.
Okay. And so, is he laying down?
I have him in the bathroom.
Okay, make sure he's on his side, okay? Keep an eye on him. We want to monitor his breathing, okay? If we want to leave him on his side, that way if he throws up, he's not going to choke on anything, okay? They'll be there shortly. If anything changes before we get there, you call back. Stop breathing or anything, okay, you call us back. But I have crews on the way right now, okay?
I stopped, before I got in the car, the girl stopped to help me and I think she had all for me.
Okay, well, if you left, we can't chase somebody down. You have to, you know, and so what was your address?
It was right here on Broadway and Josephine, for the better on the.
No, where
my apartment at 31 Eisenhower Road.
31 Eisenhower Road?
Yeah.
Okay, Okay, we actually have somebody responding. Is that the Verano at the Heights Department?
Yes.
All right, was your husband calling maybe by chance?
I don't know.
Okay, all right, we'll we're heading to your location at Broadway and Josephine, okay?
Okay, can someone hurry up?
Now I'm gonna play for you, Defendant's Exhibit 50.
I wanted to start here. Can
Can I get your email?
You meant stay online?
Yes.
San Antonio Fire and What's the University?
Josephine Broadway, I just called.
Okay, what's going on?
Oh, yeah, my son, he tried to go in, I just called that he was, he told me to call back and he wasn't breathing. I don't see him breathing anymore.
You don't see him breathing at all?
No.
Okay, this is just rising?
No. I feel like, I don't know if I feel his heartbeat. I don't know if it was like real low. I don't know.
Okay. All right, do you know how to do CPR?
No, I don't.
Okay, is he on the floor?
Yeah, he's on the seat. I don't want to put him on the floor to the top.
Well, what, are you in a car?
Yes, I'm in the car.
Okay,
I really came in a big back behind my baby and she's in the car seat. And it can only go back so far away and so far back.
Do you need it? What kind of vehicle are you in?
I'm gonna break him down. Take. Yeah, I don't know.
You say you're like at the corner of East Josephine and Broadway?
Yes.
Okay, what kind of car are you in? Gray shape?
I'm checking out, yes.
In a Bolero?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no way you can lay him flat?
No, I don't know. I don't know the ground is hot. So I don't.
Well, if he's not breathing at all, you need to get him on the ground to do CPR.
I can lay on the ground. I don't want to get on. Okay. I'm on the ground right now.
Okay, get him on the ground and do CPR. You can get a side and put your hand in the middle of his chest and use your fingers. And you need to push hard 100 times a minute, okay?
Take it. Okay.
Okay, it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's how fast you want to go. Do you want to keep?
On the chest?
Yeah, on the chest. Center of
Like
the
on the top of the chest?
Correct.
Okay.
Right. Keep your fingers in nipples. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
3, 4, 5,
Keep doing that.
6. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, you want to go down about 2 inches? Let me go back up.
Okay.
Keep doing it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What kind of medical condition does she have? Does she have any medical issues?
No, you don't have medical issues. He just had the time for over 1 hour. I was eating real catching my mind. I wake up rest and I was just tired and I lay down on the bed. Like, I put him to sleep in the room.
Okay.
I know.
Are you still doing CPR?
Yes.
Okay, good. Keep doing it, okay?
I'm going to get out of the way. There's no go up and you will
Okay. Keep doing CPR, okay? You're doing the best that you can for him, okay? Looks like we have, is there an ambulance there?
Is it okay? Can I call you? Okay.
Is there an ambulance there, man?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Are they doing CPR for you?
I think I'm in the ambulance.
Okay, all right. Here you go.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Sure. Information that says around 10 a.m., stepmother woke up and noted descendant foaming at the mouth next to her on the bed. Exact position not described to the SAP. Then I'd like to show you, you've seen the videos that the state played earlier, correct?
Yes.
And there's 3 beds in the room that the children shared, correct?
Yes.
And there's one bed in particular that's Benji's. Right?
Yes.
Do you have the or do you already have it?
Yeah, these are.
And so I'm showing you what State's Exhibit 46. This is from, you sent detectives out, you deployed detectives out to 3031 Eisenhower Road to photograph the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you did so before anybody else could go back to the scene.
Yes.
And by scene, you consider the scene to be 3031 Eisenhower Road, apartment number 1.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you think that something happened at the apartment, or you suspect that it happened at the apartment, correct?
Yes.
And so we see here in State's Exhibit 46, this has already been identified as the children's room, okay? And can you see the camera that's right here?
Yes.
And you receive a call you receive information, and it's noted in your report, that when the police officers are photographing, that the recording camera is going off, correct?
Yes.
And that specifically in your report, it states it's a Blink security camera.
Yes.
Okay, now, as part of the Blink service, it's a subscription. Did you look into that?
No.
Well, so you wouldn't be aware that they would have had this saved to the cloud, the last 2 hours of video automatically saved to the cloud.
No.
And you didn't contact Blink security system to subpoena their records to see, or their videos to see if it captured the incident.
No.
And you're not aware that it only records on motion, correct?
Correct.
So if it records up to 2 hours and stays at least 2 hours and no one had been at the apartment, it would have captured the very time period while Miranda was at the apartment with the children.
I don't know.
Well, if it records at least 2 hours, it would have been there.
I don't know.
So she says that she, like, her timeline is that she wakes up at 10 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And that, would you agree with me that 911 does not get called until 11 a.m.?
Yes.
So a full hour.
Yes.
And you didn't think to go ask for that security footage?
No.
There is, in State's Exhibit 47, would you agree with me that on the bottom of the photo to the left is Benji's bed?
Yes.
And in State's Exhibit 61, it's a closer up of his bed. Excuse me, is that correct?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 62, it's even closer.
Yes.
So the times when we come in and we have State's Exhibit 63, and we've already received testimony that that was a yellow liquid substance.
Yes.
Correct? On his bed.
Yes.
And did you preserve that evidence?
No.
What color is your identity?
Yellow.
Now, you agree with me that when they arrive on 8/17, there's no locks on, the locks that are there are all unlocked. There's not a single one of them that's locked up.
Correct.
Now, there's been videos in which we see that Benji appears in his room and he's crying.
Yes.
Right? And you can agree with me that you weren't there at the time that these were made.
Correct.
And you don't know what happened before or what happened after the surveillance video, correct?
Right.
And in regards to that, you don't know if the child is being asked to take a nap, correct?
Correct.
And asking for or throwing a temper tantrum for something in order to avoid having to take a nap, correct?
Correct.
So the context of that is important, right? Because if you're telling a child to go to bed and they are coming up with other excuses not to go to bed, when you tell them no, you're not telling them no as to the food, you're telling them no because you need them to go do something else that's very important for their welfare, which is to take a nap, correct?
Correct.
The sleeping is also important.
Yes.
And so you had evidence that Benji had been up all day, all hours of the day and night, correct?
I had a statement from Miranda.
And in the videos, he's oftentimes up at night while the other kids are sleeping.
Getting food, yes.
Well, it's not just getting food. He's wandering around his room, correct?
Yes.
And the thing is that he's not isolated from his siblings. He's not in the closet, correct?
No.
His other siblings are sleeping at that time.
Yes.
And let's talk about the text messages that the state showed you. They, if a child is eating a whole loaf of bread really quickly, you'd agree with me that we would need to potentially be concerned with choking.
I'm going to check as it relates to speculation.
Oh, you can answer. We may need to potentially be worried about choking if he's eating this whole loaf of bread too quickly, correct?
Yes.
And so when Brandon says in the text message, give it to him one by one, that indicates don't just give him the whole loaf one by one, correct?
I'm going to object because speculation is the defendant's intent.
That is the same.
Well, would you agree that by giving someone something one by one, you're limiting the, or you're the rapidness in which they can eat something, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you're slowing it down a bit.
Yes.
All right, and on that text message, it states that he's already had one whole loaf, right?
According to Miranda, yes.
And you're also aware that there have been ongoing fights between them in which Brandon is saying just give him the bread, right?
Yes.
And Miranda's position was it's not nutritious, right?
I'm going to object as it calls for speculation is what Miranda was speaking for themselves. It's not she's deriving from text.
He has seen the cell-right evidence and he can speak to conversations that he is aware of reviewing the records.
Are you asking us to Miranda's outright statement that's in evidence, or are you asking for this detective to interpret the statement?
He should make statements.
Okay, if it's an outright statement that's already in evidence, that can be answered.
And she's referring to other arguments, that's the premise of the question.
He has made a review of the entire cell right file, and based off of the context of the nature of the relationship, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, it's the nature of the argument in which they're having.
So I guess I'm confused as to what you're asking this detective to answer. What is your question?
My question is that Miranda's position was that she did not believe that the loaf was nutritious. The bread in and of itself is not nutritious.
And this is not a statement, from what I remember, not a statement made by Miranda, so you're asking him to interpret it. So I am going to sustain this to speculation.
In reviewing all of the evidence, though, did you come to become aware that their positions on the bread and the nutrition of the bread were in conflict?
Judge, I'm going to have calls for hearsay. In reviewing the phone, the messages on the phone that are not in evidence.
Okay, then I misunderstood the question. Are you asking him about the messages that are in evidence?
No, just in general, like he's reviewed, in his investigation, he reviewed the data, and are they in conflict? Are their positions, I didn't ask what their positions were, I just asked, are their positions in conflict?
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay, so you asked for the keys, he gave you the keys to the apartment.
Yes.
And he signs a consent to search the apartment.
Yes.
And he consents to come in and talk to you.
Yes.
And he was never asked a second time to come in and talk to you, correct?
Correct.
And have you testified previously that Miranda characterized Benji's behavior as a bad child?
Judge, I'm going to object. It is calls for hearsay as to what Miranda said.
Sustain.
Did you ever ask to speak with Miranda a second time?
No.
Are you aware that Tiffany Lozano, she's an officer that works with y'all? Do you know Tiffany Lozano?
Are we talking about a CSI?
Yes.
Okay.
I apologize. Is it a crime scene investigator?
Yes.
So she's not?
She's not sworn officer, no. She's civilian.
Okay, but she came out and she's the one that took pictures of the car that Miranda provided the hospital in.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that she took photos of the front seat of that car.
Yes.
And that she also takes a urine sample from the front seat of that car. Where's that?
Judge, it's back on evidence as to what the substance was on the seat. There's no evidence that it was urine.
That's sustained. If you want to re-ask the question without that conclusion this way.
Did she take a sample of the front seat of the car?
Yes.
And that was never tested, correct?
Correct.
Now, would you agree with me that in speaking with Julie Centaur, she claimed that the child was not breathing at the time that she saw the child. It was not responsive at the time she saw the child.
Judge, I'm going to object for hearsay and object to the line of questioning. She already confronted this witness and we took a break while she had listened to her statement and she was confronted with many inconsistencies. So as it relates to this line of questioning, reject hearsay.
Your line of impeachment, and she said something differently in court after asking me to ask.
Okay, why don't you come forward, please?
So you would agree with me though, have you been to the location of 3031 Eisenhower Road?
Have I been there? No.
Oh. So you say that you created a timeline video, digital video for Officer Molina, correct?
I created a timeline using photographs and videos from Miranda's cell phone to provide to Dr. Molina.
And so in regards to that, would you agree with me though that you leave out the ones of Benji sitting around the table eating with the family?
I did not provide all of them to Dr. Molina.
And in fact, you only provided one photo that showed him having any food
I believe so.
with the family.
Yes.
And so you would agree with me that you picked out the ones that told the narrative that you felt was important.
No. I picked dates that would cover that time frame, just to show how he was in April up to the day he died, how he changed. That was the only reason for those photographs. It wasn't to impress any kind of decision on Dr. Molina, which I can't do anyway. She has to conduct her investigation and That's way beyond me.
All right. Did you see Miranda at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that her demeanor what was her demeanor?
By the time I spoke to her, her demeanor was, it was calm. It was somewhat in shock. She didn't appear very distraught.
And you agree with me though that Ray was crying?
Yes.
He was distraught.
Yes.
I passed the witness.
Just have a couple follow-up questions for you.
Sure.
So that 911 call that we heard in defendants exhibits 49 through 51, those were Miranda, correct?
Yes.
In that, did you hear Miranda say that Benji has never had a seizure?
Yes.
And she made several references to having tantrums the night before. You recall hearing that?
Yes.
So in looking at, say, exhibit ADP, I'm gonna pass forward a little bit.
No, I'm fucking crying every night. I don't know fucking people are trying to sleep around here.
You're just like, well, I can see you over here. You watch me.
From the context, are you able to tell who they're talking about?
I believe they're talking about Benji.
Okay. And did you hear Brain say, you're the dumbass who stays up and watches to see if he gets out?
Yes.
We're not trying to get on the water here in the fucking come.
And did you hear Miranda say in reference to what she was apparently trying to give him?
Yes.
What was it?
Water, I believe.
Okay. So again, this is talking about the night before.
Yes.
In those videos that we looked at, in State's Exhibit number 78, which are the surveillance videos, when the locks appear at night, were they open or were they closed?
They were closed.
They were locked, right?
Locked.
As it relates to the police security cameras, is there a subscription associated with those?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
Do you have any familiarity with any kind of like these ring cameras, blink cameras, things like that?
Yes.
Do they often have subscriptions associated with your ability to keep those videos and retain it? Are you aware of whether or not Brandon or Miranda had paid for that service to retain those videos?
I don't know.
When talking, Ms. Warrior's asking questions about how sleeping is important and sleeping is important for kids, and then related to Benji being up all night. In those videos, let's talk about the ones in the kitchen. What is Benji doing at night in the kitchen?
Getting food.
In the videos in the bedrooms, what is he doing in those?
Looking, or either trying to get out of the room to get food or looking for food in the room.
Objection, Your Honor. That is a misstatement of the evidence, and he has no personal knowledge.
Your objection to speculation?
Yes.
It's a statement.
In those videos, do you see Benji getting out of the room?
Yes.
You see him climbing the fence?
Yes.
Do you see him moving objects to get over the fence?
Yes.
And outside that room is the kitchen?
Yes.
So other than the barrier, the gate, were you aware of other locking mechanisms in the home?
Yes. There were locks on the door, the bedroom door itself as well.
Were there other choking hazards besides bread in the house?
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice any locks on the cabinets in the kitchen where people like traditionally keep like chemicals?
No.
Did you notice locks on the kitchen, I'm sorry, the bathroom cabinets where items like medication are kept?
No.
As it relates to locks, where were those locks located? What was behind every single one of those locks?
Food.
So looking at state's exhibit number 83. Appear to be the refrigerator cube?
Yes.
And then 29.
Pantry.
Pantry. You saw Benji get into the pantry in some of those videos, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted to state's exhibit number 38. Does that appear to be inside the pantry?
Yes.
State's exhibit number 40. Particularly this part, and I'm going to show you 41. What's that?
Bread.
They appear to be full loaves to you?
Yes.
If you weren't worried about your child gaining weight, would you lock up the booth?
No.
Did you ever go through any of the medical records?
The only medical records I saw pertaining to Benji were the ones shared with me by Dr. Molina, and those were growth charts.
Okay. So you're not aware of the 7/21/21 visit where the defendant claims that they're having trouble putting on weight, having trouble getting Benji to gain weight?
No.
And again, these photos were taken after 7/21 or 21.
Yes.
I'll pass the description.
Okay,
This.
I'm showing you what State's Exhibit 78. Oh, maybe.
Is there a photo?
Is it the, where are you on this? Now, who's in charge of, so Miranda, it's her phone, and through your investigation, did you learn that Miranda's the one that's in charge of the surveillance, correct?
She showed me the surveillance on her phone, so I guess she was monitoring it on the phone.
Right, and so she was the one who would pull him down and save him to her phone or preserve him, right?
Yes.
And so you're relying on only what she's pulled down,
Correct.
because you did go ask if there was additional ones that you could retrieve, right?
Correct.
So during July 20th, 2021, police contact, the welfare check, they learned that the child has a behavioral specialist appointment. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's videos that are being saved potentially by Miranda, but they're Miranda who's saving them to her phone. And there's one on 7/28 at, hold on before we get there. It says 12:43 a.m. It's number 3, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me, these times are not necessarily accurate because of the UTC times for the cell record work?
That's a question better asked for detectives that download the phone.
Right, but so we can't tell what time these actually relate to as far as whether, because it's on UTC time, we don't know if that's local time right now or some other time period, correct?
It would depend on whoever downloaded the report if they converted it. There's an option to convert it when you use the Celebrate.
Okay.
So if somebody downloaded this and converted from the UTC, it would be the actual local times.
But you don't know if that was done here.
On this, I do not.
Okay. So in any event, that 7/20/21 welfare check, there was accusations that Benji had been scratching his eyes, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And then, so playing number 3. I want to call your attention to his arms. Do you see that he has wearing something on his arms?
Yes.
Okay. Now, stopping it at 29 seconds in, do you see that he's removed whatever's on his arms?
Yes.
Okay. The state asked you about the locks on 7/21/2021, and they said, after the locks are put on, are they locked? And you said yes, correct?
Yes, and some of the videos, they are locked. You see Benji unlocking.
Okay. Well, to be clear, let me show you what's 28, and that's on July 15th, 2021. You agree with me that on July 15th, there's no outside mechanism to lock, correct? Right. Now, do you notice how he's hunkering down here?
Yes.
Did your kids ever squat when they pooped in a diaper?
Sure.
Does he look like he's squatting to poop? Let me ask this. I'll ask you a different question.
If you can,
Did you hear him grunting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And back here in the background, it's, again, July 15th. You see water bottles that are out in the open.
Yes.
You see dishes that have food around. It's not locked up, correct? Where food has been being prepared for the family. And then I'm going to play for you 27, which is from 7/16, the next day. Again, would you agree with me there's no locks?
Yes.
Now, he picks up the bread in this one and he puts it back down, right?
Yes.
Okay. He's not so starving that he is going to just eat whatever he can find, right? He's selecting what he wants to eat.
Part of that question is speculation as relates to what is going on through Benji's mind.
That's sustained.
There's food here that he turns away.
Yes.
And then the one from 7/21, July 21st, 2021, and it's on video number 29. And now, for the first time, would you agree with me that we do see that some locks have been added, right?
Yes.
And they were present on 7/20/2021 when the officers came to the welfare check the night before.
Yes.
And when they came to the welfare check, these were not locked in those photos that I showed. Have you seen the photos?
No.
Okay. Well, photos are in evidence, and if the photos show that they're not locked, you wouldn't dispute that, right? She weren't there.
Right.
But you can see right here that in this video, the refrigerator's not locked. Or Benji was able to unlock it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so he's able to get into the refrigerator. And also, we can see dishes again that are on the sink. And he got some water, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, the last surveillance video you have is from July 21st, 2021, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know whether those locks ever got relocked again, whether they even utilized the locks. You just know that they're present, correct?
Correct.
I pass the witness.
One brief publisher. What's been admitted already, state's exhibit number 86, which is testified this weekend on 7/2021. Does that appear locked to you?
Yes.
No further questions.
May Detective size the excuse?
That's all.
Detective, thank you very much for your time today. Just please keep in touch with the state in case we need you back, and if you could hand those to the state, I believe, on your way.
Yes.
Those are items of evidence. You can hand them to the state. They'll make sure they get in the right place. Thank you very much.
Bachelor's degree in philosophy with minor in chemistry, minor in German. Went on to medical school at the University of Virginia. And after graduating from medical school, did a categorical pediatric year at Walter Young Medical Center with the purpose of trying to sort out, are there systemic issues here?
Yes, at this time, Your Honor, we call Dr. Eric Christensen.
Good to see you.
Yes, at this time, Your Honor, we call Dr. Eric Christensen.
Alright, hang on. When the fuck did the defense start? Were they witnesses? Hang on. What the fuck have we missed then?
May Detective size the excuse? You back, and if you could hand those to the right place. Thank you very much, sir. State?
And you're on state with us.
Okay. May I please see the cards?
That's what it is. So the state rests. The state rests. So that's why, because I skipped that bit. So they rested there after that witness. So the defense are now putting their case in chief together. So this is a defense. I want to see what this guy is, and then I'm going to skip his fucking credentials. I mean, who gives a fuck about his credentials? Right, let's have a look.
Do this before. We have a court reporter with us. Just make sure she can hear you. Counsel, please go ahead.
Thank you. You can state your full name for the record.
Yes, Eric Dean Christensen, T-R-I-K, initial or name Dean, D-E-A-N, last name C-H-R-I-S-T-E-N-S-E-N.
And what is your profession?
I am a forensic pathologist.
Okay, and in regard
Somewhere over 7,000.
okay, and so let's talk about Benjamin's data. Have you had
I've reviewed other child starvation cases, those possibilities as we go along, and hopefully get to the answer. Just about every medical examiner's office will tell you they have a small rate of cases, usually.
starvation?
He has a forensic pathologist, he has much more literature related to fetal starvation than any other source that I can.
Comes back and testifies today. So that's the end of that one. He's a pathologist and he's coming back today, as in tomorrow. Right. Hang on a minute. Let's do the crime up again. Everybody. Let's do the time up again. Whoop, whoop. Boop, 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 boop. No, do you know what? I'm going to save that now. So what we'll do tomorrow, I'm not going to start doing tonight because it's just too much. So tomorrow, we'll get there tomorrow. Hello, Terry. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well. Right. So I think we end that there. Not end the stream quite yet. I'm going to end that there. Then we're going to be back at 8:30 Eastern tomorrow, and I'm going to start the stream at 9. And then we're going to catch up very quickly, and then hopefully we catch up to live tomorrow. What I am going to show you people today, what I'm going to show you now, 2 things. Because that's the guy I am. I'm a legend. Right. We all know about this sheriff, yeah? Who killed the judge? He was his sheriff. So look at this, people, right? And then we're going to go watch the sheriff's hearing. They're from Kentucky. So here we go. Hang on. Let me get this up. That's what she said. Hey, here we go. Tomorrow, I love you. Tomorrow, the day away. So, this is, I'm not sure because this is the sheriff. This is the judge. This is the judge. This is the sheriff. Watch this. Bang! He goes round.
Uses his telephone to make some phone calls.
Bang!
And borrows
Bang!
Judge Mullen's cell phone and appears to make a call on that.
Opens the door. Hang on. Let's look at you, motherfucker. So let's watch the hearing. Let's watch the hearing. Oh, fuck. How do I get out of this? We'll watch this and we'll finish for the day. That's what we'll do. What we're gonna do with a drunken Dana? What we're gonna do with a drunken Dana? What we're gonna do with a drunken Dana? Dana was a sailor. Oh, hey, by the way, people, tonight is the night when two become one. I need somebody with I never needed love before. Erin Hack isn't here anymore. Sarah P, never seen her today. The only mods I have seen today are Maxie, Dexy, and a Josie. Oh, fuck. Fuck a duck. Oh, there we go. I got it. Yeah, baby, I got it. Bum, 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 bum. Who shot the sheriff? No one. but the sheriff shot the judge. Daffodils here, dirty bitch. Hey, I don't like it. I did not like the smell of dirty bitch. I don't know. I spray a little bit more. I don't know. I'm not keen on it. Right, let's go, people. Let's go. Bow, 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 bow. Should learn a little bit more today now about this case. Let's go, girls. Bow, 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 bow. Hey, boys. Bow, 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 bow. The moment we walk in the joint, Daffodil, she's all over all the boys. Daffodil, she likes the Willie. Bam, 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 bam. Daffodil, she likes the Billy. Daffodil, boom, 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 boom. Daffy, jump on you, and she'll do a will. Boom, 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 boom. Right, can we? No, maybe it's muted. So here we go. Oh, Sasma, I couldn't be asked listening to him. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't worry, you're not the first to say it. When I say sorry, I don't actually mean it. Hey, whoopee. Dana, is Dana here? Dana, I hope Tracy's not here. Oh, hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey, Dana. Oh, Dana, Dana. Dana, Dana. Oh, Dana Leonard. Here you go, Dana. What do you think? What do you think, Dana? With a heart on screen. You go breaking my heart. Don't go breaking Dana's heart. I'll leave it on for a little in case you're behind. Do you know what? I just this is I have to sing all the time. I can't just talk normally. I have to sing. So my fault, but you know. I just think and I sing it. Now I'm lost now. I'm saying because I'm not singing. Daffodil, Daffodil. What's that? Why are you crying for? Why are you crying for, Daffy? Wait for it. Dana, you're fucked. Well, you are a brunette guy. You said you were, so there you go, Dana. But she's smart. I'll give you that. I will vouch for you in this one, Dana. She is smart. I'll take her off before Tracy sees it. Hang on. Thank you, Ashley. It's not for everybody. Not for everybody. Right, let's go. Terry, I don't think so. And Daffy, what's wrong with you? Why are you in the corner for? Oh, right. Yeah. No, you're behind. Fine, you're behind. That's what I was thinking. Why are you? I just sang a song off the top of my head for you. That I'll sing it. I do like to sing. Oh, I do like to sing on this channel. Oh, I do like to sing on this stream. Oh, I do like to sing. Oh, sing, 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 sing. But many people don't like me. Sing, sing, sing it, especially when I make it all up. I don't even know what I'm singing. Also, before I forget, actually, this dirty bitch is actually growing on me. It's all right, actually. So tonight is the night when two become one, and that is Tracy and Dana become one alongside I don't forget who's your guest. Jen, is it? Is it Jen tonight? I don't remember. 7:30 Eastern. Resistant to silence. They are alive at 7:30 Eastern o'clock. You'll have Dana and Tracy and their lovely guest. Their lovely guest is Jen O'Donnell. Thank you, Dana. You helped me out. So for tonight, if you're in a pickle, go over to Resistant to Silence and watch our lovely Tracy and watch Dana. He's not quite lovely. Oh, Dana, we love you, Dana. We just love Tracy more. So there you go, 7:30 tonight, Resistant to Silence. There you go, people. Ashley says, I'm a dirty bitch. There you go, Ashley. Happy days, Ashley. Now, don't tell that one bills you. How old are you, Ashley? He'll be after you. Right, here we go, and everybody. 7:30 tonight, Resistant to Silence. Please go and support our friends. It's too late for me. I'll be in bed. But what a great guest they got tonight as well. So here we go, everybody. Oh, shit, 7 o'clock. Sorry, people, 7 o'clock. Shit, my bad. Sorry, Dana. 7 o'clock. For some reason, I thought, I think Sean was 7:30. Fuck. Sorry, 7 o'clock tonight, people. 7 o'clock for Resistant Silence. But that's a compliment. That's a compliment. Daffodil. Do you rewatch them? Yes, I do. I do rewatch them, yes. 26, fucking hell, hang on, Ashley. Without doubt, you are the youngest one in this stream. Without a doubt, Ashley. You're the youngest member in this, not member, but you're the youngest viewer in this stream. What the hell are you doing? Most of my viewers are like in their 40s, 50s, 60s. You know? I watched them in the morning, so I still got to watch Sean's from last night. I've watched half an hour of it. I watch them in the mornings. I do. Over breakfast. Ashley, where you from, Ashley? UK, US probably. Which state are you from, Ashley? Are you from Massachusetts? Massachusetts. Anyway, here we go. Jesus, 26. I genuinely think, Ashley, you're the youngest viewer we've ever had. I don't think we've had anybody that age before. Jeepers. I'll be watching him. I'll be watching him, yes. I'll be watching him later as well. She's not crying. I made a stripper song for her and she's fine then. I listen while I'm working. Where you at? Where you at? Which state you are? I bet you didn't even miss me while I was gone, you dirty bastards. Duffy, you need to tell Elsie. New Hampshire, okay, no tax. Get the fuck out, you're 27 in your dreams. 42, Lady Di, you can't get out with that. New Hampshire, a working mass. There you go. Happy days. Well, thank you for being here. Because normally most people think this is like we're too old for them. All right, you need to tell Elsie, right, what Daffy Dillon used to tell you, Elsie, what colour top she wants, what size she is, and her address, okay? Daffy Dill, send Elsie the colour top we want for alternate corner jumper, hoodie, what size hoodie you want, what colour, and what's your address, because Bill has paid for it already. So, and he just need that from you. So Bill has paid for your jumper. So yeah. I know you can't get away with it because I'm 7 days older than you, so you can never get away with it. 34, add 20 plus 20. Hey. I'm sorry, JH, I tried. I know I did see that. Lots of gifted membership. People, Sean must have like 4,000 or 5,000 members now. You 3,000 on a couple of months ago. A couple of weeks ago. Jeepers. Right, let's get back to this then. Let's get to you. I'm just shocked. Because I'm shocked that Ashley's 26. Shook. You're 52 tomorrow, Robin. Remind me, I'm singing happy birthday, my darling. So your memberships do work. You're just allergic to them here. Thank you, Elsie. Please go on her back and make her do a second order for her. Then Bill's all paid up then. So Bill's already paid for it in fairness to him. So I just want to get out now. All right, here we go. So from what I understand, he's now got private attorneys. So allegedly, he resigned as sheriff today, and he hired his own attorneys today, privately to start off with, anyway. All right, when does fucking thing start then?
Passes.
Raise your. Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Thank you, sir. You may be seated. I'm going to call the case of Commonwealth versus Sean Steins, 24F 147, on for preliminary hearing. Is the Commonwealth ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, call your first witness.
Commonwealth's Clayton Stanford.
All right, click. Mr. Stamper, if you would. Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
You state your name for record.
Clayton Stanford.
And how you spell your name?
ClaytonStamper.
Tell the court how you're employed.
I'm sorry.
How are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Kentucky State Police assigned to Post 13 Hazard.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
I've been with KSP a little over 24 years, detective since 2006.
And have you, in the performance of your duties as detective with the State Police, have you investigated the death of Kevin Mullins?
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you tell us on what date that was?
It was September 19th, 2024.
In investigation of that death, were you able to determine who killed Kevin Mullins?
Yes.
And how were you able to do that?
Video surveillance footage.
And did you retrieve that video surveillance footage?
I did.
You know, at this time, the company play video footage.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna check. Approach.
Yes, approach the bench.
Obviously, people, just remember this is a video of the sheriff shooting the judge. So some people who don't like that sort of thing, you might want to turn around. But trigger warning, it's coming.
Go trigger.
All right, go ahead.
Oh wow. Oh wow, that was a reaction. Probably the first time they've seen it. Thank you, Robin, for the gifted memberships. Wow. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, Daffy did go missed, but thank you for trying the Robin. Thank you for darling. Thank you, Amy, for this morning as well. Fuck. Right.
And were you able to identify the party that we saw in that video? That was Sheriff Mickey Steins and Judge Kevin Mullins. And also, who had the firearm? Sheriff Steins. And then Judge was also in his black robe. Yes. Do you know what portion of the courthouse that is? That is the judge's chambers. And where's that located at, physically located? In the Letcher County Courthouse. That's all I have, y'all.
Would you like to cross-examine the witness?
I would, Your Honor.
That was a short clip that was played there. How long do you believe that clip was?
That we just watched?
Yes, sir.
Just 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
10, 15 seconds. In fact, the video that was taken in the judge's chambers between the meeting between Sheriff Steins and Judge Mullins, it's my understanding that video lasted much longer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review the video?
I have.
Of the prior incident?
I have.
And can you describe for us what happened immediately prior to the clip that we saw?
Sheriff Steins uses his telephone to make some phone calls. He then borrows Judge Mullins' cell phone and appears to make a call on that. And that led to what you just saw.
Okay. So it's my understanding there were some people who were having a meeting with Judge Mullins prior to the sheriff's entry into the chambers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you identified those witnesses?
I don't know the names of them. There's about approximately 4 people in there. Then Sheriff Steins enters the judge's chambers and everybody else clears out.
You don't know their names?
Not right off, no.
Have you prepared a report?
In the process, yes.
You're in the process of preparing a report?
Yes, a lot of information.
But you've not spoken to any of those witnesses?
I've not directly, but they've all been interviewed. There's recorded interviews of those people in the case.
Okay, so other officers have spoken with those 4 witnesses?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of what those 4 witnesses have said?
I don't recall.
You have no idea what they said?
No.
I want to make sure I understand. Had there been a hearing previously this day in chambers?
In the courtroom?
No, in chambers.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And so there's a video camera that is running in the district judge's chambers. Is that on all the time?
It's my understanding, yes.
Have you spoken with anyone about why that may be?
No. I mean, there's cameras throughout the courthouse.
Well, fair enough, but are you familiar with district judges' chambers normally, how they're set up?
No. I mean, some of them have video surveillance and some don't.
Right, but
this one does.
Generally, when they have surveillance, you agree with me that that is utilized when there is a proceeding going on in chambers, correct?
It could be, yes.
Okay. And I mean, I'm just asking, so this video didn't have an audio recording to it, correct?
No, there's no audio.
Outside of once the 4 people that were inside that we don't know their names, once these 4 people had left the chambers, were they in an area adjacent where they could hear anything that was going on?
Yes, I believe some of them did remain in the next room.
Okay. And what did they tell us?
Do I?
What did they hear?
I've not been part. I wasn't part of those interviews.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, you're prepared for a preliminary hearing on a murder, and there are witnesses in an adjacent room.
I mean, they heard
Can I
gunshots.
put my question, please? Thank you, also. So you are investigating a murder and testifying in a preliminary hearing, and there are witnesses who may have overheard what preceded this edited clip, yet you can't tell us today anything that they said?
I've not personally listened to those interviews. I've talked to the other officers that did those interviews.
Fair enough. And I mean, we're here at a preliminary hearing, as you know, that you can testify to hearsay. I'm asking you what they said.
They heard gunshots.
Okay. Was there any statements that they overheard?
No.
Were there raised voices?
One person stated that she didn't recognize him as being Judge Mullins' voice, but heard somebody say, "Help, help."
Presumably that would be after the firearm was drawn or shot.
Objection, Your Honor.
I would draw, Judge.
Withdraw.
So is there any testimony that you can give us today about any statements or arguments or the content of that argument prior to the shooting?
No.
I want to ask generally, so did you process the scene? Are you the lead investigator on this case?
I am.
Okay, so as a lead investigator, I would presume that you would have secured the chambers and evidence once you arrived.
I was part of that, yes.
You were part of it, right? But you're the lead investigator, so you'd be in charge of those duties and delegating what should be done. Is that fair?
No, I don't delegate what's done.
Okay, so you're the lead investigator. What does that mean?
I'm the case officer.
Okay, so you're carrying the case. So I want to make sure I understand. Had Judge Mullins been removed from chambers when you arrived?
No.
Were you able to ascertain, did he have a firearm on his person?
We did not locate one.
You did not locate one?
No, there was not one in the chambers.
Okay. And there was none on his person?
No.
Okay. All right. Who was the first person to arrive on behalf of law enforcement to investigate?
They were already in the courthouse.
Fair enough, but I'm talking about in terms of people that we may see a report from or take part in this investigation. Who would be the first person?
I believe Trooper Jason Bates was the first KSP personnel on scene.
And you spoke with him and he?
I did.
And he searched and did not locate a firearm?
No, he didn't search the scene, no.
His
role at that point was security of the scene.
I understand, but I'm just trying to ascertain, you said earlier that there was no firearm found.
No.
I'm wanting to know, can you tell us, was it specifically searched for a firearm?
In the judge's chambers?
Yes, sir.
There was myself, Detective Chris Collins, Detective Scott Caldwell, Detective Eric Caldwell. That's all I recall right now.
Okay, but I'm trying to understand. So who searched specifically for a firearm?
We all did.
And that was specifically something you looked for?
Yes.
Fair enough. Okay. Of course, your investigation, did you ascertain that prior in the day there had been a lunch meeting between Sheriff Stein and Judge Mullins?
There was.
Pardon?
There was.
Okay. Sorry, I couldn't hear your response. I wasn't being trite. So where did this take place?
It's a restaurant called Street Side, and it's just down the street from the courthouse.
Okay. And it's my understanding there were a couple of other people who attended the luncheon?
There were several, yes.
Okay. And at some point after that, they wrapped up lunch and left, obviously, and went back to the courthouse. Are you aware of anything so far in your investigation that would tell us there was any issues at lunch between Judge
No,
Mullins and Sheriff Steins?
no.
But someone on behalf of the KSB has spoken to those witnesses?
Yes, they've all been interviewed.
And there was nothing unusual that had arisen during that luncheon?
I was told that the judge made a statement to Mickey about, do we need to meet private in my chambers? That's all I was told.
Do you know the context of
I do
what
not.
the conversation was before that they would need to discuss in chambers?
I do not.
So it's my understanding that in the larger portion of the video that we haven't had access to, that there is a point when Sheriff Steins asked for to see the telephone of Judge Mullins.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And I would presume that you and the other officers you mentioned, when you secured the scene, that you secured those phones as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And have you reviewed both of those phones?
They're currently at the forensic lab at this time being downloaded. I have had discussions with the people at the lab regarding the downloads.
And those are a couple of other questions that I was going to ask you, but my original question was, have you reviewed or are you aware of the content of the phones?
I've not personally seen it because I've not received those reports yet.
Okay, again, based upon your conversations with the officers, are you aware of any recent content that was up and could have been relevant at the time of their discussion?
I was told that Sheriff Steins had tried to call his daughter, and he had tried to call his daughter from the judge's phone also.
So, have you obtained the phone records from Judge Mullins' phone?
I don't have those in my possession yet. No.
Okay. Have you issued a search
Yeah,
warrant for them?
yes.
Okay. And have officers confirmed that the sheriff's daughter's phone number was on Judge Mullins' phone?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
So that number had been called from Judge Mullins' phone?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we don't have a viewing of what transpired during that exchange of phones. But based upon your review of those moments prior to, when Sheriff Steins observes that cell phone, was he previously seated?
Yes.
Okay, so in the clip we saw, he was standing the entire time.
He was seated in front of the judge's desk.
And he looks at the cell phone. Can you describe his reaction in the video that we haven't seen?
Whose reaction?
Well, the sheriff.
You can't see his face in the video.
Okay. But is it clear does it appear to you that, let me rephrase this. Did he stand up after looking at the phone?
He stood up.
And how long after he looked at the cell phone and stood up did this occur that you played?
Just seconds.
Did you make the decision on edits today for what you were going to present? Did you make the edit or determine which portion of the video we were going to see today?
No, sir, I did not.
Both cell phones have been sent to the Kentucky State Police forensic team, is that correct?
Yes.
Have you gotten any early report on what was found?
No.
Were both phones still on the desk when you
The judge's phone was on the desk. Sheriff Stein's phone was on his person.
Okay, so are there photographs of, was the phone locked at that point or was it still open?
With both of you asking about both of them, or?
Well, first let's talk about, that's fair. First, I'm talking about Judge Mullins, since it was the one that was still on the desk and presumably nobody touched it prior to you securing it, correct?
No.
So, yeah, so would like to know about that. Have you ascertained what was currently open on that cell phone?
No, I don't know at this point, no.
You don't know?
No.
Do you think that would be, important to learn?
I hope to learn that when the report's ready, yes.
But as of today, you can't tell us
No.
what was currently open on the judge's phone.
No, sir.
Did you conduct an interview with Sheriff Stein's daughter?
I did not, but she has been interviewed.
Are you aware of who was present when she was interviewed?
Lieutenant Randy Combs and Detective Anthony Trotter.
She was interviewed with or without her parent?
With.
So her parent was present at the time you interviewed her?
Yes, I believe. I wasn't there, but yes, I think so.
Law enforcement has not spoken to her without her parent present?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did the Kentucky State Police obtain her phone?
No.
You intend to obtain records for her cell phone number?
Possibly, yes.
Do you believe that that will be soon that you'll do that?
Could be, yes.
Had you already intended to do that, or did you just respond to my question?
Well, the call should be on the judge's records too.
Well, I understand.
And she's made statements about what occurred during those conversations.
I understand that, but I would presume that, have you ascertained whether Judge Mullins also had apps that stand outside of phone records?
I've not received those records yet. I don't know what's on the phone.
Well, fair enough, but I mean, did you look at the phone? Did it appear there were apps on it?
I'm not the person that's qualified to look through the phone.
Okay, but you're familiar with cell phones. They can host other forms of communication. Yes, sir.
What's the objection?
Didn't ask an answer, he's asked the question, I think, about 4 or 5 different ways. The officer, the detective repeatedly said it. He does not have a report with phones. He's not looking at the phone. He can't testify that matter.
I'll let him ask the question, and what he can only testify what he has personal knowledge about.
Absolutely, yes, sir. Thank you.
Right.
So you're aware that phones can be used for apps such as Facebook?
Yes.
Okay. And that is not something that is captured by cell phone records. You would agree with me?
I agree.
Okay. So in light of that, although the records may be mutually the same, right, the same between Judge Mullins' phone and the sheriff's daughter, do you believe that you could also ascertain other information from the cell phone app content?
Are you asking what apps are on the phone?
Yes. Well, that was my original question.
I don't know I've not received that report yet. I don't know what apps he had downloaded on the phone.
If he has social media apps, do you intend to?
That could lead to additional search warrants, yes.
If you would, officer, please let me finish before you move forward, and I'll try to slow down a little bit as well, okay?
Sure.
Thank you, Trooper. Have you determined whether there were any previous issues, personal or professional, between Sheriff Steins and Judge Mullins?
I've heard things.
What have you heard?
Just that of this regarding the lawsuit that the Letcher County Sheriff's Office is currently involved with.
The lawsuit that involved ultimately a criminal conviction of a deputy for sexual behavior in the judge's chambers. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, and the subject matter of that lawsuit, the Chambers area, that's the same Chambers in which this occurred, is that correct?
I'm not familiar with the details of that case that the lawsuit resulted from.
Okay. Are you aware of any criminal reports that Sheriff Steins had made of Judge Mullins prior to this day?
No.
Did you personally observe Sheriff Steins following this video?
Did I personally observe him? What?
Did you meet with him? Did you talk to him after?
He was in custody when I arrived at the courthouse that afternoon.
And at some point, did you draw any observation about his demeanor?
He was mostly calm, I thought. I mean, I talked to him, but he didn't say nothing about why this had happened. But he was calm. He was kind of afraid that basically all he said was, treat me fair. That's basically the comments he made.
Okay. Did he also make a statement about, I didn't see it in the citation here, somewhere along the line I saw a statement being attributed to him about protecting his family?
I wasn't present, but when he was taken into custody, I was told by one of the other officers that were there that he made the comment, they're trying to kidnap my wife and kid.
Now, have you ascertained any evidence that this shooting was pre-planned?
No, not at this time.
And would you agree that from what we've seen so far, from the evidence you've seen so far, the shooting was a reaction to what was on that cell phone in that moment? Is that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor. Also speculation outside of his scope of expertise.
Your Honor, I believe that if he has formed an opinion about the investigation up to this point, especially at a preliminary hearing, he can speculate on that.
Or sustained.
Sure. So, is there anything other than the content of the phone that this video will reveal to us about why this took place?
No.
Does it appear that this took place as a reaction to what was happening in the chambers at that point?
I can say it occurred after a phone call was made. I don't know what was said or nothing like that. But
fair enough, but I'm not asking you the content of any of that, but at this point, is it your theory that whatever that content was in the discussion was the impetus of the shooting?
it could be, but I don't know that for a fact.
Okay. Do you have any evidence up until this point that you have developed that would demonstrate that it was not as a reaction to what was on the phone?
No.
None whatsoever?
No.
Okay. Here's if I had just one moment for
So interestingly, right, in Kentucky, let me just. The age of consent is 16, right? So age of consent 16. However, there is. So if she was 17, you think, okay, she's illegal, she's of age, whatever, depending on how long they've been together, whatever. However, they have a clause allegedly called substantial difference in age law. So individuals who are 16 and 17 years old are legally allowed to participate in consensual sexual activities, but this law isn't absolute. Kentucky has implemented a law themselves to protect those under the age of 18, even though the age of consent is 16. If an individual is more than 10 years older than a minor, so if they're 26 or above, 27 and above, it becomes illegal for them to engage in sexual relations with this minor. So even though the legal age of consent in Kentucky is 16, someone who is 27 and above, which is more than 10 years older, cannot legally have any form of sexual activity with a 16-year-old. So, that's interesting. I'd never heard of that clause before. No, apparently it's just a Kentucky thing. So even though the age of consent is 16, anyone over the age of 26 cannot engage in sexual relations with a 16-year-old. I've never heard of that before. That's a great law. I agree with that law, by the way. Up until they're 18. After 18, it's whatever. You can do whatever you want. But every 16, 17-year-olds, that's a never heard of that before, but I like it. I think that's very sensible law. Very sensible. Right, let's get back to the hearing quickly.
Did you attempt to speak to Sheriff Steins at the Leslie County Jail after the incident?
No.
Did anyone from your agency attempt to interview him?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And at that point, had he asserted his right to an attorney or anything?
No.
But nobody went back to try to talk to him or do an interview?
No.
Okay.
Rebecca, the judge allegedly was sleeping with the sheriff's daughter, allegedly. So
I think I have one other question. In addition to cell phones that we discussed, the cell phone of Sheriff Steins and the cell phone that you found of Judge Lawrence, were there additional phones that you were able to obtain?
There was one other phone that's currently being examined, and the basic reason it was seized was there was a text conversation between Sheriff Steins and some of his employees with the sheriff's office.
Okay, and that was an additional phone of Sheriff Steins?
It was a phone of, I guess she's the, I don't know what her title is, but she's employed. She's not sworn. She's employed by the Letcher County Sheriff's Office. And she voluntarily gave her phone to the person that interviewed her.
Okay, and just out of curiosity, could you explain why that was relevant or germane to your investigation?
I didn't conduct that interview, but it was, I guess it was regarding the dinner at Streetside and things that led up to the shooting. But I don't have those results either, so I don't know exactly what was said.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought when we discussed that earlier that you indicated there was no evidence that the conversations at the lunch.
I haven't seen those conversations yet. I've not received the downloads from the phone.
Right, but I asked you if you're aware of any information that could have been gleaned from witnesses at that meeting, and as I recall, you said no, but is some information that something was discussed at this lunch. Is that correct?
I don't know what was discussed at lunch.
I understand, but you obtained this lady that we don't know her name, you obtained her phone in an effort or based on a belief that she would be able to demonstrate what was said at lunch. So you would agree with me, you believe that there is a witness or information that may have popped up at lunch.
There's a recorded interview with her in the case, and I'm yet to receive the downloads of the phone, so I don't know what they contain.
Okay, has that phone been sent to the
It is.
forensic examination as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Also, that's all I have. Thank you.
Read rep. Questions? Has Judge Mullins, he sent to medical examiner's office for autopsy?
He was.
Have you received that report yet?
No.
Have you had an informal conversation with him regarding his cause of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
The video we showed earlier, that a true and accurate clip copy of what you received?
Yes.
Councilman Jennings, Councilman Zimmer, 1 year on.
Any objection?
Right, I'd ask, of course, all we saw today was the clip, but I asked it be admitted in its entirety.
You want to respond to that?
Good job. I don't think preliminary hearing is required for probable cause. This is statute of probable cause. I think the entire clip is outside the purview of these proceedings today.
Yeah, I think if you want to see the whole video, you should have objected earlier. I'll admit the short clip. Yeah. I have the clerk enter that as exhibit number 1.
And Detective, is this an ongoing investigation?
Yes, it is.
And as this ongoing investigation proceeds, you will be also interviewing more people if necessary, submitting more evidence to the lab?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Recross. All right. Any other witnesses for the Commonwealth?
No,
All right. You may step down. Any witnesses for the defendant? I'll find probable cause and bind this case over the grand jury. Anything else? Anything else before we adjourn court?
There's no, we're not allowed to sum up, Judge, what.
Oh, if you want to make an argument, sure.
It seems like I may change your mind, Judge.
It is a probable cause hearing, so, but yes.
Actually.
Take your best shot.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, so, murder under our statute, as the court knows, and I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but if there is an issue as to extreme emotional disturbance, then there has to be some evidence that would rebut that. And specifically, when I asked the witness today if there was any evidence to rebut that this occurred as a direct result in the moment of this observation, they have none at this point. And I give it's just probable cause. But I think they've established probable cause for manslaughter first, but not murder. Because I've heard nothing that indicates that this is not, an example of an extreme emotional disturbance relative to the phone. At any rate, Judge, respectfully, I understand the court's previous ruling, but I did want to address that with you.
No, that's fine. Let
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth respond.
Thank you, Your Honor. Extreme emotional disturbance is a defense. There's not been a defense presented here to this court today. The evidence presented in this court today is that the judge was intentionally shot and killed, shot multiple times by the sheriff, and there's probable cause to bind the grand jury murder charge.
Yeah, I agree. There's probable cause to proceed as murder.
Sure.
All right. Anything else before we adjourn court today?
Your Honor, in terms of, we'd like to discuss, if we could, lodging from here where he's transported. Is it the court's intention to have him take, and I don't want to discuss that potentially publicly, Your Honor?
I'm not sure I can make that, help you on that.
Yes, Your Honor. So,
I mean, we could, you're welcome to stay at court and discuss that, but I'm not sure I can tell the.
yes, Your Honor. So the transport order that was entered that will direct Sheriff Simons to go back to where he came from, Judge, is that fair?
Let's adjourn court and we'll talk about that.
Yes, sir.
I don't know that I can change where he's going to be at.
I understand. Yes, sir.
We can discuss it. All right.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Court's adjourned.
Yes, sir.
the crying from earlier on wasn't from behind him. It was this group. So this is the family. This is the judge's family. This is where they were crying earlier on, and maybe this woman as well. Oh shit! Hang on, I'll do it properly. Hang on, sorry. Bear with me 2 seconds. I think this is the family. So they're not behind him. It's his family behind him. So I think this is the woman that was crying. She was consoling. So it's probably the judge's wife here, and maybe his daughters. I don't know. I'm speculating. I don't know. So there we go. Right. This is Dennis Sweeney for anybody that doesn't know Dennis Sweeney. I would think so, Rebecca. I think so. But one of he might have multiple daughters. We don't know yet. I mean, we don't know. I don't think that would be the 17-year-old one. I don't think so. It's gonna be interesting. I don't see. I know there's talk about stand your ground rule. I don't think there's a. I don't think he has got a defense here. I think he's. That's why they're trying to push it to manslaughter. I mean, if it becomes true that the judge was sleeping, illegally with, the daughter, there might be a stipulation. There might be something in there, like, yes, 100%. If he caught him in action, 100%, stand your ground, whatever. She has to be, yeah, and he wasn't. So that's just why I don't see a defense. It's overkill, yes. Crime of passion. It's not definitely not crime of passion because it's his daughter. Do you know what I mean? So if it was the judge, if it was the judge doing it, killed the father, maybe crime of passion, but not the other way around. It wouldn't be crime of passion, no. No, I don't think it can be crime and passion. No. I don't think there'll be something in there. But what you got to remember is that every state has different laws, so they will look at different laws. There'll be different stipulations, there'll be all sorts of stuff. I think that, so. What I'm gathering here is that the defense know he's fucked, so the defense are pushing for manslaughter. With special circumstances. That's what their first aim is. That's the first aim. Get it as manslaughter. Obviously, they're going for either first degree, second degree. I don't know. Was it premeditated? Was it not? Do you know what I mean? That's what the prosecution are going to do. So, with all the evidence found on the phone and stuff like that, they might lessen it. If it is all true, they might lessen it to manslaughter and be like, well, you tried, I didn't mean to kill him. I just wanted to hurt him. But that's not going to really go down well. He shot him 3 times. It wasn't even once, it was 3 times, So it like we saw the laws of, what do you call it? Anyone over the age of 26 cannot sleep with a 16-year-old. That's not everywhere. So there's going to be little quirky stuff going on. So he did say not guilty, but that's standard. Everyone says not guilty. That's not that's not. He couldn't say guilty. When he was asked last week, are you pleading guilty or not guilty? He said not guilty. Even though the video is there, he still has to plead not guilty. Because otherwise, all that happens is they go straight to court, and not in the court, just he gets sentenced. So he has to fight there to say I'm not guilty of the charge of murder. That's what he's saying. He's not saying he's not guilty, full stop. He's saying I'm not guilty for the charge of murder, essentially. So we'll see what happens. Maybe there'll be a plea deal, and if it all comes out and all in the wash about the affair with this. Like she could be 14 at the time or something. I don't know. But the prosecution might look at that and go, whoa, okay, we don't justify the killing. However, the public are going to be outraged with this judge for sleeping with a 14-year-old, potentially. So that there might be a plea deal more in line with the manslaughter case then, for potentially justifiable reasons that he killed him. I don't know. I'm obviously speculating like fuck here. Oh yeah, I do think it all heavily relies on what's on these phones, and you watch if it's a lot of stuff on the phones that does not look good for the judge, there will be some sort of plea deal argument put together, because no state wants any of this. To have the fact that the judge kitty fiddling like potentially a proper minor. Do you know what I mean? Knowing these states, they'll probably try and keep a lot of it in house and not make it public. And the only way you do that is through a plea deal. So I would not be surprised if there is a plea deal going on right now. After we hear what's going on. So if it is true that he did sleep with a minor, I suspect it'll be a plea deal. So that's my guess anyway, because most states want to hide stuff. So, and I think that the defendant knows he's fucked. So depends what it is. Right, there you go. Anyway, that's my tuppence worth. Anyway, for what it's worth, it probably is not worth anything, but still, I just wanted to give my opinion. Don't like it? Fuck. Don't care, mate. Don't care, mate. No, the judge was sleeping with minors, I thought. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we know one minor, allegedly. One minor, allegedly. Obviously, everything's allegedly, because we don't know 100% yet what's going on. I just kicked myself out. So why take a plea deal if I was a sheriff? Because he still killed somebody. He still killed the judge. So he's going to be done for something, because even though the judge was sleeping with minors, that doesn't justify the fact that he killed the judge. So that's why I'm saying that he will be punished. He's having prison time, no matter what. The sheriff is going to prison. There's no like ifs or buts about it. He is going to prison. Now it's a matter of how long for. So that's what I'm saying about going for a plea deal, because a plea deal he could be out in a couple of years. Yeah, jury nullification potentially, but I don't know. I generally think that the state will push for a plea deal. That will be less than manslaughter. It'll be less than manslaughter if all this is true. Well, will we see some evidence? We'll see some evidence during the hearing, but just remember, we'll only see what the prosecution wants us to see. But we won't see all of it. Yeah. I'm not sure what Elsie what you're talking about. Which one now, Elsie? I'm not sure. I agree with that, and that's fine. But to get things in your town under control for your kids and the future, you let all the dirty laundry out. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you, Lady. But just remember what's happening in mass. Everything hidden, everywhere. Everybody wants to hide everything. No one wants to know about corrupt judge that sleeps with minors. Do you know what I mean? So they will. In my opinion, they will try and bury stuff. You know, what we want is a transparent world. That's not how they work, unfortunately. We would hopefully always want things to be transparent, but these mofos don't give a fuck. Judge, sheriff, yeah, we're like, no, just gone. It was just a hearing. So now it's going to grand jury. That hearing now is the judge has found probable cause for murder, and now it's going to the grand jury to see if it's going to trial. But anyway, as I say, we'll see what happens. But the other side of all this is this: now that we've heard about some of these things, maybe they can't bury it anymore. I don't know. I don't know. And like Corn Pope said, at the end of the day, a jury might look at this story and go, "Well, he was justified. Fuck him. He's a paedophile, so fuck him." I would have done the same thing. And maybe find him not guilty, or find him guilty of a much lesser charge. So, yeah, watch this space. I think this is going to be a very complex, but very interesting trial. I think we're definitely covering it. I'm excited, not because but anyway, I think it's going to be good. Right, everybody. Oh. Thank you so much, everybody. I love you all. Well, most of you, anyway. We shall see you tomorrow, 8:30, just to say hellos to everybody on Eastern. 9 o'clock Eastern, we're starting day 6 of the trial. They are currently streaming day 6 right now. So we'll be zoom in through that, and then we'll be watching day 7, and hopefully we'll be, because day 7's tomorrow, so hopefully we'll be caught up live. And then hopefully by Thursday, Friday, we're done. Ready for boom, boom, boom. Everybody say Sarah, Sarah. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody say Sarah, Sarah Boone. So Sarah Boone's on Monday. However, we won't be. Jury will take a couple of days. We're probably going to watch it from Wednesday, I think. So thank you, everybody. Right. No, thank you, people. Right. Let me put some music on, and then we'll end it. Let's end it with Corn Pope, shall we? Let's all end it with Corn Pope. Right, good night, everybody. Love you all. Take care. Hi, Corn Pope. How are you doing today? I know you hate my voice and my songs, so I made this just for you, Corn Pope, better known Corn Pope. Thank you to Robin G for making that name called Paul for thee. Sexy, everything about you so sexy. Oh yeah.